You start by opening the menu first, okay? Yuma. I see, then? Toby. Then you send this idea like boa. And it appears like pawn in your equipment section. When you want to unequip it you go fewer. Yuma. Toby. Friday, 8:30 p.m., somewhere in Heathrow Village inside TB. When Toby asked what happened with the reward from the event, the situation became like this. Since I didn't have my part-time job today, Yuma, then Toby logged earlier than usual in that order. Since we found out everything about the event Reward Hero's Soul while Toby wasn't here, we ended up telling him like this. Since Yuma's explanation was made up of intuitive movements and sound effects, Toby furrowed his eyebrows. Shien don't know. Help, Toby. Basically she means this. The aura doesn't have any substance. So, you open the equipment menu and think, I want the aura. Then, after wishing for it you become able to equip it. Toby. With my words, Toby finally seemed to understand it. Unleashing the aura works the same way. You know, you get motivated. Then it comes out like Kian. Then if you put even more fighting spirit into it, it goes Barabari and, Yuma. Seems like it's making practical use of the system that reads your emotional brain waves in the VR gear. Something like the consciousness of the player. The point is, the more you get into it during battle, the flashier the effect is. This accessory sure is packed with a high level of technology. It doesn't change that it's useless as a piece of gear though. It sure is amazing. Toby, right? Yuma. Dono's super translation that is, Toby. Ridiculous. Why don't you get the wonderfulness of this accessory? Yuma. Your reaction is what surprises me. It would be weirder if I understood it. Toby. Well, it's probably not surprising that he doesn't get her since he hasn't known her for as long as I have. We met Toby during middle school after all. By the way, what about your sister? Isn't she quite late today? Yuma. She has the national tests on Sunday. She said she wouldn't log in until that's over. I believe she should be in her room studying right now. Should I bring her some cocoa later? Fun. Even though she's already first nationwide, why is she even studying more at this point? Yuma. From the point of view of someone that barely manages to not get a failing mark, she's like a divine being. By the way, does Rizudono have any objectives, like going to a famous school? Toby. Don't know, I'm not sure. It's just that, she did say something about wanting to get a job that could support me in the future at least. When I heard that, I didn't know if I should have felt happy, sad or if she didn't think she could rely on me. I'm saving up my part-time job earnings so I can pay for Rise's university tuition fees though. Just for the record, this is a secret between me and Mum. It's just that the person herself is trying to get a scholarship with her achievements, or at least I think that's the scenario she's hoping for. However, me and Mom are hoping she relied a bit more on us. While I was thinking that, the two people in front of me had quite the complex expression on them. What's wrong? Wataru, be careful. No, rather, it'll be me who's going to be careful. I'll definitely keep you safe. Yuma. Waki, be careful to not get confined somewhere. I'm getting a bit scared of Rise-chan. She's either extremely earnest or very persistent. Toby. What are you guys talking about? What are you thinking someone else's sister is? She might be scary sometimes and play pranks but she's fundamentally a gentle girl, okay? Excuse me. While we were chatting, a girl that looked like a middle schooler talked to us. From her line of sight, she probably wanted to talk to Yuma. Me? How should I reply in this case? Why are you talking to us? Is it okay if I ask her like that? Yuma. Just listen to her like normal. You'll come off as a shameless person, you know. If you speak like that. I see. What business do you have with me, young girl? Yuma. Without any real bad intentions, Yuma assaulted the female player with her loud voice. As a result, the girl shrunk. Don't be like that. Just talk to her normally. Even if you talked like I am, they'd be able to hear just fine, you know. Toby. I don't know what you are trying to say here. That mask makes you look extremely suspicious to begin with. On the contrary, they'd be vigilant about you. Like that you end up taking the initiative in the conversation. Vulgar, as expected of a filthy ninja. Yuma, so mean. Even though I was only trying to turn around the conversation because we were getting nowhere. Toby, foo, foo fa foo. Ah, I'm sorry. From that reaction, I could tell that this girl was the honest type. The other girl by her side that I failed to notice, started to explain. I'm sorry, this girl is a knight. But she started admiring Yuma-san's aggressive style. After watching that video, we just found you by chance while we were walking around and blood rushed to her head thinking it was destiny. Wait, Sei-chan? Ah, I'm called Inner Area. This girl is called Lycoris. The one over here that looks sleepy is Siesta. Inner Area. Good evening. Phew, Siesta. I know this might be rude of us, but we have a request. It's fine if it's just for a little bit. I'd like Yuma-san to show her fighting style to Lycoris, but, Inner Area. Sure. Yuma. Really? Is it really okay to give us an immediate reply? Lycoris. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Inner Area. Due to the unforeseen reply, even the girl that had her eyes narrowed in sleepiness looked surprised. She's like this after all. Just give up. You don't mind, right, Hind? Yuma. Ah, go ahead. Hind, you are not coming with us? Yuma. To begin with, I was thinking about splitting up tonight so I could go sell that great sword and craft some elven ears. Toby, what do you plan to do? Hind. I'm also interested in the trading BBS and the market. Since the level cap has been raised, I'll give preference to information gathering tonight. I'll go with you, Hind. Dono. Toby, there you have it. Once you are done, send us a mail. Hind. Got it. Yuma. Yuma was the first one to stand up and start walking. The three of them bowed and thanked us. Since the three of them seem to know their manners, I believe there's nothing for me to worry about. Immediately after the four of them tried to exit to the field. Wait a moment. Who's the healer in this party? Hind. Fewer. That would be me, sir. Siesta. While yawning, the girl that looked sleepy raised her hand. Due to me saying that, they all turned their heads and stood still. Was she called Siesta-chan? Siesta-chan urged the rest of them to go ahead. Go ahead first. I'll catch up soon enough. Probably. So, what did you want, senpai? Siesta. I'll give you some healing items. Mainly holy water. Hind. Why? Oh, I get it. It's true that I'm a balanced type Shinto priest and I'm unable to resurrect. However, is it okay to receive a gift like this without giving anything in return? Siesta. It's fine. If you end up being unable to resurrect them because of Yuma, the mood will turn sour. I believe it'll place a burden on you, probably. Hind. No. So Yuma-san is the type as expected. A wild boar? Siesta. Right on the money. She relies on Hind Dono's support after all. I believe a normal healer wouldn't be able to support her properly. Toby. I see. I have more of an interest in you than Yuma-san though. If it's okay with you, can we exchange friend requests? Can we? Siesta. I don't mind. You are quite peculiar, Hind. They do tell me that often. Or maybe not. Siesta. After receiving the holy water and exchanging friend requests, Siesta-chan leisurely pursued the other three. Is she really going to be able to catch up to them at that speed? Oh well. But she sure was a girl that you couldn't figure out what was going through her head. That's no good, Hind. Dono. Toby. What are you talking about? Hind. No matter how grown up she looks, that would be a crime. No matter how you look at her, she's a middle schooler. Toby. What do you even mean? Even if she said she had interest in me, it was obvious that it was not the type of interest in the opposite sex. More importantly, where were you even looking at when you said that her growth was good? Isn't because you have those indecent and perverted thoughts that girls avoid you? Hind. Toby. Sorry. I said too much. I'll apologize, so don't cry silently like that. Hind. She didn't exchange friend requests with Toby. But that's probably because she noticed Toby staring at her chest that didn't match her age. They'll feel uncomfortable if they notice you doing that, so that's no good. I even told him a long time ago. The sense of distance between girls and Tsukane-kun is pretty bad. That was the kind of conversation I had with Saito-san at some point. That's why I think he's not popular even though he has a handsome face. It's such a waste. The trading bulletin board was relatively empty. Players have started to disappear from Heathrow Town. The peak was probably around the final stage of the turtle event. At the time, we were busy going around the field so it wasn't really inconvenient for us, but when we had to use the facilities in the town it was crowded to the point we were jostling against each other. They had raised the level cap to 40 now, since the turtle gear you obtained from the event was rather good. The players embarked from Heathrow Town. How is it, Toby? Hind, there's none. Mito-type first-rate gear that is, Toby. Well, that's troubling. I won't be able to know the market price like this, Hind. The other weapons cost about 3-4 times that of a fine quality one when they are first rate. However, the Mito-type fine quality are already very expensive. Toby, they are generally about 50.00 G after all. If we just applied the formula the others use it would be around 150.00 G. Who would buy that? Hind, just for the record, if all 4 of us gathered all our money, it would amount to around 30.00 G. It's enough to buy plenty of lower-grade healing items from shops, but now that they have implemented a hunger system, we'll have to buy ingredients to cook. The other players, especially the ones that just focus on fighting, probably won't see any difference though. The crafters would use their own weapons too. Shall we just register it? It might get sold somehow, Hind. We'd want to sell it as soon as possible though. In online games, when some time passes, the performance of gear does get outmatched. Now that they have raised the level cap, the scope of monsters we can beat has widened after all, Toby. That's true. In that case, let's gradually lower the price. Though it takes 100 G each time we register it, Hind. It's better than not taking this chance to sell it. You can leave a comment, so it's fine if you add a brief comment, Toby. New. In that case, something simple, Hind. It's the weapon that took first place in the rankings. Like that. It's quite plain. But there's a limit of characters you can type so it should be fine. After that, we both checked the market price for gear and items each one of us was interested in. Alright, Toby, who did you buy the ninja gear you have from? You are the clumsy type, so you probably didn't craft them on your own? Hind. There's a crafter called Masamune-san that specializes in Japanese-style equipment. I haven't really met him personally but... Look, there's another set today, Toby. There were papers stuck on the bulletin board written in characters I couldn't read. Once a player gets close enough to read them, a menu opens. I looked at the menu that was floating close to Toby's hand. Gear with their names written in kanji were lined up in it. The seller section was as Toby had said. They all read Masamune. Oh, spear and katana and samurai-type armor for heavy warriors, even bows and hack armor for archers. There's quite a lot. Naginata. I see, he even sells kanabos. I'd like to meet him, Hind. Hindono, you can't make Japanese stuff? Toby. Katanas especially. They use different techniques from Western swords after all. I'll gradually make them as I study about them. I do have the motivation to make them, Hind. In that case, I'll make a request. If it was possible, I'd like to use an ninja-ish Makaibashi along with bow here's. Toby. That would be interesting. I'll think about it, Hind. Oh, thank you. As expected of Woki, you sure get me. Toby. Hey, what did I say about using our real now? Wait. It's a nickname so it's fine. It doesn't really give away my real name anyway, Hind. Just as I had previously experienced, throwable items are single use. I'd like to make something with a high level of effectiveness if possible. If the game allows it, something like coating the Makaibashi in poison, or smoke bomb type bow here's to block their field of vision. I'm getting a good image of what I want to make. I should put in some effort and think about crafting them. While we kept turning over the pages checking the market price of the items, a huge figure appeared behind us. Is it another player? If we are bothering him, let's move. I I found you. A hand was placed on my shoulder, and when I turned around, a big man stood there out of breath, very muscular and with a face full of wounds, tea-colored hair, and he gave the impression of being a very stern person. He was really intense, and I noticed how Toby's face had stiffened. I apologize for surprising you. Could you hear me out for a bit? He was an honest man contrary to his appearance. Seems like he has something to talk about with us. We moved a bit away from the bulletin board. We moved to a place where we wouldn't bother the other players to hear him out. The feeling of oppression lasted just a moment. I thought we were going to get parked. Oh wait, we can't get attacked inside a town. Besides, with the level cap being raised, parking has been disabled in Donderry Forest and Homer Plains. This was a measure to protect the beginners. Wait. I'm going off topic here. I have to think about how to deal with this macho man with his bulging muscles. My name is Mercenary Albert Butt. Do you recognize this name? Albert. I exchanged looks with Toby. Well, that was a name that we were curious about recently after all. So it was this guy. The event's second. Cough cough. You are the person that was in first place throughout the event, right? Toby switches to a more formal tone to address the man. No, there's no need to be so considerate. It's true, I'm the Albert that lost to you and got second place. It was my utter defeat. It was an excellent tactic, Albert. I see. From the way you said that, I assume you didn't come here to get revenge. But what do you want to talk about? Hind. I'll get straight to the point. I was charmed by the sword that girl used in the video. Sell me that great sword. Albert. We got more details from him. He didn't really participate in the event to obtain the aura. He was, as his name implied inside the game, a mercenary. Seems like he plans to roleplay that and join parties in exchange for money. For the sake of advertising himself, he challenged the event to make a big name for himself. That's nice. Role-playing as a mercenary. If you are really skilled, you would be able to help with really difficult quests, Toby. Or something like asking him to come when there's an event that needs a large amount of people. It does fit the image of the world of TP after all. There sure are quite a lot of people with different play styles, Hind. It's like that. This might be a bit off topic, but I'm a civil servant in real life, Albert. Was that to earn our trust? He revealed his real-life occupation to us. Wait, he's a civil servant with that appearance? You are kidding. I thought he would work in something related to sports with that appearance. Like rugby, or at least something much like a gym coach. See civil servant. You say? Toby. I'm in charge of the counter in the City Hall's welfare services. I'll say this, but these wounds on my body are part of my avatar. My way of speaking is usually polite too. Would you rather I spoke that way with you? Albert. No. It's fine. It might be rude of me to say this, but it doesn't really match your image. Ha. Hind. My hobbies had been games and weight training. They are both really good to relieve my stress from work. Oh, sorry. I ended up talking about trivial things about myself, Albert. The money he offered was 130.000 G. It's lower than the amount registered in the bulletin board, but this is genuinely all he owns. He coincidentally found it in the bulletin board and hurried up to try and make a direct transaction before anyone managed to buy it. He probably came here to search for us. Anyway, I was planning to gradually lower the price if it didn't sell. The amount he showed is a big amount and we'll sell it for sure this way. I cancelled the registration in the bulletin board, and sold the Mito greatsword to Albert-san. After that, we went to a field and he displayed himself trying out the weapon. But that's really impressive. His muscles are throbbing. You can even hear the sounds of the slashes from here. Hind. So cool. Can I call you Aniki? Toby. I don't mind. However, this is a splendid sword. I could get used to this weight. I really appreciate it. Hind. Toby. There. Albert. With the vigorous display of the 40 kilograms greatsword due to the weight correction of the heavy warrior stats, Toby was moved. In the end, they even exchanged friend requests. Wait, are you fine with that? Toby. Anyway, we have handed the greatsword we used in the event to the heavy warrior mercenary Albert. In a corner of Altroa village, under the watchtower we had grown accustomed to. The rubber trees only grow in this vicinity, so we returned to the village that acted as the starting point. Alright, this should be enough, Hind. This was quite some work. Are there 5 types in total? These Elvenirs, that is, Toby. In front of us were several metal molds with pigments and a mixture of latex poured onto them. Currently, I was removing the burrs, and with that, they would be done. Just like Toby had said, this time I had made 5 types of them. The rubber-like material had solidified in different colors, and as I had expected, I was a bit uneasy about the colors but managed to make them as I had imagined. For the time being, I had taken notes about the ratio of the combinations, so it's possible to make them again next time. Light complexion, flesh-colored, light brown, dark brown, swarthy. These 5. So, Toby, can you try these on? Hind. Toby. The colors were made by intuition, so I want to try them out and see if they feel out of place. Here, try these flesh-colored ones, Hind. Guess I have no choice. Toby. With an annoyed expression, Toby removed his hood. He put on the ears and faced me so I could see them. How do they look? Toby. They fit you so well that you could start calling yourself an elf if you went and dyed your hair blonde right now. TSK. Hind. Hey, did you just click your tongue? You did, right? Toby. The color. Well, they do look a bit out of place, but it's still within the acceptable range. Thanks for your cooperation, Hind. Toby. Toby returned the ears and I placed them in my inventory. I finished cleaning up the tools that were spread out and we both stood up and removed the dust on us. While we moved, we talked about if I would continue making ears or not. If there are worries about the color, you could make them to order. As one would expect, everyone has their own preferences. Toby. You are right. As a very fussy person, if they showed me a somewhat higher retainer fee I'd think about it. But it would be a bit bothersome, Toby. It's the kind of thing you could sell in large quantities if the quality was fixed after all. In any case, you can't really mass produce them. Though, I don't think you have to worry if they'd be in demand or not, Toby. Well then, let's freeze the production of rubber-related products for now. There are no competitors, so let's register the ones I crafted with a relatively high price. Hind. Understood, Toby. It would be nice if the people that said they wanted to buy elven ears in the BBS bought them. Well, it's not like it bothers me. If we manage to sell all of these and we include the funds from selling the sword, we probably won't have to worry about money for a while. The trading BBS is shared among all villages and towns, so I put them up for 5.000G in Altroa's BBS. I made 10 of each color, so if they all sell that would be 250.000G. There's a 10% transaction fee in the BBS, so the total income would be 225.000G. That being said, this is just my optimistic calculation. Toby and Yuma recommended it to me and I made my decision after seeing the reaction in the BBS. I don't know if they'll sell or not. Since we were done with our business, both of us returned to Heathrow Town. Moving through this fields is quite tiresome. Even if we can ignore the monsters, Hind. Makes you want to have some sort of vehicle. There are rumors that there's a place with wild horses, Toby. You mean, to catch them and train them? That does sound like you'd break some bono. Hind. A plum sound echoed in my head, telling me I had received an email. I signaled Toby to stop with my hand and opened my menu to check it. Is it from Yumadono? Toby. No, seems like it's from someone else. Heshaft. Hind. Sender Heshaft. Subject: I'll return the favor I said I'd return one day. Text: come to the entrance to Dram Mountain located on the east of Heathrow right now. On top of that commanding tone, she called me without even asking about my circumstances right now. How should I reply to this? While I was feeling perplexed, another email reached me. Sender: Walter. Subject: regarding that email Ojusama sent. Text: EA, good evening Hind-san. I believe Ojusama sent you quite the rude email, that just the way she thinks. Please, forgive her. Regarding that email, if circumstances allow it, we'd like to take a quest together. The reward is a skill point book. EA, Please. I said if circumstances allow it, but if you don't come, Oju-sama's mood will. I'm very sorry. Please come. I just saw quite the sob story. Well, I know that the person herself doesn't have any ill will, but since the end of the sentence was cut, it was probably because Heshaft saw her typing the email. It's a sentence where Walter's fears and worries come to your mind. Oh well. Shall I go? I don't have any reason to refuse, and Yuma hasn't contacted me yet. What happened? You sighed after making all sorts of faces, Toby. To sum it up, it's an invitation for a quest. Toby, are you coming too? Hind. Of course. By the way, just for the record, who are the players that invited you? Toby. 2 beautiful girls. Hind. Yahoo. Toby. If you are going to act like that, I'm leaving you behind. Hind. Wait. I'll calm down right now. Ha, ha, ha. Toby. Like that, we went through Heathrow town. I cooked something in a hurry to deal with the hunger system, and we headed to the meetup point. Since we already went through the east of Heathrow during the event to mine iron ore, we didn't have issues reaching the place. The people we are supposed to meet. Oh, there they are. However, they sure stand out. Enough for me to see them from this far away. That blonde hair. They are perfect ringlets to date too. Walter was standing a bit behind her and looked the same as last time we met. Oh, it's true that both of them are beautiful. That short-haired girl especially. I like that ephemeral aura. Toby. Hey, stop making that face already. I can tell you are going to end up like that time with Siesta-chan. Hind. Oh oops, no good. Toby. Is this guy going to be okay? We approached them like that, and when I called them, Heshaft, who had her arms folded, approached me with a daring smile. You did well to come here, Hind. As promised, today I'll fully return there. Oh? Who is that suspicious? Heshaft. She really said it. That's why I told you to remove your disguise, Hind. Mew. Ninjas shouldn't show their faces that. Toby. Yeah. I get it. Heshaft. Walter, it's been a while. This is my friend Toby, Hind. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Toby. I'm Heshaft. It's a pleasure, Heshaft. I'm Walter. Nice to meet you, Walter. When they finished introducing themselves, we heard the details of the quest. I'm counting on you today. By the way, is there a limit in the number of people that can take the quest? Hind. Walter. Heshaft. Why yes. Walter. When she was called by Heshaft, Walter hurriedly opened her menu and showed the details of the ongoing quest to Heshaft. Seeing that attitude of Walter that made it seems like it was natural for her to serve Heshaft, I noticed Toby knitting his eyebrows. By any chance, has he started supporting Walter because she's to his tastes? It's exactly 4 people. Each person will get the reward. You are quite lucky, masked person, Heshaft. That's much appreciated. Thank you. Ringlet Stono. Toby. What's with that way of calling me? Heshaft. Answer gratitude with gratitude. I'm just returning impoliteness with impoliteness. Toby. You are quite the rude fellow. Heshaft. That goes for both of us. Toby. With both of them starting to fight, Walter and I hurriedly went in to stop them. Are these two not compatible by any chance? No. I guess Walter is indirectly the cause. This has become quite troublesome. Thus, in order to not leave any grudges behind, both of them decided to have a duel. Heshaft seems to be a fire and wind type mage. I thought it would be hard for her to duel a vanguard, but there are no problems. Heshaft. With that being said, she accepted the duel. Different from parking, duels have no effect whenever you win or lose. There's no death penalty even if you lose. You'll just recover your health to full like it was before the duel started. However, the battle count is carved in your status, so for those that hate to lose, they look at the numerical value with bitter eyes. It was announced that there would be an arena and PvP ranks. It's unrelated to what's going on right now, but it seems that the rank will change depending on your wins and loses once it's implemented. A circle formed so other players wouldn't be able to get in their way. Inside that circle, Toby and Heshaft were facing each other. If I win, you'll refer to me with my player name from now on. Heshaft. If I win, you'll treat Walter Dono more gently. Your attitude is quite intolerable. Toby. Both of their demands are so modest. Do they really have to fight? In any case, there's no choice but for them to fight now. Both of them took out their weapons. I looked at the battle next to Walter. Herschaft's weapon is a whip. Huh? She's using something unusual. Hind. Oju-sama looked it up because she had grown accustomed to the whips used in horse riding. Thus, she chose mage because they can equip whips. Walter. I believe that the whips used in horse riding and the long whips used as a weapon are quite different though. Hind. Even if you ask me that. Walter. I heard that when Walter first introduced herself, to think it was like that. It seems like there are girls that use bokeh in the world, but this smooth body and that face without any makeup. No way, right? She's this cute after all. I'm just thinking too deeply into it. Look, Hind-san. She's actually been able to use it like that. Walter. You are right, she's going from the front. However, that Toby, he can't read the trajectory of the whip at all. He's eating lots of hits. His cicada technique has already vanished. Hind. The cicada technique would usually be a technique that leaves a substitute with clothes, but in TB it's a technique that lets a substitute take one hit for you no matter how high the damage is. Using this, light warriors have some insurance in battle even with their low defense. Losing that already means that he's currently at a disadvantage. Toby's remaining HP is about half. Herschaft is uninjured by using the reach of her weapon to her advantage. Oh, Toby managed to get in. Guess it's turning into a proper fight now. Hind. Oju-sama, look out. Walter. By purposefully twining the whip around one of his dual blades, he made a quick strike with that gap. Toby is probably confident that he won. The strike that aimed at her neck made you think that it would take away all of Herschaft's HP. However, the damage stopped at 10% of her HP. Toby showed surprise. Herschaft's hand, which was pierced deeply by the tanto, languidly fell down and she smiled. Got you, Herschaft! Toby. She quietly threw away the whip in her other hand and shot the chantless magic fireball into his stomach over and over. Toby's slender figure rose to the air when it came in contact with the magic. Newer. Toby. Sadly, Toby was fried, leaving no traces behind. Well, not really, but smoke was coming out of his body. The duel ended with Herschaft's victory and the battlefield disappeared. Both of you are master and servant in real life. Toby. Once they both cooled their heads, we heard about the relationship between Herschaft and Walter without any troubles. Hearing that, it seems like Herschaft is really a wealthy Oju-sama. That appearance wasn't roleplay. Seems like there's been a misunderstanding. I don't particularly plan to treat Walter badly, you know. Herschaft. Toby-san. I appreciate your feelings. I apologize, I didn't explain properly. This is in some way a job for me. Walter. So it was just me jumping to conclusions, I'm sorry. Toby. Towards Toby, who had his head lowered, Herschaft showed a splendid smile and said this. If you beg for forgiveness from the bottom of your heart, you should lie down with your head touching the ground. Herschaft. Hey, Toby. I'm joking. I have a big heart, I'll forgive you as a special case. Herschaft. She's saying that she has a big heart herself. Hind. She's Oju-sama after all. She's that type of person. I'm sorry about that. Walter. Let me say it again, I'm counting on you, Herschaft. Oh no, Toby. Yes, best regards, Toby. Herschaft. Since they have reconciled, the party finally started climbing the Dram Mountain. Dram Mountain is what's called a mine site. Cabins are scattered throughout the place. We climbed with the quest site as our goal. The path was quite rough but well maintained. It's nice that it's easy to walk here. However, Herschaft, you are quite considerate. I'm in dire need of skill points. I'm glad that I can increase them by even 1 or 2 points. Hind. It's because you took such an unreasonable skill. I saw that video too, you know. Herschaft. After watching that video and the BBS, Oju-sama shouted this. This is it. Like that she would finally be able to repay Hind-san, and she happily. Walter. Walter, if you say too much, I'll sew your mouth, you know. Herschaft. I'm very sorry, I'll keep quiet. Walter. By the way, Who did you get this quest from? I heard a skill point book was a reward for a quest that NPCs you had high like ability gave. Toby, I was asking myself the same question. The mayors in each place do give generic quests that anyone can take, but quests that give a skill point book are a rare case. In our case, it was only that quest where we had to escort Clara-san. Even in the BBS skill point books are so rare that people even doubt that they really exist. The quest this time is from Conrad, the mayor of Heathrow Town. He took an interest in us as adventurers when we handed smuggling officials to them. Hashaft. Corrupted officials. So the NPCs in TB even do that kind of actions. Hind. They the type of NPCs we wouldn't get to meet because of the way we play. To begin with, let alone government officials, we haven't even met the mayors yet. Was that by chance? Or Toby. There was a house in Heathrow Town where no NPCs lived and its use was unclear. Oju-sama found that strange and Walter kept watch on it. Don't tell me, throughout the whole day? Toby. I didn't do something that inefficient. I gathered information from the NPCs around that area, for about a week inside the game, and settled it at night when I felt the presence of people inside. When I went in at that time, Hashaft, they were dealing with suspicious goods. It's something that we wouldn't be able to imagine when we are playing the same game, Hind, be it in real life or games. The evildoers' ecology doesn't change that much. They can't deceive these eyes of mine. Hashaft. Hashaft hit her chest with one hand and stood still with a triumphant look. Praise me. I felt that kind of mood in the air. The three of us started to clap. When we did so, she started to look more proud of herself. This is going through my head though, this straightforward impression. Doesn't it remind me of someone I meet every day? Is it just me? So, what's the goal of this quest? We haven't heard yet, right? Hind. The quest this time is bandit extermination. Hashaft. About 50 bandits have settled down in the mine. In game terms, this happened around 1 month ago. Although an attack squad was sent to deal with them, they skillfully escaped from them. They were driven away from the mountain that one time, but after some time passed, they gathered there again. Making this Dram Mountain their headquarters, they stole goods from people like merchants in the highways. So if we want to arrest them all in one sweep, we have to seal their escape route, right? Hind. The latter will be difficult. When they drove them away that time they had sealed all the exits, but it seems like those bandits had remodeled the mines on their own. Hashaft. Since they have returned, that means that there's a chance that they made more escape routes. Hind. This is quite the difficult task, huh? Toby. This quest doesn't make you think we can do it with 4 people. We just don't have enough people for it. Walter. Since we climbed around 50% of the mountain, we entered a small cabin in the vicinity to rest. There were some mining tools scattered throughout the small cabin, but there was nothing else. We secured a space in a corner and sat down. After that, I took out the bread and jam I prepared beforehand. Once your hunger gauge reaches 0, your HP will begin to slowly decrease. You have to be careful about that. We stopped talking about the bandits for now and the conversation shifted to the food. I'm sorry. It was so sudden that I could only prepare something like this. Hind. No, I really appreciate it. You sure bother with all the small details. Unlike Walter, Hashaft. Walter. Don't bully her that much. It's the first time you have logged since the update, right? It can't be helped if she didn't know about the hunger system. Hind. Since Hashaft and Walter didn't know about the contents of the update, they didn't prepare any food. I had prepared a large amount of bread, so there's probably enough for us to eat on the way back too. Following that, Walter's face broke out into a smile. Hind-san. Such kindness. Walter. Hind. Oh no. Is this jam the one you made in a hurry before? Toby. That's right. It's raspberry jam. They become sticky after you boil them for 3 minutes since it's a game. Hind. You really managed to gather ingredients without me knowing, even though we are playing together. Did you pick them up in the field? Toby. I saw them and picked them up. I think they are too good to be things that can be picked up for free. Would that make me small-minded? Hind. Oh, I don't think that's a bad thing. If you are met with a situation where you can obtain something you can use immediately, I believe you should in fact just pick them up, Heshaft. Because of Heshaft's unexpected words, I opened my eyes wide. Since she said she was a genuine Oju-sama, I thought she would ridicule this kind of plebeian feelings. What are you getting surprised for? Those who have money are fundamentally stingy. We won't think it twice when it's necessary to invest. It's just that we are easily misunderstood, Heshaft. That way of thinking is nice, so it means to economize whenever you can, right? Hind. He found a kindred spirit, huh? Makes me jealous. Toby, this is the first time I've seen Oju-sama enjoy talking to someone else other than family. Hind-san is amazing. Walter, new? Toby. Once I opened the lid of the jar, the sweet fragrance of raspberries spread throughout the cabin. I spread it over the right bread I had cut and gave each member 2 pieces. As one would expect for mealtime, Toby had removed his hood, stored it in his inventory and took a bite. This jam is delicious. It has a refreshing aroma and sourness, and it goes well with its moderate sweetness. Heshaft. I prepared it in a simple way with some honey. I didn't have any time to taste test it, but if it suits Oju-sama's taste it should be fine. Hind. Oh my, that's a bad way to put it. If we had black tea here, location aside, it would make for a splendid tea time. Heshaft. Don't be that unreasonable. Now that you said that, I still haven't seen black tea leaves inside the game. They might not exist in the vicinity. Hind. Is that so? Oju-sama likes black tea. If food is needed inside the game, I would like to prepare some for her if it was possible. Walter. Heshaft. Do you like black tea that much? Hind. You could say that you could imagine black tea flowing through me the same way blood does. I drink it because I like it. Heshaft. That's kind of amazing. Just be careful of caffeine addiction. Hind. However, I haven't seen tea appear in the trading BBS. Speaking of caffeine, there's no coffee there. I believe that this situation was made so players circulate them somehow. In real life, the major country of origin of black tea are India, Sri Lanka, Kenya, China and Indonesia. It should be these 5. I think it would be fine to search for places that look similar to those places. In Europe, England in particular, the culture of drinking black tea came in the 18th century. So, Hind. Since this game is set in the European Middle Ages, you mean that they haven't been imported yet? No way. Walter. Walter Dono. I'll help you, so don't feel so down. Toby. Thank you very much, Toby-san. However, Heinz-san sure knows about a lot of things. I really admire that. Walter. New? Toby. Hey, why have been acting like that for quite a while? Why are you glaring at me? Hind. It's nothing. No real reason? Toby. After eating a light meal to satisfy our hunger, we proceeded to finally talk seriously about how we'd exterminate the bandits. We polished our plan while looking at the map of the tunnels provided by the mayor. The map was from before the tunnels were remodeled, but the big spaces where people could live in were limited. Even if they made new small tunnels, that fact wouldn't change. In the end, there's only one plan with our current situation. We are only 4 people after all. Hind. That's true. Heshaft. What would that be? Walter. Take their leader by surprise and capture him. Hersha and my voice agreed at the same time. It was a bit embarrassing. So both of you think that they are not an unorganized group, but they instead move as a group with their leader at the center? Walter. Thinking about how they escaped splendidly last time. Hind. There's no doubt about it. Their leader seems to be somewhat smart. Heshaft. It does seem like if we captured the leader, they'll later scatter and won't pose a threat. I doubt even the mayor would expect for 4 people to annihilate all of them without letting anyone escape. I checked the conditions of the quest and it said eliminate the threat of the bandit group, so there shouldn't be any problems. Next up should be where said leader is lurking around, but here. Heshaft. I think he's over here. Hind. This was the first time that our opinions differed. The point in the map Hersha pointed at was towards the middle where it would be easy to exit through various tunnels. On the contrary, the place I pointed was at the end of the tunnels. Basically the opposite direction of where we were climbing right now. I see. So you believe their leader has that kind of personality, Heshaft? Well, yeah. I think you are thinking too highly of their leader, Hind. In that case, should we split into two groups? I can't discard both possibilities after all. Heshaft. I agree. In reality, we don't have enough information to be sure. Hind. Your conversation is too complicated and I can't follow. Walter. I'd prefer if you could explain it in a way we could understand. Toby. I'll explain on the way. So, how are we going to divide the groups? Hind. First off, both Hesha and I are rearguards, and incidentally, we have differing opinions, so we are going our own ways. Anyway, there are limits to coordinated actions if both people are rearguards. When I asked him, Walter said that his job was martial artist, so there won't be any issues with a balance between rearguards and vanguards. It was a valuable chance to interchange, so I proposed switching partners. Hersha and Walter didn't have any issues with it, so I ended up going with Walter and Toby would go with Hersha. After all, I'm personally quite curious about something regarding Walter. Looking forward to working with you. Hind-san. Walter. Yup, I'm counting on you. Don't feel pressured, okay? Let's take it easy. Hind. Why yes. Walter. So, Toby. Can I have a moment? Hind. What is it? Toby. Let's talk outside the cabin. Both of you, wait here for a moment. We'll be right back. Hind. For the time being, I stepped outside the cabin with Toby. We took an appropriate distance and I opened my mouth. Once we reached a spot where they wouldn't be able to hear us, there would be no problems if it was just me thinking too much about it, but I wanted to be prepared if it was really the case. Toby didn't really question me for taking him there, but he grumbled while he had his arms crossed behind his head. If it was possible, I'd have wanted to go with Walter Dono. Toby. This is regarding that Walter. I'm thinking that there might be a possibility that he's really a guy. Hind. Huh? Toby. The face Toby made once he heard my words was pretty idiotic. Then, he made a face as if he was saying, what is this guy even saying? And that kind of irritated me. Should I punch him? Well, you see, I don't really mind if it's just my misunderstanding. That would just keep you happy after all. Hind. I don't believe it. I don't. However, Wookiee intuition is good, so that makes it scary. Stop. And now that you said that, he's wearing a butler uniform instead of maid clothes. Toby. It's not a fact yet. I'll try to check by indirectly asking him questions while we go together. However, you should prepare yourself in case it's true so you are not shocked when it comes to light. The truth is, if I make a mistake in the way I ask her, it would be quite the rude thing to ask. On the other hand, there wouldn't be any issues if it just ends with me being hated, right? Hind. Wookiee. I'm glad that I'm your friend. I'm sorry for glaring at you. Toby. Stop that. With that being said, do your best on your end. From the feeling Hersha gave, I believe she's the emotional type. Don't be reckless out there. Hind. Fume. Like Yamadono? Toby. Yup. Probably about the same. That's just the feeling I got. Well then, I'm counting on you. Hind. After that, we returned to the cabin, prepared our stuff and came out of the cabin together this time. We continued climbing the mountain for the time being and separated once we saw the entrance to the tunnel in the distance. Each one of us went our way with our partner. Well then, how should I deal with this? Though, I'm not talking about the bandits here. To reach the place we are aiming at, we need to take a circuitous path. Compared to Hersha, it'll take some time to get there. Until we reach that place, we only have to ignore the monsters and keep walking. The problem is the small back in front of me. I'm talking about Walter, walking while his smooth shoulder-length hair was swinging around. Toby does think that Walter's appearance is to his liking, so if after being on good terms he finds out he's a guy, I can see that turning into quite the pitiful situation. As his friend, I can't bear to see that happen. In order to prevent that, I'm acting like a spy here. First off, I should think of what options I have. First option, suddenly attacking him from the back and caress his body. Yup, no good. If Walter turned out to be a girl, I'd be banned for harassing. Even before that, even if he was a guy, there's no way I would do that. Second option, asking him directly, are you by any chance a guy? Looking at our current state. Option denied. If Walter was a girl like her looks implied, she would be hurt. However, I can't bring myself to state that he's definitely a girl. Why is that? Her appearance is flawless. Aside from the butler costume, she looks like a girl no matter where you look. Long eyelashes, glossy lips, lovely white skin. You wouldn't think she's a guy at all. However, I don't think Hersha comes off as the type of person that would enjoy dressing girls with male clothes as a hobby, and that bothers me. This calls for my last resort. Third option, reach a conclusion after asking questions repeatedly. Well, it goes without saying that this is a good option. If I can do it well enough, I'll get my answer and Walter won't notice. Alright, let's go with the third one. I spoke to Walter, who was looking around restlessly in case monsters attacked. Hey Walter, isn't working for a wealthy family tough? Hind. Why did you suddenly ask me that? Walter. Well, I thought stress would pile up in that kind of environment. It's partly because I'm curious though. If you don't mind, could you tell me a bit about it? I'm used to my mom grumbling about her workplace, so I don't really mind listening to that kind of stuff. Hind. You are sob. Walter. Tears. My bad. I must have said something really insensitive. I'm sorry. Hind. Suddenly, the situation has turned bad. I wanted to talk a bit to ease up the tension, but it seems that I might have stepped onto a major landmine. Why, you are wrong. Sob. I was happy. Since I started working there has never been anyone that said something like that to me. Walter. I see. If you are fine with me, you can tell me anything. Otherwise, it'll leave a mark in my conscience. Hind. What did you say at the end right now? Walter. Don't mind it. Hind. I can't really tell him at this point that it was a question to try to get information out of him. With things having turned like this, I'll hear him out until the end. Or so I thought. Once it starts flowing, it floods. Being bullied by the other servants, being forced to wear maid clothes in his free time, upper-class manners being too hard and that he can't memorize them, not having time to study for school and so on. Gradually, I was getting tired of listening to it. With that being said, what do you think, Hind-san? Walter! Oh, let's see. That time you said you got scolded while cleaning because you used being short as an excuse. I believe it was because you didn't prepare something like a stool for it. At the very least, I don't think they were telling you to grow taller immediately. Hind. I see. Walter seems to be a servant apprentice from the treatment he has told me about. Seems like he does receive quite the harsh education. Sounds like he's going to school, but he's telling me how every day is quite hard when he comes back from school while in tears. And the maids that make fun of you telling you that it's fine if you only clean the places you can reach, they are probably educating you. Even then, this is my job. I'll do everything. They want you to reject their proposal like that. Hind. Was I really being treated that badly? Walter showed surprise. However, from what I heard from Walter, it seems like the household that employs him takes pride in their unique traditions and even enforce the way their servants should speak. Didn't Hersha say this? That it's important to decide things by yourself. Basically, it's probably training to improve your own judgment. The places you couldn't reach to clean up, did they tell you that someone else would clean it up later? Did you make sure of that yourself? Hind. No. But, that's difficult. Walter, you come off as someone really docile after all. You have to learn to distrust others. However, personally I'd recommend you to clean up as a way to reduce stress. Set a scope by yourself and clean up everything thoroughly, and it's possible that you will have a feeling of accomplishment and feel good about yourself. How about you decide to do this by yourself this time? Hind. I see. Even if you say that, you know that the mansion is basically clean all the time, right? The other servants clean it up every day. Walter. You moron. Hind! Walter. I unconsciously shouted. Walter, you don't know anything about cleaning. I seized his slender shoulders firmly and opened my eyes wide. Walter looked frightened like a small animal. But do you think I care? As long as people live in there, there's not a single house that's completely clean. That's a fact. Why do you think they go through the trouble of cleaning every day? Obviously, because there's filth every day. Don't look down on cleaning. There should remain places that need you to clean them up within the mansion. Hind. But that means that there's no point in cleaning, Walter. Even then, that's why they clean up every day, to feel good about living in that place, right? There's no end to cleaning. There's no way to completely clean a place. So it's fine to not do it? No, that's why. Don't go behaving like a spoiled kid. Even if 100% is impossible, you should clean to maintain it more than 90% clean. That's the meaning of cleaning. That's its raison d'etre. Hind. Here. Walter. Due to my vigor, Walter's eyes were spinning. However, that won't stop my mouth. I won't stop. Hear me, Walter. Housework is an accumulation of senses of accomplishments. People will think that it's a given that you do them. They won't even thank you, and many times it will end in just self-satisfaction. However, even then, before long, as long as you continue doing them, someone will appreciate it, and the time they acknowledge you might come. Suppose that the time that you master housework comes and no one acknowledges you. I alone will definitely praise you. You've done well. I'll definitely affirm it like that. That's why, Hind. Hind-san. No, master. Walter. Go forth without losing your way. First off, you have to leave the mansion sparkly clean with your own hands. Hind. Yes. Walter will go do that now. Walter. Then, I watched over as I sent my disciple off. Oh wait. Wait, Walter. Don't log out. We are in the middle of a quest. Come back. Don't go. Hind. After that, I was somehow able to make sure Walter didn't log out just before he did, and we once again headed towards our objective. What was I trying to do again? That's right. I was supposed to investigate about Walter's gender. For some reason, I can't bring myself to care anymore. But I have to keep at it for Toby's sake. I should ask him something again. Anyhow, I should just go back to what we were talking about before. Right, Walter. You were complaining about your superiors and the other servants before. But you didn't complain at all about the Oju-sama that employs you. As I thought. Do you like her? Hind. Walter. Oh, he turned red. I guess this gives him being a guy +1 points. It would become a fact if he recognized her as someone of the opposite sex though. It's not really about liking her or hating her. Oju-sama is someone that will definitely act by her own logic. That's why, as a person, I kind of respect her. Walter. I see. Once that Oju-sama gets married, what's going to happen to you? Hind. I believe I would serve her husband too when that time comes. Walter. He's unexpectedly not agitated at all, so he doesn't treat that Oju-sama as a potential romantic interest. Which means, he's a she. Or is he taking that stance because he's a butler? Should I ask him a more direct question? Walter. Do you have someone you like right now? Hind. Walter. I wonder what it is, but this kinda feels like the type of delicate questions that are asked at night during a field trip. Having heard that question, Walter was taking glances at me and was having a hard time speaking up while fidgeting. Was that too direct? In that case, let's change the way I phrase it. If it's too hard for you to say, you could say a person you admire or have simply taken an interest in. This is just some idle talk. You can freely answer it. Hind. I think that master is really amazing. I've just met you. But you are kind. I can rely on you. Very smart and... You. This is so embarrassing. Walter. Hind. The Walter that said that with upturned eyes, his face was far redder than the time I asked about Hersha. He was staring at me with his big round eyes and flushed cheeks. No good. My heart has started to beat without warning. This question is no good. If he looks at me like that, I won't know which one to think that he is anymore. To begin with, the way I asked him if he admired anyone, isn't that pointless the same way asking him for his surname is? Stupid me. I said a word too many. Well. Thanks. Hind. You are welcome. Walter. Hind. So cute. Damn it. Be that as it may, he's tough. In the end, by the time we arrived at our destination, I had failed to discover Walter's gender. I'm out of time. This means that I should prepare myself to ask him when we finish the quest, even if it means I end up getting hated. Walter, stop right there. Hind, yes. Walter. I restrained Walter and gave him the order to not go any further. I lowered my posture and carefully pushed aside the grass a couple steps in front of us. There were traces that were too unnatural to have been done by some wild animal. Oh, there it is. I knew it. Walter, look. Hind. Is this a rope? Walter. At a height where our feet would get caught, a rope was firmly straightened. The entrance of the tunnel could be slightly seen from here, and when I thought that perhaps it could be that, when I followed the rope with my line of sight, I saw a wooden clapper secretly dangling that would notify them if there were intruders. Other than that, there were several traps installed that were camouflaged. If the precautions are this rigorous, there's probably no doubt about it. Yup, seems like this was the right choice. Hind. Master, you are amazing. However, I believe you haven't told me the reason you thought that the leader would be here, right? Walter. Oh, you are right. Hind. While requesting Wall to walk right behind me following my steps, I stepped across the rope. Following that, Walter, who was walking behind me, tightly held onto the hem of my tunic. Yup, these gestures of his are not really on purpose. He's just a natural airhead. I did say that their leader was quick-witted, right? Hind. Yes. Your thoughts did coincide with Oju-sama's in that regard, right? Walter. That's right. So, Hersha calmly pointed at the various places around the middle and expected him to be around those parts. However, Hind. While talking, I proceeded very carefully while not triggering any of the large quantity of traps. They are set up in quite the unpleasant way. They are mainly made of bear traps and pitfalls, so I have to be especially careful of where I walk. Before long, we even saw some small monsters and animals that had gotten caught in them. You should properly dispose of them. I just judged that the type of person that would become a bandit leader would be far more cowardly. That's why I deduced that he would be here, since it's easier to run away from the town from this place. Wait, let's stop all this conceited talk here. It wouldn't be funny if there was no one inside. Hind. No, seeing how there are this many traps here, I believe it's like Master has said. Walter. That would certainly be nice. Oh, we have finally arrived. Hind. Even though we had only advanced about 100 meters, it had easily taken more than 5 minutes. The entrance to the tunnel was made of wood and the interior was unusually dark. When I told him that it was improbable that there would a trap placed at the entrance, Walter tried to enter first, but wait. Hind. Again? Walter. That rock on the wall, its color feels out of place. Hind. You are right. It feels like the color something in a set for a historical play would have. Walter. Let's move it a bit. Hind. When I lightly touched it, what looked like a rock, was just a piece of cloth painted gray, protected by the heavy rocks around it. When I tore off the thin waving cloth, the entrance of a hole appeared. It's true that you wouldn't notice when you are far away, but it was a childish way to hide the entrance. Or, did they think that this was enough, since the intruders would think that this was just a normal entrance to a tunnel? Shall we go? It's probably this way, the correct route. Hind. Yes, Master, I'll go first. Since I'm a vanguard, I'll be better off if something happens compared to Master, who is a Shinto priest. Walter. Thanks. In that case, I'm counting on you. Hind. Just in case, I used guard up and resist up on Walter. The hole was narrow, so we proceeded by crawling one after the other. Hi, I was able to get these results by using those simple-minded fools. Well, geez, I can't stop laughing. I guess this is what they call to let your secrets slip when you are chatting. Piles of gold were lined up. The man counting the gold didn't notice us standing behind him. A lantern dimly lit this part of the tunnel. The money and goods that they pillaged were filling this slightly stinky room. Since it was very cramped, there were no beds. Seems like this was a secret room to store their treasure. Is it okay if I just attack him? Walter. Yeah, go ahead. Hind! Just when the man turned around from hearing our voices, Walter's fist plunged into the man's chest. The skinny man was blown away and slammed against the wall. The message "fainted" was displayed and the game notified us that the man had lost consciousness, with just one blow. That was so disappointing. However, that was quite the beautiful thrust. It probably wouldn't be like that with just the skill correction. Walter, do you have martial arts experience by any chance? Hind: yes, I've done a bit of karate. Walter: even if his appearance is lovely, his fighting prowess is high. I've become a bit scared of angering him with my questions. We used pieces of cloth and ropes in the vicinity and tightly bound the unconscious man. This is going to be a bit hard for both of us to carry. Even if this man is light, he's quite tall. I guess it'd be impossible unless I call Toby and carry this guy along with him. It would be another story if there was something to carry him though. Alright, let's reunite with them on their end. If their leader is alone here, there's a possibility that they have been surrounded by a big crowd over there. Hind: yes, Master. Walter: leaving the unconscious man there, we headed towards the center of the tunnels. What's this? Hind: this is quite the odd sight. The rowdy men with well-built bodies were all prostrated. In front of them was Hersha threatening them with her raised whip, and next to her was Toby, who just looked confused. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed like they were arguing about something. However, and San, our leader, is properly dividing the earnings with us. There's no way that would happen. Hersha turned to look at us when she noticed we were there. And San, you say? There are some of them that are injured, but there was no one that looked like they resented her at all. Don't tell me. Was she able to grasp the hearts of the bandits in this short amount of time? She's quite terrifying. What did she really do? First off, I'm glad that you are fine, and we were able to catch the leader on our end. There was a fair amount of treasure in a hidden room, so I believe it's just as Hersha has said. He was increasing his own profit. Hind: after they heard my words, the bandits started to shout. Just when I thought it was going to get out of control. Silence. Hersha. Her whip flashed, and along with the high-pitched noise of it striking the ground, Hersha shouted. Without stopping there, she started to give instructions. Vice leader. Hersha: why yes. And San: go and check it. Hind: Toby. Hersha: oh, we'll go along with him to show him the hidden room and bring their leader while we're at it. Hind: I'm counting on you. Walter, you stay here. Hersha: why yes. Oju-sama. Walter. After that, the situation progressed in one go with Hersha's unusual leadership skills. We brought the leader in front of all his subordinates and he spilled everything. The vice leader declared that he would turn himself in from admiration for Hersha. The rest of the subordinates followed after him. By the way, in the beginning, the leader tried to feign innocent in front of all his subordinates, and the punishment Hersha tried to give him for that was quite severe. Other than Hersha, the faces of the rest turned pale. Normally, would you peel someone's fingernails off? This is a game targeted for all ages, you know. We were able to stop her somehow, so that ended up in just a failed attempt. Even I wouldn't want to see something like that. Feeling Hersha's level of commitment, the leader panicked and started to tell us everything. Excluding the skinny leader, it seems like the rest of the subordinates didn't commit any murders even though they had robbed. Since they are going to turn themselves in, Hersha predicted that they would be able to escape the death penalty. In the case that it would be impossible, Hersha promised them that she would request the mayor to spare them herself. Hearing those words, there were some bandits that were extremely moved and even cried. Since they had already surrendered, I stood next to Toby and just looked at the bandits running around the place. It's quite the strange sight to see the perpetrators of the stealing transporting the goods to return them. Even though we haven't restrained anyone, no one is trying to run away. Toby: yeah, you are right. It's the result of Hersha's influence. Or rather, her controlling power. Though it's kinda shocking. By the way, Toby, regarding Walter, there's something I have to apologize about. Hind! Don't tell me that your intuition was off and she was a girl? Toby: no, I'm sorry to say this when you are looking that happy, but I still don't know. Hind: oh. Toby. So, I thought that it was about to ask Walter directly. Hind. Just in time. Hersha and Walter were passing by close to us just when I took a step forward to tell them to stop. Huh? So you mean that if Hind wasn't there, you would have gotten caught in the traps and he'd have ran away? Geez, you are so careless. That's why the rest of the servants make fun of you. Don't you find it vexing when they tell you that you are not manly? Hersha. But Master is really amazing. I've somehow become really motivated to do my butler training. From now on, I'll switch gears and work hard to become like Master. Walter. Hey. Seems like you have started to be able to make a good face, though it seems like I'm in debt with Hind again. Hersha. A certain lethal word reached our, especially Toby's earlobes. Not manly. Not manly. Which means that Walter is a guy. Why is he a guy? Toby. What's wrong, Toby-san? It's true that I'm a guy though. Walter. Toby. You were here? I was looking for you. Hersha. Why yeah. More importantly, Toby. Hind. With a face like the word was ending, Toby approached Walter. Having heard the truth from the person in question's own mouth, he crouched down in sorrow and shouted. What should I say here? I'm sorry. I felt miserable and couldn't bear to look at Toby anymore. Before I realized it, I asked Hersha as if to remind us of the truth. Look, Walter is very feminine, right? That's why. Hind. However, he's wearing a butler uniform properly though. You'd know that he's a guy just from seeing that, right? Hersha. Right. You are completely right. Wait, like hell I would. That's impossible. Telling me to judge from his appearance alone, that's completely foul play. Don't screw with me. Hind. Kukaku. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I hi 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 hi. Toby. Toby? Toby broke. Hang in there. Someone. Medic. Hind. I have no idea what's going on here but. Aren't you the medic, Hind? Hersha. The quest was over and I was left with 3 skill point books. I insisted that I was fine with my own share, but Hersha and Walter insisted in giving me theirs as thanks. I wasn't planning to make that much of a big deal of it though. However, now that I have accepted them, I'll gladly use them. After exchanging a promise that next time we'll party up without thinking of returning favors and such, we dissolved once we turned in the stolen goods and the bandits. Just for the record, we became the center of attention when we returned to Heathrow to turn the bandits in. Since we stood out quite a bit, I'm pretty sure they'll talk about us in the BBS, so it basically went like that. The problem is the ninja in front of me that looks like an empty shell. Hey, Toby, come back already. Hind. Toby has been like that since receiving that shock from Walter. Since I didn't have much of a choice, I had him sit down in one of the benches scattered around Heathrow, but he moves when you push him and he properly accepted the reward from the quest. But even then, just when I tried to wave my hand in front of his eyes to see if I could get a reaction, he suddenly moved his mouth. I wonder what is it? It sounds like he's muttering a magic spell? No, Hasta Q Fuak Burakidam Bukitaragaran Buragidom, AI, Hasta. Toby. What are you even trying to summon? Have your sanity reached 0 points? There's no golden ambrosia, nostrums or a flute with a magical jewel here. Hind. I'm fine. My consciousness has returned. Toby. Those are not words that would come from someone that is fine. Get a grip. Hind. Seems like he is still confused, so what he's saying doesn't make any sense. However, as I kept talking to him, he started to calm down. His eyes are dead though. Hind don't know. It's like I'm having a nightmare. Even though his looks are perfect, to think that he's a guy. Toby. Well, it was my bad. I gave you the preconception that Walter was a girl. Hind. I'm grateful for your words. But in the end, I believe it was because I misunderstood. Actually, I still can't bring myself to believe it. Toby. We both sighed and the atmosphere turned gloomy. It's not like it's Walter's fault. It's our own fault for thinking that he was a girl to begin with. Before long, Toby stood up from the bench with lifeless movements. Waki. I'll log out here. and heal myself with screenshots of Machan. Toby: oh. Good work. Hind: Waki, what about tomorrow? Toby: since it seems like my part-time job is going to be tough tomorrow, I probably won't log in. I might play a bit the day after tomorrow at night. Hind: okay, guess I'll do the same. See you, Toby. Yeah, see you. Hind: when Toby logged out, I checked the time. J. It's 11 PM already. Hasn't it been 3 hours since I started already? Once I meet up with Yuma, guess I'll log out for the night too. Since she hasn't contacted me yet, I'll use the skill point books and allot those points in skills. An email inside the game has arrived. Just when I thought that it had finally arrived, I opened the menu and checked the contents. Center, siesta. Subject: help me, opening parenthesis greater than less than semicolon closing parenthesis. Body: please stop, I'll die. If you are in the vicinity, please save me. It's not from Yuma, it's from Siesta-chan, and this message. I pinpointed her location from my friend list and hurriedly ran to the west exit of the town. Western side of Heathrow Lateral Lakeshore. When I entered the field, I marked the location of Siesta-chan in the map and started to run. The four of them went quite deep. It's quite far. On the way to the lake shore, the monsters inside the forest were aquatic living creatures like frogs and crayfish. It goes without saying that their size was fiendish since they were monsters. The crayfish are especially aggressive. Even if you don't attack them, they will persistently chase you while brandishing their scissors. Since it'd be hopeless with my own fighting strength, I could only run while praying that I wouldn't get caught. Before long, the forest widened and I reached the sandy beach of the lake. There they are. Wait. What the hell is this? Hind: a gigantic water buffalo of about 10 meters with horns protruding from it was chasing Yuma while raising clouds of dust. And then, in a spot a bit apart from them was Siesta-chan with a millimeter of HP, and the other two. The Knight Lycoris-chan and the Archer Cineraria-chan were incapacitated. Hind-senpai, save me. Siesta-chan asked me to save her with a voice devoid of a sense of urgency. Are they perhaps out of holy water? I thought I had given them quite the amount of them though. I checked the timer until they would resurrect and gave a holy water to Cineraria. Then used revive on Lycoris-chan to resurrect her. Yuma, how long will you be able to hold up? Hind! Hind, is that you? 30 seconds more should be my limit. Yuma, alright. Just wait. Siesta-chan, heal those two. Hind: yees. Siesta: after resurrecting them, we both healed them to full HP and they stood up. In a panic, Lycoris-chan tried to go back into battle. Thank you very much. Yuma-san, I'll go help you right. Lycoris: gather here, all three of you gather here. Hind: Lycoris. However, I stopped her. Seeing that, Siesta-chan assisted me in persuading her. Both of you. Let's do as senpai says. Okay? Siesta: oh okay. Lyco: say yes. Lyco: I casted guard up on Yuma, who was fighting alone on the front to buy time for healing to come back since it had gone on CD. Judging from the order these girls died, if they fought the same way, they would just end up in a pinch again. First off, I'll focus on healing Yuma, so Siesta-chan should focus on Lycoris-chan. Cineraria-chan should attack at a frequency that the enemy won't attack her. Once the monster turns towards you, immediately stop attacking it. Understood? It's fine to go with the idea of using the vanguards as a shield. Other than that, have you acquired Arrow Rain? Why yes, I do have it. In that case, I want you to not use it until I give you the signal. Lycoris-chan, if you take too much damage, stop attacking too. Whenever your HP is above 50% you are free to attack. Otherwise, leave it to Yuma. Hind: you understood, Lyco. These girls are still beginners so they don't understand the game. They especially don't know about aggro management. You could say that the archer who is supposed to be a middle guard dying first is a pure mistake in their battle tactics. While giving them instructions that even they could execute, I started casting revive which had come back from CD. From the glimpses I got, The only one whose battle style doesn't show any issues is Siesta-chan's, so it could mean that she didn't teach them because it would be a pain. I think she's the only one that has an extensive knowledge about games. I mean, I didn't think we would go this far tonight. So I don't think it's my fault. They were all getting into it, so I couldn't really stop them. So, was it like my mistake for reading the mood? Siesta, can you not read my mind as if it's the obvious thing to do? I believe you are guilty because you didn't stop them even though you knew. Hind. Moras were, Yuma. Everyone, battle is restarting. Hind. I revived Yuma who had just died and the 5 of us turned to face their gigantic buffalo. Its level was 35 and its HP was extraordinarily high, so it had barely been shaved. I get the feeling this is going to be a war of attrition. 2 on the front, 1 in the middle and 2 at the back. We arranged ourselves in a balanced formation. Take this. Yuma. Lyko, it's going your way. Inner area. Got it, Sei-chan. Lyko. Aru. Yuma, you died too fast. Why have your movements become reckless once I arrived here? Hind. In exchange, the damage she dealt has increased though. Senpai's follow-ups are so perfect that I might fall in love with you right here. Siesta. Since you have nothing to do, why won't you shoot some offensive magic? You are a balanced type, right? Hind. Revive, potion, guard up, attack up, healing, magic up. Even though it was only just one more person, supporting a 5-man party was so hectic that it felt like my eyes were spinning. Exclamation mark. Right after the enemy's HP had finally reached 30%, the buffalo let out a cry and its black body turned red. Its status showed attack up and defense down. An unique action that many bosses have. The so-called berserk state. However, this change in status is better for us instead. Both knights focus on evasion. Hind. Okay. Yuma. Yes. Lyko. Cineraria-chan, be prepared to use arrow rain. We'll aim to finish it off with it. Hind. Yes, I was waiting for that. Senpai, what about me? Siesta. Shoot offensive magic at the same time as the arrow rain. If the 2 at the front take damage, heal them. Hind. Got it, Siesta. Yuma and Lycoris-chan dealt shallow cuts on the enemy and dodged its vigorous charges. While that was happening, I used attack up on Cineraria-chan. The enemy stopped its charge and at the timing that it would be too late for it to head in our direction. Fire. Hind. Please hit. An arrow imbued with magic power was shot to the heavens. It broke into an innumerable amount of arrows and they ran down incessantly from the sky. They rained down incessantly on top of the huge body which had its defense lowered, and the HP bar that had taken us so much effort to shave started to be shaved off at a rapid pace. Just as I thought, this skill had great affinity in this kind of situation. Most of the arrows easily hit the large body of the buffalo. However, and no way. Lyko. It's still alive. Hind. Yuma. The buffalo still had some HP left. Both knights were in a panic. But there was nothing to worry about. The chant had already ended. I aimed the new skill I had just gotten quick at Cineraria-chan. The shining light was absorbed by her body. This is? Well then, one more time. Fire. Hind. Understood. Here I go. Quick is a support skill that refreshes the CD of the last skill the person had used. Having become able to use arrow rain in rapid succession, it rained down again and it splendidly was able to shave off the rest of the gigantic buffalo's HP. Its large body bent and its mass made the surrounding sand rise up. I'm so tired. Today sure has been hectic. Hind. Since it was a fight after I had sprinted with all my might, it had been quite tiring. It wasn't like I had been using my real body, but you ran out of breath here and you can feel oddly tired. Just when I stabbed my staff on the sand and threw myself into it, a shadow was cast over my head and I knew somebody had stood up. Thank you, Senpai. I didn't think you would really come with an email like that. Siesta. Does she even realize how severe the contents of the email were? Should the other person have taken that email as just a joke, Siesta-chan, I got quite a few things to say to you since you were in a position to stop them from taking fights recklessly, but... Hind. While I said that, I averted my gaze and raised the upper half of my body. If I stayed like that, I would have been looking at that white piece of cloth in the space between her legs. Doesn't she realize she's wearing a skirt type of defensive gear? Should I tell her that she's defenseless, or should I keep quiet about it? You can look more, you know. It's not like I'm losing anything. Siesta. It was on purpose. You should stop doing things like that. Something bad will happen to you one day, you know. Hind. Her wavy long hair stands out and she has a lovely face. Her sleepy expression could act as a sort of healing quality to people, and there's the possibility of it being a plus. Her style too. Yup. I'm not Toby, but my eyes will wander off even if I don't want to. Isn't this dangerous? That last part was completely unnecessary. However, she just stared at me with those absent-minded eyes that made me unable to read her emotions. Since I choose who I show it to, there's no problem. Only for senpai. Siesta. I really don't know what's going through that head of yours. Hind. Don't worry, sometimes, even I don't know what I'm thinking about. My intuition takes preference. Siesta. Isn't that no good? Hind. Right? Siesta. I'm losing the energy. Complain about it. Hind. Or it could be that this was her aim. On the other side, the three of them were sharing the joy of having defeated the gigantic monster. Could it be that it was the area boss? That gigantic buffalo. My level had gone up by 1-2, and since the fight took a long time, there's no doubt that it was a boss-class monster. My level right now is 31. The reason I managed to get here in time was because the timing was good. It just so happens that I had just finished the other quest I was invited to join by the other party. Hind. Oh, a quest. Senpai, do you know many people? Are you a swindler? Siesta. What do you even mean by swindler? It's not like that at all, you know. The number of friends in my friend list is 7 counting you. Hind. Fun. It looks like it's going to become 9 soon enough. Fewer. So sleepy. Siesta? Hind. While yawning, Siesta-chan turned her back and took several steps. Just when I thought that it was weird that she was taking her distance, I heard 3 people that were running draw closer, and they stopped in front of me suddenly. A wave of sand was advancing towards me. Wapu? Hind. And I was bathed in sand. The inside of my mouth is gritty, but I somehow managed to protect my eyes. Sorry Hind. Yuma. We are sorry, you girls. Hind. I stood up and dusted the sand off myself. The cluster of sand fell off my clothes and returned to the sandy beach. With sparkling eyes, the 2 girls started to talk to me excitedly, even though I thought we would definitely be unable to win, with just being told a single thing to do. It was that different. Yuma-san's wild movements are really cool, but I was really moved. It's only because Hind-san is there that Yuma-san shines. Lyko. Firing arrow rain twice in a row was really thrilling. If you don't mind, please teach me about all sorts of things. I'd love to have them as a reference. Say I. Oh. Hind. Being pressured with such vigor, I unconsciously took a step back. When I looked at Yuma in search for help, she crossed her arms and just said, "So, there you have it. Exchange friend requests with these 2, Hind." Yuma. There you have it, you say. It's not like I mind though. Hind. Thank you very much. However, they sure have gotten along really well in such a short span of time. Leaving aside the fact that among the 3 of them, I get the feeling that Siesta-chan is always one step ahead. To begin with, Miyu is someone that tends to be adored by younger girls. She's even popular at school, so I can sort of understand this result. Even though she doesn't particularly like to look after others, if you told me that it was strange, I would say that it is. Just as like Oris-chan had said, younger girls would probably see that sort of thing as cool. If you asked Rise, she would just say that she's savage and vulgar. So I guess it depends on the person you ask. After we finished exchanging friend requests, as expected, we had been playing for a long time, so we decided to break up. It's also quite late for middle school students to be awake. Now that I think about it, they are middle school students. Tomorrow is a holiday, so I guess they were allowed to stay up a bit later than usual. We all returned to Heathrow Town and decided to log out for the day. I entered the hallway from my bedroom and saw light coming out from Rise's room. So she's still awake. She sure is working hard. It might be a bit late, but should I bring her a warm drink as I had planned before? I went down to the kitchen on the first floor, heated up a pot and blended milk and soy milk. I put in some cocoa powder and mixed it, and with that, a hot cocoa to warm oneself up was made. If this was a coffee shop, they might have put in salt or black pepper. Carrying the cocoa, I knocked the door lightly, but there was no response. Since Rise doesn't really listen to music while studying, she should have been able to hear it. While letting out I'm entering, I opened the door, and there I saw the figure of Rise sleeping on the desk. I guess I should drink the cocoa I made myself. I placed the cap on top of the desk for the time being and rolled up the futon on the bed first. From within it, a hugging pillow with a colorful patchwork made from my old clothes appeared. It was something I made for Rise when I was still a beginner at sewing, so it holds a lot of memories for me. That's why it's a bit rough. Luckily, Rise was studying in her pajamas, so I carried her small body to the bed. I gently placed her on the bed and put the covers on her, and when I tried to take my distance, HNN? Wataru. I tried to, but at some point she had grasped the hem of my clothes firmly. When I tried to gently make her hand let go, she put more force into it and refused to let go. The truth is, she's probably awake. Wataru. Since there's no helping it, I reached out to Rise's desk chair and brought it closer. Then I used it to sit down next to the bed. The cocoa too. Oh, I can just about reach it. While drinking that, I decided to stay there until Rise decided to let go. Things in Rise's room are kept in order and it's pretty tidy, but I get the feeling that there might not be that many accessories for a girl. Well, I've only know of Rise's and Miu's rooms though. Just for the record, if I don't clean up Miu's room, she would do as she pleases and leave things scattered around, like that. I looked around the room for no particular reason, and my eyes met my own self looking at me. It wasn't the projection of a mirror or the window. There was a framed picture on top of the desk. Inside was a picture of me wearing the school uniform. I wonder when that was taken. At the very least, I don't remember taking that photo. She changed the photo without me realizing. Each time I enter Rise's room, I get the feeling I see a different one. If it was a family photo it might be fine, but having a picture of just me on top of her desk was quite embarrassing. Let's turn it over when I leave the room. HNN. Rise. Oh. Hind. With a moan, Rise released her hand, so without a moment of delay I stood up from the chair. Just in time, I had finished drinking the cocoa. Rise. When I did, her hand was creeping about lonely, so with my empty hand I put the cup on the desk and had Rise clutch the hugging pillow. She buried her face in the pillow and held it tightly and with an expression of relief. Then she switched to breathing like a sleeping person. Like that I proceeded to leave. I was about to forget. Hind. At last, I turned over my own photograph placed on the desk, switched off the lights and left Rise's room in a hurry and returned to my own room. Good night, Rise. Good morning, Master, Mariko-san. Wataru. Wataru-kun. Morning. Shiru. Morning, Wataru-chan. Mariko. Saturday morning, I entered the shop for my part-time job, greeted the elderly couple and put on my apron. They were both currently cleaning the interior and lining up the chairs. The owner was called Hyuga Shiru-san and his wife Hyuga Mariko-san. A small coffee shop inconspicuously built in an alleyway in the shopping district. This is where I was working part-time. I used to work in places like convenience stores and fast food restaurants, but those types of busy stores just didn't go well with me. Just when I was thinking about what work I would be able to do for a long time, as if I was pulled by something, I entered this shop and it marked the beginning. The interior gave an antique and calm feeling and the aroma and deliciousness of Master's coffee. It was love at first sight. Today is service day after all. I'll get fired up. Wataru. Don't force yourself. Geez, Wataru-chan. You work too hard so Auntie is worried. Mariko. This is nothing. Since you increased the amount of the menu you are in charge of, It's been quite comfortable. Wataru, Fufu. In that case, shall we make preparations to open the shop? Mariko. They weren't supposed to be hiring anyone, but I made an unreasonable request for them to hire me. The reason for that was because this store, Sunny Place, Hinata, tea house was scheduled to close in a couple months due to financial difficulties. After that, we borrowed the help of various people and were able to get back on track, and that brings us to the current day. As long as nothing goes wrong, I plan to work here until I graduate from high school. Oh right, Master. What happens to cocoa when you add salt or black pepper? I read something about it in a magazine a while back. Wataru. Let's see. Adding salt will increase its sweetness, and if you add black pepper it'll improve its aroma. It'll probably warm up your body even more, combined with the original effects of the cocoa. Wataru-kun, do you know about spicy cocoa? Shiro. Number. Do they add cinnamon? Wataru. You are right about the cinnamon. Other than that, ginger, red pepper, nutmeg, cardamom. There are quite a few things that go well with it, so there are plenty of variants. They have various aromas and flavors. It's pretty interesting. Shiro. I see. I might try it out next time. Wataru. Come on you two, your hands have stopped. Men sure end up talking about their knowledge right away. Mariko. I'm sorry. Wataru. Next to me, who was apologizing, Master made a bitter smile and proceeded to go and put up the board sign. Meanwhile, I focused on making preparations for cooking. I made the dough and poured it into the mold. When I had baked about 3 of them, the regulars that came to eat in the morning entered through the door. Welcome. Shiro. Morning, Master. A morning A set please. Understood. Shiro. Once he heard the order, Master ground the beans in the manual mill. For a while, the interior was filled with a great fragrance. I meant this. As long as this rich fragrance is here, I can feel this sensation of harmony. No good, my poor vocabulary is unable to describe what's great about this fragrance. It might be because I took a liking to it, but when you drink it, its flavor is deep and the sourness of its aftertaste is excellent too. I really love the taste of the coffee that Master brews. The morning set that regulars ask for often in the morning are mostly made of toast sets and pasta ones. For the time being, I went back to making preparations. By the time the ones I started baking are done, it'd be around 10 a.m. I moved around while being busy cleaning tableware and tables, cooking and taking orders. Mixed in among the regulars that were here for breakfast, you could see that the amount of young women was increasing here and there. Welcome. Saito-san. Wataru. Hey there, Kishikami-kun. Since it's service day, I came to get some cake. Saito. Thanks. Are you alone today? Wataru. Nope, I have plans to go shopping with friends, so we decided to meet up here. Both of them are coming later. Saito. I see. In that case, please take a seat in a table. Wataru. Yes. Saito. I placed a somewhat large piece of chiffon cake on a plate and brought it to her table along with a blend coffee garnished in fresh cream. Cake set of the day. Its cost was a single 500 yen coin. Usually it would cost 100 yen more. But the difference of 100 yen is no laughing matter for a student. That's why it tends to be quite busy when we reduce the price every Saturday. What I've been mixing since this morning, putting it into the molds and baking in high quantities, were all chiffon cakes for this cake set of the day. The weakness of this shop was that it was unable to bring in young customers. In order to fix that, I proposed to serve a cake set of the day at a low price a week after I started working here. Originally, this shop mainly offered toasts and pasta dishes. If we were talking about sweets, it would be pancakes at most, and that bothered me. Since we were short of hands, we added chocolate cake to the menu. But since we only were able to make one type of it, we decided to change it into offering a cake of the day. The person who spread the word about this shop with word of mouth was actually this Saito-san. Even in this age of the internet, it seems that there's value in word of mouth online. Right now, you can even see students from the local university. Kishi, a cake set for me too. What? A run. Me too. Kishikami-kun, a coffee refill please. The chiffon cake was so fluffy, so good. Saito. Got it. Please wait just a moment. Wataru. I wonder why it is so hard for people to call me by my given name. The ones that ordered were the two girls that had suddenly appeared in Saito-san's table and her. It's a bit lively during this hour. But once it gets close to noon, the age of the people that come to the store will be higher and the atmosphere of the shop will turn calm. From 3 p.m. to early in the evening it will once again be filled with young people and turn lively. Adding the original clientele, the store does give quite the nice feeling of rotation. Thank you for coming. Wataru. Saito-san and the others left the store satisfied. They said that they would come again later if they had any money left after buying their things. But from what I've seen, the chances for that are slim. They did seem like they were in the mood of letting fate run its course and buy various things. There was a period of time where they worried that having too much of an increase in younger customers would destroy the peaceful atmosphere of the shop. However, luckily both of them said that they were happy because it felt like the number of grandchildren they had increased. There's also the fact that the times they come don't tend to overlap with the time the old regulars come, and they didn't seem to lose interest in the shop either, so they were relieved at that time. I saw Saito-san and the others off. Once I got back to the kitchen, Mariko-san approached me. Even though she's at this age, her actions are relatively youthful. That's why she asked me this. Wataru-chan sure is popular. Who do you prefer among those three? Mariko. Mariko-san, please stop that. To begin with, two of them already got boyfriends, you know. Wataru. Such a shame. Mariko. It's not really a shame. Wataru. Normies should explode. Well, not really. Since it's like that, I wished they brought their boyfriends to the shop too. It would contribute to the sales. By the way, the one that is free among those three is Saito-san. Unfortunately, the number of applications for that position is high. The busy morning and lunchtime's peak time ended and the customer traffic calmed down a bit. The one who unexpectedly appeared at that time was Shien, who was completely energetic unlike last night. Hey, Waki. Since I was free, I came to tease you. Shien. Master, give this guy a blue mountain. Wataru. Don't be like that, Wataru-kun. Shiru. Wait. Nearly 1,000 yen for a cup of coffee? I won't drink that. I don't even have a refined tongue to understand the flavor. Shien. Since you are already here, order something. If you don't, I'll force you to drink a black ivory. Wataru. My monthly pocket money will all be gone. Let's see. A blend coffee and a pizza toast. Waki, since you are free, come and talk with me. Shien. By the way, black ivory is a type of coffee beans that's salvaged from elephant's excrement. A single cup goes for thousands of yen. It's a top-class bean. Occasionally, a gentleman with a perfect suit orders it, so we do have small quantities in our store. Shien saw that there was not a single customer in the shop and beckoned me to his table. I'm still in the middle of my shift though. When I looked at Master and his wife, they smiled, implying they didn't mind. Wataru-chan, go ahead. You still haven't eaten lunch, right? I'll make something for you. Mariko. Is it really okay? In that case, a paper written. Wataru. Got it. I'll bring it to your seat, so take it easy. Go with your friend. Mariko. Thank you very much. Waki, come on. Shien. I'll be right there. In that case, I'll take your offer and take a break. Wataru. Yes, go ahead. Mariko. Since it's Shien, he's probably going to talk about the game. Though I'm a bit annoyed that I noticed my face becoming softer too. A paper written with steam rising from it was placed in front of me. After thanking Mariko-san, I immediately started winding it around the fork and took a bite. Yup, I can't get enough of this simple flavor full of ketchup. Those people that have the image of an apron when a coffee shop is mentioned probably know what I'm talking about. Well then, Waki, you did say that you wanted to make a guild home soon, right? Shien. I do remember saying that. However, isn't that world ginormous? Wataru. If we went around the place like Miyu wanted to, it would be pretty hard. We haven't secured a means of transport after all. Yup. That's why I thought that it would be nice to narrow down the places after gathering information about them. Shien. I see. So, you mean that BBS? Wataru. You are right. Walkthrough sites are good, but only information that has a high degree of accuracy is put on them. It can't win against the speed of the BBS. Shui. On the other hand, you need to verify on your own if the information on the BBS is true or not. Wataru. Isn't that the fun part? That brief entertainment of avoiding fake information. Shui. It's not like I don't understand that kind of thing. I don't hate fumbling around for information. Wataru. Shui muttered so good while biting his pizza toast. I continued eating my Napolitan, and when I was done, I took a sip of coffee. Phew. Just with this one cup, I could work properly for the remaining time. Shui took out his smartphone and I searched for mine too. So, which thread do you think will have good information? You got an idea already, right? Wataru. I recommend this thread about places suitable for a stroll in the TB world. You'll see once you read it. Shui. Here and thread number 4 about places suitable for a stroll in the TB world. Aimlessly. This is a thread for reporting information about things you found in the world of the VRMMO Trailblazer, regarding the place you witnessed it. The credibility will increase if you provide things like a screenshot and the coordinates and place within the game. I couldn't memorize it, I didn't have the time to do it. For these kind of people, it's fine if you mention the nearest facility or landmark. Currently the main topic is about which way to head to with Heathrow Town as the place of origin. The next thread will be made once we reach 950 comments. 847 Nameless Shinto Priest ID GZTN DA. I saw a UFO in the south side. 848 Nameless Mage ID 9FHRFJH. Sure. 849 Nameless Martial Artist ID XJAP. Good for you. 850 Nameless Archer ID ND4pla. I found a gigantic bull in the west side of Heathrow and there was a lake close to it. Image. I got scared and thought about ignoring it. But then a barrier. The place was Lateral Lakeshore. 851 Nameless Night ID 3 Wu Forky. Isn't that the area boss, a wall that can't be seen? Since this is about taking a stroll, it's regrettable, but that place is not suitable. 852 Nameless Mage ID MP6WJTM. You can't really go through it, but taking a detour would also prove to be difficult. After all, even if you took a detour around the area boss at a level you can't beat it, further along the way it would be infested with high-leveled small fry. 853 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID TZP5ANF. Life is hard. You can't really take a stroll if you are weak. 854 Nameless Light Warrior ID ZSBGFTM. So you don't become stronger to fight but to take a stroll. Our aim is already puzzling. 855 Nameless Shinto Priest ID GZTN DA. UFO. 856 Nameless Night ID 75A3 Do. Hey. The attention seeker over the, you are annoying lol. If you want us to believe you, show us a screenshot. 857 Nameless Archer ID DXJWVRS. You'll reply if I attach an image, right? Image at 855 probably means this. 856 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID ZU3GBBF. I took a look. But isn't this just a jellyfish? Though it's true that it's flying in the sky. 857 Nameless Shinto Priest ID GZTN DA, Tehi, sticking out his tongue. 858 Nameless Mage ID X97 So annoying lol. However, even monsters like this exist. I wonder if the south side is warm. Is the sea close to it? However, since this one appeared in the sky I guess it's unrelated. 859 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID D2 Kajru. A little to the north of Heathrow, the capital. Image. North of that place. Image. South. Image. East. Image. South. Image. 860 Nameless Archer ID YT3BJ. Question mark. What the hell is this? 861 Nameless Light Warrior ID ZSBGFTM. What's with this guy? He's amazing. 862 Nameless Shinto Priest ID Kkuzi 5 at 859. What absurd clearing speed Lmao? Until what point have you been able to advance? LOL. 863 Nameless Shinto Priest ID Nude Bees at S5S. Seems like you took them from quite the high place. How did you do it? Since we can't see your feet, I can't really tell. 864 Nameless Martial Artist ID Kzjap. Did you climb a tree? 865 Nameless Archer ID Whitey3BJ. No matter how I look at it, that last image shows a desert. There wouldn't be a tree close by to climb. 866 Nameless Mage ID X97. Isn't that why that jellyfish was flying? I get the feeling this is a screenshot that was taken in the air. 867 Nameless Archer ID Y7FIM6W. Well, leaving aside how at 859 took these screenshots, if these are the real thing, the topography sure is well defined. The north side is a mountain area. There are various islands scattered throughout the south side. The east side is full of forests. The west side is a desert area. The center, I guess we can set it as the starting point. We are talking with Heathrow as the starting point after all, and the town is close to it. 868 Nameless Mage ID TPNKWTD. I guess that's fine. By the way, the NPCs from Maltroa and Heathrow said that we are currently in the Grado Empire's Thala territory. 869 Nameless Knight ID Saxamore. So we were currently within an empire. I had no idea. 870 Nameless Mage ID TPNKWTD. You should know that much at least. LOL. If you asked the people in your current region, they'd tell you. Though if you ask about other regions, they won't tell you for some reason. 871 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID WK. It's probably to limit the amount of information you can get. The developers probably want the players to explore the areas they don't know anything about. 872 Nameless Martial Artist ID Kzjap. So, in the end we don't know how much this empire's territory expands to. I get the feeling that these areas where the topography changes considerably are part of another country though. 873 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID Edelvj. We can probably say that it's like that because of the premise of the game. Since we didn't have much time, I only looked through the most recent comments in the thread. Then I fixed my gaze on Shui again. Judging from his expression, I guess he wanted to show me those screenshots made by the Heavy Warrior in the comment number 859. Are these screenshots even trustworthy? If they are the real thing, they are very valuable information though. Wataru. You'd usually think that. However, Waki, how about you take a look at the third screenshot again? Shui? Wataru. When I opened the image as I was told, a scenery of an island and the sea taken from a high place was. When I looked at it properly, I could see a thick arm in the corner of the image. It looked like a naked arm. But since the scenery was the focal point of the image, it only looked like an arm and there was no gear being shown. With just this much, I do see an arm. But what does this have to do with anything? I don't really see anything special that would. Wataru. I can see it. The appearance and state of these muscles, there's no doubt about it. This is anarchy. Shui. What? Wataru. For several seconds, my thought process stopped. I can't comprehend what Shui is saying. Being able to tell each person by the appearance of his muscles. This guy. That's gross. Wataru. ! Don't call me gross. Look, unlike you, I did handshake with anarchy. Remember? I was able to take a close look at that time. Shui. Fun. Wataru. Stop looking at me with those cold eyes. I'll say this right now, I don't swing that way, okay? I was just charmed by how pure and cool of a man he was. Waki, don't you also like people like the Warring States commanders and the patriots of the end of Edo era? Shui. Toyotomi Hidenaga and Hijikata Toshizo are the masters of my mind. Don't make fun of them. Wataru. I'm not. I wanted to say that it was in the same sense as those. Shui. I get it. Wataru. Don't make such a ruckus. You'll surprise Master and his wife. If we think that the one that took these screenshots was that mercenary Albert, he didn't seem like the type that would lie, even though we only talked to him for a short time. Wataru, right? That's why I think this information is trustworthy to a certain point. Shui, right. However, if it's that person, if you told me that he went to those places and made a big jump and took these screenshots, I would believe you. Wataru, boo, stop that, Waki. There's no way that. Shui. Our conversation took a break and we started to imagine an Aniki wearing lightweight equipment showing his muscles. Suddenly, he lowered his body. With great vigor his muscles contracted and with a groan he built up his strength. Then, he released all the strength he had built up in one go. The ground was gouged out and the atmosphere trembled. Like a catapult, Aniki was ejected from the ground. That heavy-like body soared through the sky further and further. Let's stop here. Let's not think more about it. Wataru, why you are right. Anyway, since it seems like this information comes from Aniki, it does have its weight. Shui. I was overthinking things and my head was about to go crazy. Well, I mean, since Rise is finishing her exams tomorrow, it should be fine if we discussed this information when the four of us gathered. Just when the conversation reached a stopping point, the doorbell made a crank sound. Oh, customers. I ended my break and stood up to greet the customers. Welcome. What are you doing, you two? Wataru. Just when I was thinking about who it could be, Miu and Rise entered the shop while glaring at each other. They came together to the shop in good terms. Well, I guess there's no way that happened. Well, I'm going back right now, Waki. See you tomorrow. Shui. Hey. Wataru. That guy, he ran away. He did leave the money to pay for the food and drinks on top of the table, but what should I think of him as a friend? How should I deal with this? From the looks of it, Rise is taking a break from studying and Miu simply came here to eat some cake. I came to see Nissan who is doing his best at work. Then I saw someone I didn't want to meet here. Rise. Wataru, I came to get some cake and see you in the meantime. However, after seeing an unpleasant shorty, I have lost my appetite though. Miu. Their timings had been too good. Wait, it should be too bad. Anyway, since I didn't have any choice, I made them sit at the counter with an empty seat between them. Other customers have come in, so I warned them to be as quiet as possible. Hey, Wataru-chan. In the end, which one is your favorite? Those two are lovely today too. How about you tell Auntie secretly? Mariko. Wataru. As expected, Mariko-san tried to poke fun at me. One of them is my younger sister. I get the feeling I did explain this at some point though. Is it because we don't look alike? I guess she forgot about it soon enough. In that case, I give up. Master looked at me with a bitter smile and he murmured as so young which remained in my ears. Sunday evening, 9 p.m. Since I had logged in before everyone else, I was currently doing some crafting. One of my aims was to upgrade our weapons with turtle type ones. Compared to our defensive gear, our weapons were already falling off. If we are going to head out to the vicinity of Heathrow, I felt the need to upgrade the weapons of everyone except Toby. In the now less populated blacksmith's workshop of Heathrow Town I made 2 staves and a sword quickly. Since I made them with fine quality and plus 10 which is the upper limit for turtle type gear, there weren't any problems with them. This is all thanks to Celine-san's guidance. It's going well. Their offensive power is about 30% higher than those made of iron, but the selling point of the turtle gear is that their endurance is about 4 times that of iron gear. Even if it turns out to be a long trip we should be safe with this. Once I was done with that, I moved on to making that accessory I promised to make for Rizu. The place was a bench close to the fountain in Heathrow. I used a small amount of tortoise shell which was a rare drop that dropped apart from the shells. I completed it without much trouble. Even if I say so myself, I believe it turned out quite well. Next up is sewing. The material was a plain original synthetic fiber that resembled denim cloth I bought in the trading BBS. Other than that, I bought fireworms thread that can generally add fire resistance to defensive gear you sew it in. Both of them were quite expensive, but I was somehow able to sell all the Elvenirs, so I still have some surplus of money. To think they would sell in just 2 days after I registered them. Since it seems like there's a demand for them, I'll think about making them again once we start running out of money. I concentrated and carefully stuck the thread through the somewhat hard denim cloth. I have no issues handling this. In reality, I wish I had a sewing machine, but the sewing in the game called TB is made so that it'll complete on its own once you finish 30% of the work. The problem is the loss of feeling in my thighs for staying in the same posture for a long period of time. My legs are about to go numb. I want to stand up and relax my body. Even inside the game your body will feel stiff and the circulation of blood can be stopped. That's why, Siesta-chan. Wake up already, don't really go to sleep. Hind. Suyu. Munya. Siesta. I talked to the girl that was using someone else's legs as a pillow. She suddenly appeared here about 30 minutes ago. It was around the time I was making the finishing touches on the tortoiseshell accessory. I couldn't do anything about it at the time. But before I realized it, she was having my lap all for herself. However, what meaning is there in sleeping inside the game? Hind. Senpai, you didn't know? You can recover HP and from status ailments if you sleep inside the game. Furthermore, it'll reduce the speed at which the hunger gauge depletes. Siesta. Really? Wait, if you are awake please move. My legs are already at their limit. Hind. You are such a weakling. Well, if you trained your body, I wouldn't be able to lie on such a pleasant lap though. I have taken a liking to Senpai's lap. Siesta. Newer. Hind. I didn't have the time to reply to her. Immediately after Siesta-chan raised her body, the cloth I was working on and placed on top of the bench fell down to the ground and I tried to catch it with both hands. Now that my legs were free from her weight, the blood circulation returned. Even though it would be fine if they didn't reproduce even these minute details. The NPCs and players' suspicious glances focused on me. This is so embarrassing, but I can't move. While I stood still like that, a stone kicked by a random passerby accidentally flew towards my leg. Hind. It was a direct hit in the area that had gone numb. It was a soundless groan, but it was squeezed out from the depths of my throat. That was awful. Hind. I sat on the bench again. I spent quite a lot of time squatting like that until I was able to return to my sewing work. I'm about to finish this one so I want to finish them all in one go. With her usual unchanging sleepy face even though she had woken up, Siesta-chan absent-mindedly stared at my hands. Don't mind it, senpai. Siesta. Should that be said by the culprit? Besides. Hind. Sure. Siesta. Q. Hind. It's definitely going in one and out of the other. I can't get a serious reply. It gives the feeling that I'm dealing with a whimsical cat. By the way, where are Lycoris-chan and Cineraria-chan? Are you alone today? Hind. Those two are good girls, so they are already sleeping. Since I'm a bad girl, I'm having a tryst with senpai like this. Siesta. I get the feeling I heard an improper word there. Was it just my imagination? In that case, how about you go and get some sleep? It's going to be 10 p.m. soon enough, isn't it late for a middle schooler to be awake? Hind. You are so mean, senpai. With those words you are trying to say that I'm a hindrance, right? You. Siesta. No matter how I think about it you are just acting cheeky. You wouldn't cry over this much. Hind. They are definitely fake tears. She's carefully hiding her face with both hands and her voice is shaking. But it was so obvious that it was at a level it made me want to cry too. Just as I thought, once I took one of her hands down, behind it was only her usual sleepy face. However, I can easily trick my male classmates like this, you know? Siesta. You are the one that's very mean. Hind. She's the devil is here. Abusing women's weapons. Her male classmates should also take a better look at her and notice. It's so obvious. Siesta. Oh? What's wrong? Hind. Siesta-chan suddenly shifted her gaze to a place where there was nothing. While I was confused by her actions, she sluggishly stood up and bowed her small head. Well then, it's about time I slept for real. Senpai, see you again. Siesta. Oh, that was quite sudden. Good night. Hind. Yes. Good night. Siesta. Leaving those words behind, she logged out while waving her hand. Her actions left some questions behind. But oh well. Since I was alone now, I concentrated on sewing. I believe it was 5 minutes after that. Since I heard calm steps, I raised my head and saw Rizu, who had logged in, and she sat down next to me. She removed her hat and placed it on top of her lap. Hind-san. Rizu. Oh, how did it go? Marking your own tests. Hind. The reason Rise took longer than me to log in was because she was marking the trial tests on her own room. She would take out the parts that she didn't get right. And guess what her grade was roughly? Yes, there weren't many issues with them. Rizu. When she says that there weren't any issues, she meant that she got perfect marks after all. She's too good. She doesn't have any competition at this point. There was a period of time where I was burning with competitiveness against my little sister, but I was no match for her. Right now, I'm just a brother that's trying to help his little sister in her path of pursuing knowledge. Hang in the Rise. You are number one. I see. Glad to hear that. Good work. Hind. Ah. Foo-foo. Rizu. I lightly placed my hand on top of her head without reservation. In order to hide her bashfulness, she concealed her face with her hat. Like that, she proceeded to bring her body closer. Just when I was thinking that it was fine to let her do it just for today, Rizu brought her face really close to mine and glared at me intensely. Hind-san. Rizu. What is it? Hind. There's the smell of another woman coming from Hind-san's body. Rizu. What? Hind. Rizu, who had said something really weird, suddenly started to draw her nose to my surroundings. It's true that until just a while ago Siesta-chan was close to me, but would that have left any remains of her scent? Kun-kun. Especially around the area of these thighs. Rizu. Eh? Hind. Are you a dog? You have got to be kidding me. How was she able to tell? It's not like I was guilty of anything and there was no need to hide it. There was no need. But my sixth sense rang the alarm bells and told me that I shouldn't say anything about it. The current Rizu's eyes had lost all their light and they already looked as if you were peering into the abyss. It was scary. In accordance with my sixth sense, I took out the accessory from my inventory and forcibly put it on Rizu's neck. Due to my sudden movement, Rizu's eyes showed surprise and she came back to her senses. This is? Rizu. Remember? I did make a promise at the start of the event, right? That in exchange for aiming for the event rankings for Yuma, I would make an accessory for Rizu. Hind. You remembered. Oh, it's lovely. Rizu. Since her mage clothes were plain, I chose a tortoiseshell with as bright a color as possible to make a necklace. The color was translucent. It was crimson with a bit of amber and dark brown mixed into it to give form to a unique shade. I thought about making a hair ornament, but I had the fear that it would get hidden once she wore the hat, so I settled for the safe choice, which was the necklace. Performance-wise, it was a first-rate +1 and it increased magic attack by +15, perfect for a mage. Thank you very much. Rizu. Was it satisfactory? Hind. Yes. Rizu. I'm glad. Since her expression had brightened up, I felt a sense of relief once light returned to her eyes. Now that Rizu had placed the necklace on her hand and was gazing at it, I should get back to my sewing. However, this and that are different matters, you know. Rizu. Hind. Right? Rizu. Yes. Hind. After that, for a short while, Rizu clung onto me and wouldn't let go. At that, it was also in the same posture as Siesta-chan. That is to say, this was the second lap pillow of the day. The pretext was probably to stay like that until she overwrites the previous smell, I guess. As a result, I stayed sitting down on the bench like that until Yuma logged in, snapped, and tore her off me. Because of this, it goes without saying that my legs went numb again. So the vicinity is apparently like this. Hind. Since everyone was gathered, We started the meeting to decide which way we should go. The place was the pub in town which we are probably going to make use for the last time today. We ordered a bread and cheese set and recovered our hunger while discussing. The owner looked a bit sad now that the number of people had suddenly decreased. That being said, I'm pretty sure new players will reach this town later, so he probably won't have that much free time. There are probably many people that will make their guild homes here and their private homes too, so we'd be talking about there being only few people outside peak hours. So, what are we doing? The mountains usually are abundant with mineral resources. The islands. I wonder if we could fish there? Hind. It's possible, since you are able to buy the lowest rank fishing rod from shops. Toby. I prefer meat to fish. Yuma. Were we talking about that sort of thing now? Rezu. We did go a bit off topic here. But oh well. It wasn't necessarily wrong. The things we can eat will change from now on after all. Even though I say that, we can still just buy stuff from other places through the trading BBS. Hind. I take this is a discussion about what we want to do from now on or what we want to give priority to. Toby. That's right. Hind. It's as Toby had said. If you were mainly doing blacksmithing, you would definitely go to the mountain area. If you were into stuff like potions and agriculture, the woodlands seem like a nice place to go. Then there's the term empire we got from the NPCs. In other words, Toby and I expect it to have a big population. From those expectations, we think that there's very likely that there are unique quests that you get from the NPCs, as long as the national power is not that high. The Emperor probably won't pick a fight with other countries, and there's a good balance between the different types of terrain. Given these conditions, no matter what we decide to do, I feel it will be reasonable. For players that are focusing on fighting monsters here and there, they can also think of the option of heading to the capital. Other than that, there's also the safe choice of staying here for those that are currently hesitating on where they should go. Therefore, as a beginner area, this area is excellent. Making the starting point be within the Empire was a good idea. In that case, what about the desert? Yuma. The desert. If I were to be honest, there should be a decent amount of salt and minerals. Other than that, Hind. Oil probably. There's value in the resources you can find in the desert. Rezu. It doesn't really fit the atmosphere of the game, though it would make for good fuel. Toby. First off, we wouldn't be able to properly locate and extract it. If we wanted to do it, it would have to be a large-scale operation, so I think it's fine if we don't take it into consideration. It would be at the level that if some oil came out we were just lucky. Hind. So you are saying that compared to the other regions, Yuma, it would be unfavorable. It would be the opposite of going to the capital. If we go there, there will be fewer players. Hind. Fume. Yuma. From the brooding Yuma, I got a slightly bad feeling. If I were to use the words she tends to use, it's boring if we do the same stuff that's normally done. In that case, I vote for the desert. As expected, it's not interesting if we do the same thing as everyone else. Yuma. I thought you would say that. Hind. You? Yuma. The rest of us exchanged glances and forced a bitter smile. We somehow had the feeling that she would say something like that. After chewing the bread and drinking some water, I turned to face Toby. What do you think, Toby? Hind. To be honest, I'm kind of hesitating. If I had to say, there are merits and demerits, so I think that jumping into an unfavorable situation does sound kind of interesting. Toby. So you approve of Yuma's idea? You guys are the type that play on the hardest difficulty from the start in offline games, after all, the opposite of me. Hind. Even then, I properly clear them, you know? Toby. Since I play them my own way, I usually run into a wall at the start of the game at that. Yuma. Don't go putting on airs, you idiot. So, what about you, Rezu? Hind. I'll just go whenever Hind-san wishes to go, no matter where. Always close to Hind-san. Rezu. Oh, I see. Hind. Well, my opinion would be the boring option of just playing it safe after all. If there's no place recommended to us, I would just stay in the capital. However, if there's a place they want to go to, there's no reason for me to oppose it. In that case, guess we'll go to the desert. Hind. The three of them nodded. We have been able to collect our thoughts smoothly, like that. We decided to set the desert as our current destination. After that, Yuma, Rizu and Toby went to buy healing items and food. Meanwhile, I took a trip and went to visit Celine-san. She was still staying in Altroa, so the distance to go and see her was quite long and a bit troublesome. I want to thank her for everything she has done, and I wanted to ask her if she had any plans to move somewhere else after this. Ah, good evening, Hind-kun. Celine. Good evening. You don't seem well. Did something happen? Hind. I went to the blacksmith's workshop. There I saw Celine-san sitting down without doing anything. The fire of the furnace was unusually extinguished, and even the wall that usually held many completed products was empty today. Yup. The truth is, I don't have enough of an important material. I don't have enough iron. It might be because turtle-type gear is convenient. The players take their time to upgrade their weapons now. Even though their performance is better, I'm unable to sell them. Celine. Well, that's... In that case, I recommend you to head to the mountain area in the north side. It sounds like it's full of mineral resources after all. I believe it's perfect for a blacksmith. Hind. Yup. However, I'm still level 5. That's why, it's almost impossible for me to get there with my own strength. Celine. In that case, if you moved with a proper party, Hind. I told you that I had a fear of strangers, right? It's impossible. It's scary. I wouldn't know how to talk to them. Celine. Ah. Hind. Right. I completely forgot about it since I was able to talk to her normally and our conversations went smoothly. The fact that Celine-san was terrible at talking with strangers. I'm sorry. However, the main point is that you feel like you have reached the limits of what you can do here, right? Hind. Yup. That's right. I thought I would have been able to enjoy the trip from here to the trading BBS more for the time being. But I didn't think that the supply of materials would stop so fast. Now that it has come down to this, I'll probably have to go and get them myself. Since there's no other choice, guess I'll progress solo at my own pace maybe? Celine. So regarding the other aspects of the game, like participating in events or fighting monsters, do you have no interest in them by any chance? Are you the type that only wants to do crafting? Hind. Not really, it's just that what I like the most is blacksmithing. I think that TB is a good game. It might be low on my priority list, but I believe I have tried the other things too. But, why are you asking this? Celine. I see. In that case, I guess it's worth asking. In that case, why don't you move to other regions with us? At that, why don't you join the guild we are planning to make? Hind. It's not like we are making a guild that's focused on crafting, so it was necessary for me to ask like this. There are players that you could say have a no combat rule and think of fighting as a bonus, but I don't plan to make a guild to fit those kind of people. The party limit in TB is 5 people. If we added Celine-san to the party, our fighting force will be complete and it would be a matter for congratulations for me. Really? Am I being invited by Hind-kun right now? Or in reality that was for someone that's standing behind me, and if I misunderstand here and I react, it'll turn into quite the sad. Celine. Why are you so pessimistic? No matter where you look, the only people that are here at the moment are Celine-san and me. Hind. They still haven't made more VRX 3500, so currently, the number of new players are on a decline. There's news that they'll resupply before the end of the week, but anyway, Altroa village is currently deserted. Actually, the only people that are in the blacksmith's workshop are the 2 of us. Celine-san did a spin within the blacksmith's workshop, opened the shelves that were of a size that a person wouldn't fit in, meaninglessly opened and closed the windows, looked around the workshop one more time and finally pointed at herself. This person, just how little self-confidence does she have? When I nodded at her, she finally opened her mouth. Please let me do you are. I slurred. Celine. Please calm down. It's not like I'll do anything to you. Hind. Won't do anything? So you mean that you take back what you just said? Celine. You are wrong. Hind. No matter how I look at this, she's way too negative. Anyway, I was able to get Celine-san's approval. I waited until Celine-san calmed down and explained our current situation. The members of the party, each of our jobs and regarding the area we plan to head towards. I see, the desert. Celine, do you dislike it by any chance? In that case, I don't mind if you decline joining our guild now. Hind, nope, I don't mind. Rather, there might be rare metals that you can't find in the mountains lying there. Celine, ah, that's true. If you thought it like that, the desert is not all that bad. Hind, it's standard for an RPG, there might be hidden treasure in the desert, right? Celine, be it in the real world or games, the fact that there might be treasure hidden in the desert is something that's talked about usually. If there was stuff like pyramids or ancient ruins, it'd probably increase the chances that they existed. However, that won't change the fact that it's the sort of stuff that's difficult for crafters. I'd say especially for those specializing in agriculture. Hind, however, since we are talking about you here, you probably thought about something, right? Celine-san looked at me as if she was testing me. Well, honestly speaking, it's not like I don't have a few ideas. Well, more or less. Hind, as expected of you. In that case, guess I should have high expectations. Celine, that gives me quite the pressure, though I'll do my best. Hind, I'm happy that Celine-san's back to normal. The rhythmical tempo of this conversation is something I find quite pleasant. Wait, now that I think about it, I had something for her. From my inventory, I took out the armor that I made while my legs were numb, though I should call them clothes, and showed them to Celine-san. This is Celine. In society, fashionable jumpsuits are still things that are not that well known, so I made this while looking at magazines and the internet. What do you think about it? Hind, by any chance, is this for me? Celine, yes, I made this for you. Hind, like that time with the invitation, I directly showed my intention to offer this to her as a present. When I saw Celine-san turning red because of those words, even I started to feel slightly embarrassed. Since Celine-san focuses mainly on blacksmithing, there was the option that she would have preferred practical clothes instead of something fancy, but she was still wearing the beginner gear. Well, even if I talk about it being fashionable, jumpsuits have their limits. But how about you try it out? Hind, why yes. Celine, compared to a normal jumpsuit, the buttons were engraved and there were things like the collar being sharp and other minor differences. Celine-san opened the inventory and changed her equipment, and after a burst of light, what she was wearing changed. The size was made by eye. But it seems like there's no issues. Jumpsuits are that type of deceptive clothing after all. However, how should I say this? Celine-san wearing a jumpsuit it suits you. This kind of casual clothing. Hind, thank you. Is that a compliment? Celine, there's nothing bad implied when someone tells you that it suits you, right? So, should we put on the belt now? After that, we change the placement of the inventory pouch. Hind, yup. Can you make it so the bottom of the neck is slightly more open? It might be a bit tight. Celine, yes, because of its design, it should look good even being worn plainly like that. In fact, it's probably better like that. Hind, like that. I kept making small adjustments. A metallic belt accentuated by a buckle button, while being casual it also gave it a lean look. Yup. What will she think of it? With this, it'll be done. Can you try it out? Hind, where's the mirror? The mirror. Celine, there's none here. But if you open the equipment window, there's a button to look at your current status. Use that. Hind, really? Celine, it's supposed to be something really basic. But maybe she didn't know because she didn't particularly care about her own equipment. She opened her menu and stared intensely at herself. At first glance, instead of a blacksmith it makes you look like a mechanic, but I thought it would come in handy for when you do blacksmithing. I tried adding fire resistance to it. Hind, yup. Celine, how is it? Before I was able to ask that, Celine-san firmly grasped my hands. It's an action that reminded me of when we first met. I wonder if she has a habit of doing this when she's deeply moved. Thank you, Hind-kun. I'm really happy. It's the best present I could ever get. Celine, no worries, You have helped me out a lot since the first day oh, and I look forward to working with you from now on. Hind. Yup, that's what I be saying. I'm really grateful. Celine-san, whose face was blushing from happiness, looked like a pure Aiden. However, I wonder if it's about time she let go. If she keeps grasping my hands this firmly, even I would start feeling embarrassed. After that, Celine-san collected her belongings and stood up from her chair within the blacksmith's workshop. It should be also around the time Yuma and the others are done with their respective things. Well then, shall we go meet everyone else? Hind. Once I said that, Celine-san started to act all weird. She started to move both hands around in a panic. What should I do? I got to prepare a box of cakes. Celine. You are going to meet fellow players there, wouldn't that be weird? Hind. You are right. Celine. Let's go normally. Hind. Will it be fine? Will they think I'm weird? Celine. While keeping the uneasy Celine-san company, we left Altroa's blacksmith's workshop and headed towards Heathrow. In order to get her to catch up in level even a bit sooner, I partied up with her and we defeated as many monsters as we could on the way. Celine-san's job was archer and she specialized in crossbows. Her weapon was called Corsal Ridge. To load a crossbow bolt, you use your foot to hold the stirrup to the ground, grasp the bowstring, and draw it towards the trigger mechanism by straightening up and using your entire body to pull, with the stirrup holding the crossbow in place. Once the bowstring has been caught by the trigger mechanism, you lift the crossbow up and place the bolt in position, and aim and fire as usual. It's also called foot-drawn bow. Even among that type it's especially big and the arrows it shoots are also quite big. I handled it before and since the system makes it lighter depending on your offensive stats, it was quite light. I guess being able to actually use weapons like this is also part of the game's charm. Usually, loading one of these bolts would be very hard for a girl. Among rearguards, archers have the highest strength, so it's possible for a girl to use big bows or crossbows. It seems that because Celine-san's level is low she can barely use the Corsal Ridge. But that should get better soon enough. From seeing this, imagining a high-level heavy warrior girl brandishing a big axe. That kind of image is easily imaginable. Having left the village, we came out of Dondry Forest and continued at a good pace. As a result, by the time we passed through the middle of the Homer Plains she reached level 10 and it was time for her to choose a skill branch. While walking, Celine-san opened her menu and tilted her head while thinking about how to distribute her skill points. As expected, I guess the single shot type is fine? Celine. I guess there's no need to hesitate. Since you are using a crossbow, it takes time to load a bolt. You like that type of weapon, right? Hind. Yup. I made it a bit too big, but it's more fun to use than a bow. Besides, it feels much lighter now than when I was level 5. I guess there's nothing to worry about. In that case, I'll take Blast Arrow. Celine. Among archer types, the rapid-fire type that Cineraria-chan chose with skills like Arrow Rain is the one that's most popular. Even if your aim is bad, if you want stability as an archer, there's no problems in choosing this type to be able to deal some damage. There's another one that lets you equip a short dagger simultaneously and they learned martial art type skills, the close quarters type. As a matter of fact, it was the romantic type. It was the hardest to gauge the distance with, but it looked the best when it finished the target with its skills. Furthermore, the damage it deals was nothing to scoff at either. Therefore, it was the romantic type. Then there was the type that prioritized a single strike that Celine-san chose, the single shot type. It was the last type for the archers. Compared to the other types, it's got bigger skills but the rate of fire decreases and you need to have good aim. By the way, what about your eyesight? I was worrying because you wore glasses but I was surprised when your aim was so perfect. Hind. You mean this? The truth is I have hyperopia. Since I was young I trained my eyesight. In reality I don't need to wear glasses anymore. However, I can't calm down if I'm not wearing them. Celine. In other words, those are just for show? Hind. That's right. Actually, my eyesight is better than 20/20. The lenses used for hyperopia are convex ones. Your eyes will appear to be bigger than they are. Celine. I see. I see, Hyperopia. Since she hadn't missed a single arrow until now, I found it strange. Gaewih! Exclamation mark. Right. I forgot. What? What was that scream just now? Celine. I was surprised for a moment because of the sudden scream, but when I checked our current position, I saw that we had already walked into the north area. Regarding the area boss, it'll appear if someone in the party hasn't beaten it yet. Since Celine-san hasn't gone to another village or town other than Ultroa, it struck violently with its club. The area boss of Homer Plains, the ogre, made its appearance. It was level 15 and this was the third time it had appeared in front of me. This time, we don't have a single vanguard. But since there's a level difference between us, will I be able to make it work somehow? Facing the ogre in front of us with its menacing roar, I stood in front of Celine-san as if to protect her. There weren't many options for a party of two. Taking into account Celine-san's job, I didn't hesitate to go to the front. Celine-san, I'll act as a pseudo-vanguard, so I'll leave my back to you. His weak point is his head. Is it going to be fine? Isn't your job Shinto priest? Celine, leave it to me. Even though I'm a rearguard, I'm over level 30. I'll show you that I can endure his strikes. I plunged into the gigantic ogre that it was 3 times my height. Even though it's the first boss, he's quite scary when you get close. Even in VR you can feel its intimidation aura and killing intent, so my legs were unconsciously trembling in fear. Since Toby and Yuma face this kind of thing, it made me realize just how much courage the people that act as vanguards have. If I stayed as a rearguard, I'd have never known how it felt. Come, ogre, throw away that club and come at me. Well, there was no way he would throw it away, right? There's no way a barbarous ogre would understand what a person is saying. I somehow dodged the strike, and at the same time I did, I cast guard up on myself. Once I cast it, in front of me the next attack was coming and I barely. Alright, I made it. That was close. I dodged his successive strikes. I don't know when I'll eat a hit, but this should probably make it so I can endure a couple strikes. This time I cast the support spell attack up on Celine-san, who was loading a bolt. Thanks, Hind-kun. Celine. In doing so, even though it was just for a split second, it probably had been a bad idea to show my back to the ogre. Sharp pain ran through my back. When I realized, I saw how my HP had decreased by 1/3. I think it's far better than being blown away, but TSK, that hurts, you bastard. I stabbed him continuously with my staff in an act of anger. 28, 33, 27, 29, 31. 30. I thrust at the ogre 6 consecutive times, but each successful hit only dealt a sad amount of about 30 damage. The damage I dealt didn't even amount to 180, and the ogre's HP is roughly 3000. Yup, it's impossible. Are they telling me to hit it over 100 times? Developers, please give Shinto priest more damage. Ada. No good. My HP went under 50% and I started to cast healing in a panic. The advantages of lower tier spells is that their cast time is short, so I immediately recovered around 20% of my HP. However, since I did it in a panic, I misjudged the timing of the ogre's attack and was too late to react to his movements. His club appeared in front of my eyes, and the moment it looked like I was going to hit by the second strike, Gar! Exclamation mark. A thick crossbow bolt had pierced the ogre's chest very deeply. The hit staggered the ogre and I successfully avoided the strike by a hair's breadth. The damage displayed was 708. It was extraordinary when there was no skill used. Sorry, I missed. I'll finish him off with the next one, so endure for 10 seconds. Celine. Understood. Celine-san started loading the next bolt. Thinking about it, it's a one-of-a-kind weapon made by a top-class blacksmith. There's no way it would be weak. Since the I missed she just said right now probably meant I failed to hit its weak point, I knew they were reassuring words coming from an archer. The ogre tried to attack Celine-san because she dealt a big amount of damage to him, so I blocked his path and tried to get aggro from him. I cast attack up on myself and attacked the ogre with basic attacks and shining. Alright, I was able to somehow make it look this way. The ogre started attacking me again. A second strike, a third one, and when the fourth one managed to graze my arm, dry wind blew violently on my back. When I sensed that a skill was being used, I guarded against the ogre's fifth attack on purpose to stop him. The impact was transmitted to both of my arms that were holding the staff, and my HP was shaved. I don't have much HP left. But I should have stopped his movements with this. Shoot. TSK. Celine-san clenched her teeth and activated Blast Arrow. With striking speed, the bolt cut through the air and it hit the ogre straight in the cranium. The damage displayed was 3,834. It was completely overkill. His head was splendidly blown away and I could see a bit of a bright tree. Wait, that's gross. I didn't want to see more, so I turned my eyes away from there. While spraying blood, the gigantic body fell over after having lost its strength. However, it was in my direction. Wait. You got to be kidding me. When I realized, the ogre's body weight was already leaning on me and I was unable to push it away with my staff. This only happened because I was absent-mindedly looking at where the bolt went. I hurriedly let go of my staff and jumped towards the ogre's legs while holding my head. With my HP, if I get crushed by it I'll definitely die. I don't want to die and resurrect in that way. As if my prayers were heard, the ogre's body scattered before reaching the ground. It turned into particles of light and I was able to narrowly escape death. As a result, I ended up in a very uncool posture, so I hurriedly picked up my staff and stood up. Then I returned to where Celine-san was acting as if nothing had happened. Good work, Hind-kun. I can't say that it was very cool, but, Celine, I already know. Please don't say anything. I wished she didn't touch on that topic. It was quite the disgraceful sight. Thanks to this experience, I know very well that I lack the ability to keep calm when going to the front. Basically, I get too flustered. I don't have enough guts or courage. I knew that already, but it seems like I lack the aptitude to be a vanguard. However, when you stopped that attack, your fighting spirit was transmitted to me. Shoot now. Kinda like that. I put more energy into it unconsciously. Celine. Thanks for that. Without any doubt, those words referred to that splendid attack. Pyron. I thought Celine-san was a companion with bad motor skills like me, but she's unexpectedly high spec. Pyron. No, now that I think about it, her running and walking speed is not that fast, so I guess it's just limited to shooting. Pyron. After surpassing the handicap that is hyperopia, it seems like she has extraordinarily good eyes after all. Pyron. Pyron. So noisy. Exclamation mark. Why are you saying that so suddenly? Celine. I'm sorry. The mails just didn't stop coming. The ringtone of the mails can only be heard by the recipient after all. After telling Celine-san I checked who the sender was, all 5 of them were from Yuma. I didn't take a look at the contents and just closed the menu while sighing. Are you sure? Celine. With this pattern, she's probably urging me to come back already. Since we are about to get there, let's ignore them and go. Oh okay. What do I do? I'm getting nervous. Celine. Now, you'll do just fine. After coming out of the Homer Plains, Heathrow Town was in front of our eyes. Yuma and the others were gathered in a spacious space in front of the fountain, and their presence was so strong you could immediately see them from far away. The grade of their looks were high after all. The players surrounding them were passing by shyly, and there were many that were taking glances at them. Since Toby stopped wearing his veil outside combat, that place was now full of beauties. If I didn't know them, I would probably feel awkward getting close to such a group. While thinking such useless things, I kept walking with Celine-san, and Yuma raised her hand when she noticed me. Oh, you are finally here. I was getting tired of waiting. Yuma. Yup, I just came back. Were you able to buy what I asked for? Hind, there were no issues buying food and healing items. We are ready to depart at any time. Rezu, just as Hind Donu instructed, we bought more than enough so there would be some surplus. I'll proceed to hand over your part of, Toby. Wait a moment. Before that. Hind, just when I thought about introducing Celine-san, I couldn't see the girl that was supposed to be behind me. When I moved my line of sight to look for her. There she is. She was hiding behind that tree. When I took her hand and tried to bring her along, she started shaking her head. Like a whisper she tried to tell me something in a small voice. What did you just say? It's embarrassing. You might not be able to speak properly. I understand. In that case, I'll talk in your place, so don't worry about it. It's fine. Hind, I didn't think she would be this bad with strangers. I wasn't considerate enough. Besides, I guess their looks are no good either. They pointlessly shine after all. She did say that she gets even more nervous when she talks with someone beautiful, so if I took that into consideration I could have seen this coming. Who is that, Hind? That girl. Yuma. That doesn't matter, it's not about who she is. More importantly, why are you sticking to Hind-san's back? Depending on what you say I might not be able to forgive you. Rezu! Celine. Rezu Dono, calm down. Hind Dono, who is this? Toby. Because of Rezu's threat, it seems like the teary-eyed Celine-san wanted to say something to her, so I brought my ear closer to her mouth. I see. Well, I guess there's no choice but to have her get used to it over time. They are not bad people after all. First of all, I have to introduce Celine-san to these three. This person is Celine-san, my blacksmithing teacher. She's also the benefactor that made the Mito great sword we used in the event with me. You should be grateful, especially you, Yuma. Hind. Oh, is that so? We already sold that sword, but it had incredible power. Furthermore, the fact that I got the aura was also thanks to you then. Thank you. And, even though I already knew your name, today is the first time we met, right? Pleased to meet you. Yuma. Yuma wanted a handshake while giving a radiant smile. Celine-san timidly took out her hand from behind me, and while she was nervous, she managed to shake her hand. At times like this, I'm thankful for Yuma's ability to read the atmosphere and her pushiness and honest attitude. It might be because that action had dispelled a bit of her nervousness. Celine-san whispered in my ear again. Yes, Celine-san is saying this. I'm extremely shy in front of strangers, so I apologize if I do anything rude. My player name is Celine. Pleased to meet you. Or so she says. Hind. Well, you sure brought someone odd with you again. I apologize. My name is Toby. Toby. I'm Rezu. However, Hind-san, why did you bring her here with this timing? I mean, you could have brought her once we had made the guild home and settled down. Rezu. Well, I wasn't really introducing her as just a blacksmith. Hind. I paused there for just a second. With the exception of Rezu, who seemed to be quite sullen, Yuma and Toby accepted Celine-san. I think it'll be fine if I say it like this. Probably. The truth is, I was thinking about having Celine-san set up the guild with us. Hind. What do you mean by that, Hind-san? Rezu. It means just that. I'll have her join our party like this, and we'll aim for the desert as 5. I already got her approval. The rest will depend on you. So, what do you think? Hind. When they heard my words, Yuma, Rezu and Toby's faces stiffened. What kind of faces are you guys even making? Was it that surprising? Due to the three of them raising their voices, Celine-san, who was behind me, started trembling. Celine-san was still hiding behind my back, but the conversation progressed. As for Yuma, there was that case with the great sword, so she was ready to accept her into the party. Toby welcomed having more girls in the party, so in his case he also consented to having her join us. To begin with, you guys, if you weren't going to oppose it, why were you surprised in that exaggerated way? Well, it's true that it was my fault for not telling them anything before the fact. This only leaves Rezu, who seemed reluctant. Even when she asked me why, I was unable to give her a firm answer. Even now, she was staring daggers at Celine-san. Just as I was thinking that, She got closer to Celine-san and picked up her glasses, with movements fast enough that I was unable to react to them. Kaya. Celine. What are you doing? Give them back. Hind. Rizu. Having lost her unfashionable glasses, she now stared at Celine-san's face. When she did, Rizu made a cruel unpleasant face. After that she returned the glasses, but this time she started to touch Celine-san's body in a rude manner. Stop, Celine. Other than Rizu and the victim Celine-san, no one was able to react. After staring dumbfounded for several seconds, having returned to my senses the fastest, I yelled at Yuma. Huh? Why Yuma? Stop her. Hind. Oh, leave it to me. So you finally have gone mad, huh? Yuma. In a panic, Yuma tried to stop Rizu. While she did that, I pulled Toby, who still had his mouth wide open, and turned him around. The sight was poison to a man's eyes. I waited until the commotion died down and turned to look again. What I saw was Celine-san with her cheeks flushed and her clothes disordered. In front of her was Rizu with an indignant face, and Rizu was being pinioned by Yuma. What did just happen? Rizu? What are you doing? Hind. I apologize. However, there was something I had to ascertain no matter what. Rizu. Huh? I get the feeling I've just seen an incredible view. Toby. That was just a dream. Forget about it. Hind. It was also for Celine-san's sake. So, what was it? That thing you had to ascertain. Hind. That's a secret. However, I got to understand that they are better than Yuma-san's. As a result, I'll leave my disapproval of her joining. Rizu. I don't get it, but are you making fun of me? Yuma. It's the opposite. I believe she was complimenting you while comparing you to me. Celine. Celine-san finally opened her mouth. Even though she was still in that state, we all gathered our sights on her in shock, and this time she looked away embarrassed. Hey, aren't you talking normally now? Yuma. Celine. You don't have to be that afraid. It's not like we are going to eat you. Toby. Celine. I apologize, Celine-san. My little sister made you go through that. Hind. Don't worry about it. I can kind of understand there. Well, I can guess the reason she did it. Celine. Celine-san, right? What you have in mind is fine if you say it, but I hope you are prepared for what's coming if you do. Rizu. Against Rizu's smile, Celine-san nodded her head countless times. Then she took a deep breath and she looked a bit calmer than what she had been before. It seems like she has made up her mind. I'll say it again. I'm Celine. My job is archer and I mainly do blacksmithing. Everyone, I'm looking forward to working with you. Celine. Alright, she said it. Even though it was just this, I was really as happy as if I had done it myself. Hind-kun. Why are you fist bumping? Celine. Don't mind me. Hind. It was like a parent bird watching his daughter leave the nest. Though Celine-san was older than me. After that, they all unanimously showed they welcomed the addition, and we all welcomed our new party member. Celine-san was still acting a bit awkwardly, but let's hope that fixes itself over time. Seems like she can't really look at people in the eye, but she's able to hold a conversation. However, those were some drastic measures you took, the Rizu. Thanks to you, it seems like Celine-san's nervousness was dispelled, though it was quite forceful. Hind. When I said that, Rizu didn't change her expression, but she did look like she was slightly thinking about something. By any chance, did I say something strange? I thought that her actions just now were done, expecting it to end like this. Yes, that was what I was aiming for. So, Hind-san understood my actions. Rizu. I don't know how to explain it, but wasn't it strange? Yuma. I agree. Rizu is not that kind. Cough cough. Toby. Isn't that a bit too dense of you, Hind-kun? It's not like you. Do you have like a little sister filter? Celine. Rizu is saying that it was like that though. Is it not like that? Since we settled down, I received the things they bought from Toby. Once that was done, it was finally time to depart. It was currently 10 p.m. The plan is to log out after 2 hours, but how much we'll be able to progress in the remaining time? Alright, let's go everyone. Yuma. Why is Yuma-san taking the lead? Rizu. I'm looking forward to them, those unknown fields. Toby. Hind-kun, about the position I should take during battle. Shien. Hind. However, our current party was a complete mess. I was slightly worried about our future. We exited through the western side of Heathrow and we arrived at Lateral Lakeshore, the place we visited yesterday. Regarding the area boss called Gigantic Buffalo, there's not much to say about that. Being a monster that Yuma and me already defeated with Siesta-chan and the others aside, Celine-san had firepower that didn't make it seem like there was that much of a difference in levels between them. With 5 of us, we were able to defeat it without much problem. If I had to talk about something that did happen, it would be that Toby obstructed Celine-san's line of fire and received a bolt in the buttocks. It was instant death. Regarding this lack of coordination, I believe it'll get better over time. Once we came out of Lateral Lakeshore, we found a highway that was well maintained and walked parallel to that. The path continued between mountains and we could see up ahead something that looked like a checkpoint. There wasn't much green on the mountains and we could feel the temperature rising as we kept walking. Seems like the information saying that there's a desert up ahead wasn't false after all. Having arrived at the checkpoint, we saw that the gate was open, so we tried to just go through it. Stop right there. Show me the permit for leaving the country. Once we tried to, a guard stopped us. Well, if you thought about it, this was normal. I somehow thought that since it was a game they would let us through. It was just my imagination though. Yuma, who was at the front, tilted her head. Permit to leave the country. What's that? Yuma. I made Yuma step back and showed her that I'd be talking with them instead. The guard that talked while standing still was a middle-aged man wearing an eye patch on one eye. Somehow, he looked like a soldier that had gone through many battles. That's the feeling he gave. No, we don't have one. Where can we get said permit? Hind. Are you guys those so-called visitors? That's the case, but... Toby. In that case, wait right there. Hear me? Don't you dare do anything unnecessary. Once he said that, the guard with the eye patch ordered another guard to stand watch. Then, he entered what looked like a building for the security guards. After some time passed, he came outside holding some kind of crystal. All of you, touch this crystal one by one. We didn't know what this was all about, but we all obediently touched the crystal like he had instructed. The clear crystal emitted the blue light whenever we touched it. Once the guard saw that, he said, you can all pass through. I see. I can sort of guess what sort of device this crystal is. I had some interest in it and there was nothing to lose, so I asked the guard, do you mind if I ask you a question? Hind. What is it? As you can see, I'm free. I don't mind. Since his tone was harsh, I thought that he would refuse, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Like he had said, I couldn't see anyone coming apart from us. What I was interested in was the number of players that went to the desert. Other than that, about the country called the Empire, the stance they had regarding the visitors. I believe visitors can become part of the Empire's military strength without keeping an eye on them. Is it really fine to just let them go outside the country like this? Hind. I'm not sure what the strength of a player is compared to that of an NPC, but the number of players is big. I don't think they'd be useless as military strength. What? So it was about that. Our Majesty is very friendly. He stated that even if someone went to another country temporarily, they wouldn't have as many rich lands as the Empire, so they will eventually come back. Visitors are no exception to that. That's quite the self-confidence to have. Hind. Seems like the Emperor is quite the big-hearted person. Well, even if he let us go, the starting point for players is the Empire. As long as nothing much happens, the fact that a big amount of players will stay in the Empire won't change. If you asked me, I don't understand why people like you would go to dangerous lands on purpose, especially the desert area to the west. The visitors that pass through here can't be compared in number to the ones that pass through other borders. You sure have strange tastes. So you are saying that oddballs like Yuma-san and Toby-san are in the minority, right? Rizu threw that sarcastic remark, but Yuma and Toby acted as if they didn't care. In fact, they looked happy at the fact that they were being called weird. Isn't it fine? I'm okay with being part of the minority. We follow our own path. Yuma. Yeah. Didagazaru. Toby. Yes, I'm so envious of their positive attitude. If it was me, I'd probably have gone to the mountain. Celine, this is called being reckless. Well, leaving that aside. Hind. As expected, the number of players that go through here is not high. That's why they left the crystal somewhere where they could get it right away. That crystal is probably a device to distinguish between players. I saw it emit a white glow when the guard touched it slightly. Regarding the color at that light, I believe it corresponds to the color at the player name on top of our heads. Since it seems like NPCs can't see the player name on top of the players, so instead, they use the crystal to do it. Probably players with a yellow name due to having a past criminal record, won't get permission to pass. In that regard, they can't really pass through the country unless they go through the border. Huh. It's quite troublesome. In any case, that has nothing to do with us. I thanked the guard with the eye patch and informed him that we were leaving, and we safely passed through the gate. Immediately after passing through the gate, a scenery that looked as if it came from another world spread out before our eyes. It's all light brown. Hind. It all turned reddish brown. Rezu. We siblings murmured our thoughts. The whole surface was light brown and there was close to no green. Even though I say that, this was still not the desert. What was in front of us was a scenery that would be more appropriate to call it our wasteland. The dry wind brought a sense of loneliness with it, and it blew up a cloud of dust in front of us. From what that guard said, there seems to be a town northwest of that valley. Hind. Just as he said, it's quite the big valley. It might be impossible to cross on our own. Celine. A little bit ahead of the checkpoint, there was a big rift. The valley was quite wide and the wasteland stretched out far and wide. If we wanted to go to the town that the guard mentioned, we had to cross this big bridge on the valley. Ooh, it's so deep. Toby, want to try jumping down? Yuma. No way. What are you even saying so suddenly? Toby. First of all, I don't think we'd be able to save him if he fell down there. There's no doubt that he would die from fall damage after all. I wonder what Yuma and Toby were happy about. They were happily looking at the valley. Me and Rizzo were getting a bit depressed because of this situation. Other than this valley, we couldn't see anything else in the vicinity after all. The ground was just infertile. This atmosphere is straight out of a Western film. Celine. Though there are no guns here. There seems to be horses though. Hind. Ah. I saw them too. There were quite a few tied at the stable, right? Though I haven't seen them actually run. Celine. Celine-san suddenly stopped talking and awkwardly looked at Rizu. Rizu. You see, I'm sorry Rizu-chan for talking with just the two of us. Celine. I'm not angry though. I hope that your fear of strangers is cured. You want it to be cured, right? Rizu. Why yup. Though I may be causing you trouble. Celine. Don't worry about it. I might not be able to follow enthusiast topics like Hein-san, but I'm fine with any other topics. I won't think that you are weird, so feel free to speak to me. Rizu! Thank you very much. Celine. After hearing Rizu's words, Celine-san brought her face closer to my ear. What is it? Like you said, deep down she's really kind. Rizu-chan. Celine. That's right, though she's misunderstood easily. Hind. She's a little sister I'm proud of. When they praise her I get happy as if I was the one being praised. Her normal gestures and tone makes her look cold, so people just get the wrong idea about her. The reason she's like that with Toby and Yuma is because she has known them for a long time and there's a big amount of tolerance and trust built. I wish you stopped talking secretly in front of me though. Rizu. I'm sorry. Celine. Well, it's not like I'm angry. This is the second time I'm saying this, you know, these words. Rizu. Foo, you are right. Celine. After that, the three of us engaged in idle talk. Since our hunger gauges had decreased I decided to start cooking. Since Rizu and Celine-san helped me, we were done quite fast. Even though I say that, they were just simple sandwiches with ham and lettuce. I didn't have the time to spread the ingredients evenly though. Wait, the moment I put them in, it changed into a sandwich that looked like it had been there for a while. Well, I'm fine with things being simplified. With this, our light meal was done. Hey, come back both of you. We made some sandwiches. Let's proceed once we have eaten them. Yuma, leave dropping Toby for later. Hind. Got it. I'll leave it for later. Yuma. Wait a moment. Stop talking as if it's fine if you don't do it now. Toby, first off we have to recover from our hunger. Once that's done, we'll proceed until midnight. Today I'd like to get at least to the first town. That's what I was thinking, but isn't the public safety too bad? Hind, ha 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 ha, leave the food and water behind. If you take out your valuables we might let you get away. Hire, seems like there's more bandits than monsters. An endless group of hire has forced us into a battle of attrition. What do we do, Hind? We are not making any progress. Yuma, we have no other choice but to endure. There's no place to hide after all. We have to persevere. Hind, these guys, their body odor is terrible. They stink. Toby. Rizu H. Hind-kun. Rizu-chan is kicking them in the crotch with an unconcerned look and looks scary. She's even plucking their mohawks. She's being more violent than the bandits. Celine, even if you tell me that, unfortunately, the number of enemies is too much. I don't have enough leeway to bother with small details. I don't know how many of them there really are. But no matter how many we beat, there's no end to them. Reluctantly, we can just retaliate for now. After that we focused on dealing with them. Our diminishing items and this pace that was out of my control. I was starting to get even more irritated. No, that probably wasn't only me. The bandits weren't strong individually. If it was something like striking with the back of the blade or going easy on someone, those were easy to do inside the game as long as you kept it in mind. In this situation, no matter how we attack them, they won't die. However, they are persistent, noisy and vulgar, which makes them 3 times as unpleasant, and this made it so our minds were gradually worn out. And then, finally, you guys, why are you taking so long? There are just 5 of them. Crush them already and take their valuables. Boss, we are sorry. After beating close to 100 bandits, he finally appeared. It's you. Hind, Doru. Yuma, fall down from your horse. Didagazaru. Toby. Rizu R.A. There. Celine. In order to come to grips with our anger, the 5 of us struck the bandit group's boss that foolishly appeared riding a horse. Since his subordinates had already lost their nerves, it was easy enough for us to get close to the boss. Boss, and we easily captured him. After seeing that, the subordinates started running away and scattered. It was a long battle. After tying the bandit's boss with a rope, we placed him on the horse and I pulled the reins. He had lost consciousness, so he was quiet. However, I get the feeling we have advanced quite a bit while fighting. Where are we currently at? Hind, if the distance the guard at the border said was correct, I believe we'll reach the town soon. Celine, I see. Celine-san, are you okay? Hind, yup. I'm a bit tired. But I'm still fine. Celine. Rizu, since Celine-san is not used to fighting yet, she seems to have accumulated more fatigue than the other members. On top of that, she had changed her environment suddenly from her usual blacksmith workshop. This might be a game, but VR is a special case. As expected, there's a need to play the game so that fatigue doesn't remain once you return to the real world. We might have paced ourselves wrong today. For next time, let's think about going at a pace that suits Celine-san. They are late, Yuma-san and Toby-san. Celine. You are right. I did tell them that they shouldn't really go that far though. Hind. While we were taking care of the boss, we asked Yuma and Toby, who seemed to have a surplus of energy, to scout the area. I think it should be about time they got back though. There they are. I saw the figure of 2 people running towards us while waving their hands. Hind. There was one. A town. Yuma. Really? Hind. It's just a bit further. Let's go fast. Toby. I'm glad. If we can get to the town, we'll be able to safely log out. You are able to log out whenever you want in TB, but it's hard to log in at the same time as your friends. I heard that there are times where you log in and are surrounded by monsters that had just respawned. Taking that into consideration, unless it's an emergency, it's way safer to log out inside a town. Celine-san, Rizu, let's go. Hind. Yes. Rizu. I'm glad. To be honest, it's a relief. Celine. While being guided by Yuma and Toby, we proceeded through the wastelands full of sandstorms. After some minutes, We could see a speck in the horizon that looked like a town. The town was formed with box-shaped buildings red in color. They suited the place. Town in the wastelands, Basker. Seems like this town is called that. It seemed like the public safety wasn't that good, but there seems to be some guards. Because we explained our fight with the bandits at the entrance, we were taken to the guard station. Seems like they were a big bandit group that attacked travelers and the merchants that passed through the border. Since we handed their boss over, we received quite the reward for it. Maybe the number of bandits in the group rose up this much because players usually don't come here. If we thought of this as a game, there's the possibility of that happening. It's probably set so that players' influence has a big impact on things like that. Anyway, after going through various procedures, we decided to log out in a high-end residential area inside the town. We decided to meet up the next day at 10 p.m. and break up for the night. Hind-kun, Celine. Celine-san. Are you not going to log out now? Hind. Yes, I wanted to thank you. Celine. Thank me? Hind. Immediately after the other three logged out, Celine-san started talking to me. What is this about? I get the feeling I should be the one thanking her, but I don't remember doing anything to be thanked for. Thanks for taking me out of that blacksmith's workshop. If it wasn't for you saying those words, I'm sure I'd be. Celine. Hind. This is probably a serious talk. I got serious and listened to what Celine-san had to say. I initially started playing VR games to heal my fear of strangers, but I never had the courage to take the first step. There were other blacksmiths that found my skills promising and talked to me, but I got scared. Celine. To think that she was thinking this deeply about her troubles. I'm quite angry at myself for inviting her with such shallow feelings. Taking that into consideration, wasn't the way I introduced her to Yuma and the rest bad? Wasn't it too insensitive of me? I'm sorry. I didn't think that much about it. Hind. No, in the end, the one that decided to go with you was me. Besides, I'm very timid. The way that you were slightly forceful and came vigorously to me, I was very happy about that. Celine. If you say it like that, I'll feel less regretful. Were you really not reluctant to come with us? Hind. I wasn't. On the contrary, Celine. Celine-san cut her words there, after hesitating for a bit. She was blushing for some reason and said this. Why, you see, what I'm about to do now might be because I still can't gauge the sense of distance between people, and it also might be something that Hind-kun dislikes. However, if I don't do this I won't be able to express my feelings. You see, I mean, Celine. I see. Hind. What should I do? For some time now, I have been unable to understand what Celine-san is saying. I was quite perplexed at the words that didn't sound like her. Suddenly, I felt something warm on my cheek. Celine-san's face without her glasses on, slowly became more distant. Well then, see you tomorrow. Good night, Hind-kun. Celine. Good night. Hind. Celine-san logged out and I was the only one left after that. For a few minutes, I stood there dumbfounded and unable to move while pressing down on my cheek. Wataru. Hey, Waki. What's wrong with you today? You've been absent-minded all day. Shui. What happened last night had been etched in my eyes. If I let my mind wander, that scene repeated over and over in my head. Celine-san's lips. They were soft. He's not even reacting. Hey, Waki. I'm hungry already. Hey. Shui! Exclamation mark. What is it, Shui? Did something happen? Wataru. What are you even saying? It's lunchtime. Lunchtime. Let's go eat already. Shui. Wataru. Is it lunchtime already? I can't remember the contents of the lessons. Once I noticed, inside the class there weren't many people and it was deserted. In our school there are not many students that eat inside the classroom, so my classmates probably already took their lunch and left the classroom. I took out 2 bentos from my bag and headed towards the courtyard with Shui. Oh, Wataru. Where's my bento? Miyu. Oh, here. Wataru. I gave a bento to Miyu, who had arrived first. Since we are in different classrooms, who arrives first depends on the day. She's alone today, huh? There are times when girls cling on to Miyu and lunch gets lively when they do. It was normal for her. I sat down on a bench surrounded by a zelk of trees and opened my own bento. I forgot to put in chopsticks. Wataru. What are you doing, Waki? What's wrong with you today? It was unusual for Rise-chan to send me an email. Shui, Rise sent you one? What did she say? Wataru. That you had been acting weird since last night, so I had to keep an eye on you. Shui. Is that so? Wataru. No good, no good. I have to get a grip. I can't become an hindrance on Rise's studies. She has been able to get into a prep school after working so hard. It would be bad if she started worrying about unnecessary things. However, I did plan to put in chopsticks properly though. Shui is bringing his own bento today. Seems like lately his mother hasn't been in a bad mood. Now that I think about it, a while back I did find Shui's mum in a supermarket by coincidence when I was buying things. She thanked me saying that since he had started playing with us, his lifestyle has turned for the better, but I was slightly troubled about how I should have replied to her. How should I say this? We are only playing together after all. More importantly the chopsticks. In this case I should go to the cafeteria. If I ask auntie, she'll probably lend me some. I left the bento on the bench and stood up. Sorry, I'll go get some from the cafeteria, so eat before me. Do you have yours, Miu? Wataru. Mine had them. Miu. I see. In that case, I'll be back soon. Wataru. I started walking while the sunlight was pouring onto the courtyard. Today is quite hot. Only forgetting his. In a sense, it's a failure that's so like Waki. Machi, since this is quite the chance, why don't you feed him with those chopsticks? Shui. Wow. Miu. Just before I left the courtyard, I heard Shui's scream from being hit in the back with all her strength. That's because you said unnecessary things. I was delayed because I met some people I knew in the cafeteria, but I was able to successfully get some chopsticks. When I returned to the courtyard, I saw that Miu and Shui were waiting for me without having touched their bentos. I thanked them and sat down, then we opened our bentos again. Yup, it's so-so. Wataru. It's so good. Miu. Machi, you are being noisy. You have to eat your food quietly. Shui. Well, you are being quite loud too. Shui. Wataru. Even if you spend the time being absent-minded, as expected, you still get hungry. Once I finished eating lunch, my mind became calmer. I think the spring rolls came out quite well today. The wrapping is crispy, and they were delicious along with the fragrance of the sesame oil. The stickiness of the red bean paste came out as planned and the vegetables left a good aftertaste. One of the two was stolen by Shui though. By the way, if you try to steal from Miu, since the contents of the bentos were the same, she would mercilessly beat you to a pulp, so you have to be careful. Even though I say that, it's not like it's fine if he steals from me. I returned the chopsticks to the cafeteria, and the time after we ate our bentos was reserved for idle talk. Whenever Miu brings another girl, we tend to talk about topics related to the school. However, if it's just us three, lately it would be all related to TB, though it's usually mainly Shui bringing information. Right. They announced the contents of the next update. Shui. Update. Is it going to be some kind of event? Miu. Miu replied as she was tilting her canned juice. Meanwhile I was sitting next to her and I poured some warm green tea from the thermos onto the cap. Yup. The next one will be a PvP tournament. They haven't released the details yet though. Shui. I see. However, there are people that definitely won't do PvP, right? There are people that like and hate that. Wataru. Leaving Park aside, I believe there are people that disabled the option to have duels requested from the beginning. It's part of the game, but I believe that in this kind of game, the number of people that are into PvP are a minority. For people like that, it seems like they are holding bets on who'll advance through the tournament. Obviously using in-game currency. Regarding the odds, the dividend will go up and down throughout the betting times. Shui. I see. So they are trying to get normal people to watch the tournament that way. Miu. However, since the betting odds fluctuate, there won't be any fixed odds betting. If some random person wins, it's going to get rough. Wataru. Probably. Shui. After searching about it on my smartphone, It seems like this way of betting is called parimutuel betting. That's a word you'd bite your tongue trying to pronounce. The dividend will go down if everyone bets on that person, so if you try to aim for a lucky break and win, that kind of dream is possible. Well, we can leave this for later. We still haven't set up a base, so we are not at that point yet. What about the progress players have made in areas outside the Grado Empire? Wataru. Other than the desert, it seems to be going well. They have reached around the third town in each area and have reached the capital. They sure have made quite a lot of progress this weekend, and they have also confirmed the names of the countries. Shui. According to Shui, the names of the 3 countries are as follows: North Area, Mountain Country, Bali Confederation; East Area, Forest Country, Rust Kingdom; South Area, Sea and Islands Country, Mole Republic. The West Area is still unknown and the Grado Empire is at the center, which means we are part of the ones exploring that area first, even at that speed. Wataru. Though that's only because there are few competitors. Miu. She sure says that happily. However, it's true that there's fun in exploring the lands with your own feet. I wonder what it is like beyond those wastelands. Other than that, it seems like Waki was right. If players catch bandits, their numbers will gradually decrease. Seems like the fate of players that go outside the country early is to get surrounded by them. Shui. So there's a need for players to maintain the public order. The fact that they made NPCs incompetent, maybe that was in order for players to have bigger influence. Wataru. Or is this simply to show the difference in national power with the Empire? However, there were also bandits within the Empire. Or was that only a special case because of the quest? I don't get it. Since you can earn gold from it, is there any need to think that hard about it, provided that you do it in moderation? Wataru. You are right. There are too many of them, so you wouldn't be able to catch them all, like yesterday. Shui. The 3 of us remembered and made similar fed-up faces. If that many came to us, being difficult to deal with aside, the reward wouldn't be worth it. We were forced to use a lot of the healing items we prepared. We need to buy some again. Even if we catch their leader like yesterday, another guy will probably take his place anyway. Unless the number of players in the west side increase, it's a problem we can't really deal with. There's one last thing. There was information about rides being sold in towns. Donkeys are cheap but horses are expensive. It wasn't a small amount of money. Shui. I see. However, I don't care if it's a donkey. I'd like to have something for the time being. It would definitely be faster than walking. Wataru. If we are speaking of a desert, wouldn't it be a camel instead of a horse? Miu. There probably are camels. Shall we take a look once we log in tonight? Shui. Right. If we are able to get some, I believe we could make progress in the exploration. Wataru. Alright. In that case, tonight we are looking for a ride. Miu. Right after Miu made such a declaration, the bell rang. We started cleaning up and we headed to our classroom while chatting like the rest of the students. Round and cute eyes with long eyelashes were staring back at me. It was opening and closing its nose while chewing, so I took some distance while feeling excited. I wouldn't want to get its saliva on me. We are talking about this game here. They even reproduce that stinky smell. Oh, that merchant is pulling the camel. We were currently in town in the wastelands, Basker's Plaza. The market that sells camels was quite big, so it was relatively easy to find. Inside the market you could see a vendor accompanied by over 10 of them. The vicinity was a mix of people and camels, though they are treating them roughly by spanking them with a stick. But there are many of them, so I guess it can't be helped. However, there are so many of them. There's the possibility that we might be able to buy them for cheap. Hind. Mew Mew. We might be in luck. Toby. As expected. Do they use them mostly as food? Razut. Probably. I heard that 90% of the ones sold in Egypt's camel market used as food too. Hind. Hind. Are you going to eat the camel? Yuma. It surprises Yuma. But well, since Japanese people are not familiar with it, it's not that weird that she didn't know. Their milk is richer in calcium than cows and the meat of the young ones seems to be delicious. It's fine to ride them, it's also fine to eat them. Camels are economic animals for people in arid regions. Once I explained that to Yuma, She crossed her arms and began pondering. Hey, Hind-kun, is Yuma-san thinking about wanting to try out camel's meat? Celine. Most likely. She's probably looking at that camel over there and thinking that it looks tasty. Definitely. Hind. How did you know? Yuma. Celine-san and me were talking while not looking at each other's faces. If we did we would start blushing after all, so I believe it can't be helped for the time being. She told me she wanted to keep what happened that night a secret, so, even then, I planned to act as natural as possible. Sometimes, I would get scared when Rizu would tilt her head as if she was wondering what was going on though. Hearing what Yuma had said, I checked the clock and looked at the market's signpost. Ah, this market is still not open. In that case, since there's still time until the auction, shall we look for a place to eat? Hind. Once I looked at my status I saw that the hunger gauge was below 50%, so I guess we could replenish that now. The fight with the bandits and the big distance we traveled had influence on that. There might be a shop that offers camel cuisine after all. Let's go. Yuma. We searched for a place that wasn't too far from the market and found one that was managed alongside an inn. Once we asked if there was camel cuisine, they prepared us a menu that was recommended for travelers. Seems like they have abundant young camel meat in stock, so they are confident in the taste for the price they set. The head chief was a good-looking man and he stopped his hands to take our order. I never imagined we would eat camel meat before monster meat. Toby. I wonder what it tastes like. Hind. We sat down on a table for four and food was brought to us. Even though it didn't take long for the food to arrive, it didn't look like he had cut any corners. Head chief, you have such skills. I was the only one that had to borrow a chair from another table. But since there weren't any other customers I wasn't being a hindrance. The order we were seated was Celine-san next to Rizu and Yuma next to Toby. However, it's true that we haven't seen any other players since we crossed the border. Celine-san, do you have any preferences when it comes to food? Hind. I asked her while distributing the spoons and forks. I'm aware that it's a bit rude to ask, but Celine-san gives the feeling that she has an unbalanced diet. Nope. I don't think I have anything that I especially hate. Celine. I see, Sechin, you are unexpectedly quite a healthy person. Yuma. Sechin? Celine. Celine-san was bewildered because of Yuma's way of addressing her. I thought it was overly familiar, but unexpectedly Rizu. I see. In that case, I'll call you Sechin too. Rizu. You too, Rizu-chan? Celine declared that she would call her the same way Yuma did. Her aim for doing this. It's important to have your presence enter the group first. If we use a nickname, it would feel as if we are much closer than if we spoke to you normally, right? Rizu. I see. Thank you, Rizu-chan. Celine is what I heard when I heard them whispering to each other. Somehow, I get the feeling she can't just leave her alone. Rizu most likely has the same feelings I do. Anyway, I'm relieved that these two are getting along. However, it seems like Yuma is quite perplexed seeing Rizu acting differently from usual. I get what she means, but don't go saying anything unnecessary, okay? You'll definitely end up in an argument. However, it seems like such a prayer wasn't conveyed to her. That's so not like you. You are giving me the chills, you know. Are you really Rizu? Were your insides switched with someone else? Yuma. Be at ease. I will never change the way I refer to you in this lifetime. I'll always refer to you in a distant way using san. Ah, but Hind-san is a special case, you know. One day I'll change the way I refer, Rizu. I see, I'm relieved. If there's ever a day you addressed me in a familiar manner, I'd get goosebumps all over my body and they'd never stop. Yuma. You are such a Rizu. They both kicked their chairs and stood up, even though I've always been telling them that they should at least never fight while we are in the middle of a meal. I let my guard down because lately these two have been keeping their word. These girls. Hind-kun. Celine. A teary-eyed Celine-san and a perplexed Toby looked at me asking me to do something about the current situation. Yup, it's not like this was Celine-san's fault. Wait just a second. I cut up pieces of the camel steak while trembling in anger, and stabbed them with 2 forks, Then I forcibly put them into their mouths while they were throwing insults at each other. Nua? Yuma? Aga? Rezu. While both of them were chewing it with a surprised look, I put the chairs back where they were and poked them in the forehead to make them sit down. Can't you girls see it? The face of the head chief that made this food. That bearded face peeking from the kitchen in worry. What would you feel when instead of eating the food that you put all your soul into, the people started to fight without touching the food? Hind. However, I didn't put those thoughts into words. I just glared at them strongly. When I did so, not just Yuma and Rizu, but even Celine-san and Toby's shoulders trembled in surprise. I'm sorry for making such a ruckus. I'm reflecting on it. Yuma. I apologize for not knowing my place. Rizu. Start eating before it goes cold. Hind. Why yes. Since both of them already apologized, guess I can stop here. Meals are to be had while they are enjoyable. Stress has a bad effect on digestion. Even though this is a game, we shouldn't neglect that kind of thing. Toby-kun. Hind-kun is quite the force to be reckoned with. Celine. Wok. Hind Dono also cooks, so he's really strict when it comes down to table manners. It's fine if it gets lively, but if the mood turns sour like this, he becomes a yakshaw that no one can confront. Toby. How should I say this? He's like a mother. Celine. Who are you calling a mother? I can hear you. Come on, let's eat too. Hind. Yes. Celine. Thanks for the food. Hind. Once I saw both of them picking up their forks, I started eating my own camel steak. The red flesh tasted like something between beef and lamb. Even though it was a bit chewy, it was soft as expected from meat from a young one. As with sheep, once years pass, the fluids contained within the meat decrease and the meat hardens. It seems like he only used salt for seasoning. I can see that he prepared it very carefully. This white mass that's used as a garnish is probably the hump. Once I bit into it, along with the crunchiness, the fat spread throughout my mouth. I might take a liking to this. It looks like it might taste better if you eat it with the red meat. It might taste a bit peculiar, but yup. Yuma. I don't really like this fat, but I don't think it tastes bad. Rizu. I enjoy this chewy texture. This is meat. It gives that kind of feeling. Toby. I personally prefer stew to steak. The flavor of the meat is a bit too strong for me, but it's tasty. Celine. Does the camel's milk taste a bit salty, or is that just me? Hind. After that, the mood turned better and we enjoyed tasting the camel's meat. Just as the head chef said before, the bill turned out to be slightly expensive. But we told him that it was delicious when we left the shop and his face scrambled and turned into a grin. We entered this shop on a whim without even making an appointment. But I'm glad that it was this store. Like I was saying, since we are going to buy 3 at the same time, gives us a discount. Hind. Can't do. If I sell them for cheaper than this, Kami-san will yell at me. Basically, we were participating in the auction now. Regarding what happened, we went to the seller that was unable to find a buyer in order to strike a deal personally. Regarding the auction itself, it was quite the stimulating experience, seeing how the sellers shouted the price in a loud voice while hitting the camels with a stick to show the quality of their meat. As expected, while buying them for their meat was popular, buying them as a mount wasn't so much. After finishing the transactions, the buyers and sellers take their camels and go their own ways. Seems like the number of sellers is way higher than the number of buyers today, so the price is on the cheaper side. As a result, you could see people like us that were negotiating with the sellers even though the auction was over. I want to take this chance and get a camel as cheap as possible, because even for a vendor, bringing the camels here is not free either. They have to feed them, and I heard that some travel great distances to sell them too. That being the case, the travel expenses must have been pretty high. Furthermore, in the case that they want to appear in the auction tomorrow, they will have to pay a fee to show their goods again. As a seller, it's better to sell as soon as possible. Our estimated budget is 200.000 G. Today's average price for a camel that's been trained to be mounted is 70.000 G. It's usually a bit higher. If we bought 5 of them it would be 350.000 G. So we don't have enough. Just for the record, Toby investigated, and the average price for a donkey is 50,000 G and a horse was a whooping 1,000,000 G. You could say they are on a league of their own. In that case I'll buy 5. I'll buy all the ones you have right now, so please sell me those 5 for 180,000 G. Hind QR. So you finally said all of them. It's true that if I don't head back soon my next job will be 220,000 G. Well, I was aiming for a vendor with 5 of them from the start. After sticking a price to 3 of them, I suggested buying all of them. Once I saw the man soften his expression, I believed the flow was in my favor. As I've previously stated, for a seller, having to stay for longer periods of time raises the chances that it'll turn unprofitable. Because of that, I made him think that he would be able to sell everything he had, increasing the chances that he'll listen to my demands. Particularly someone like the man in front of me. I looked for someone like him in tribal clothes that looked like he had come from far away. 190,000 G. Hind. It's finally time for the finale. Most likely, he'll settle for a price around 200,000 G with this. The man's expression turned bitter and troubled. What will it be? Will he stop the negotiations, or Phew. 200,000 G is the final price. I can't go lower than this. That will be all. I'll buy them. Hind. Alright. I bought them. I mean, I won. The man started to scratch his head as if he was thinking, have I messed up? But it was too late. You can't really say it doesn't count at this point, you know. I paid the man before he changed his mind and he handed over the reins for all of them. Ha! You are good for someone so young, kid. Since you were wearing lovely Shinto priest clothes, I thought you would be an easy target. Haha, thanks. However, I think you've been doing a great job, uncle. These camels are really docile and obedient and react properly when you pull the reins. I'm satisfied with this purchase. Hind. Yes, I raised them to be docile. Take good care of them. Seems like camels get really violent when they are being trained and it's very hard to discipline them. That being the case, it costs a lot more than using them as food, but that can't be helped. They also have saddles on them, so it's a lifesaver that we can ride them immediately. The negotiations took longer than I thought. There was no need for the 5 of us to be there in order to complete the transaction. So I had the others go and replenish our items. Once I got to the meeting place, everyone was already, wait, it's this way. Turn this way. They're there. Even though he said that they were docile, it was still hard to pull all 5 of them. However, they sure look sleepy. Just looking at them makes me feel as if I'm losing strength. Looking at their faces remind me of Siesta-chan. I wonder if she's doing fine. Amazing. Waki, you really bought them for 200k? That's quite the discount. Toby. Waki, and Toby-kun, your way of speaking. Celine. Good job, Hind Dono. Digazaru. Toby. Seeing me pulling the 5 dromedaries, Toby shouted in joy. Celine-san learned of Toby's way of calling me, but let's leave that aside for now. Well then, there's one for each one of you, so take turns in getting one. There, there and there. Hind. Good work on the negotiations, Hind. Ooh, this camel is so big. Yuma. You are right, they are big. Rizu. I handed everyone their respective reins. The girls were unexpectedly taken aback because of the size of the camels. But since they are calm there's no need to worry. The camel's body is about 3 meters long and 2 meters in height. It was quite the impressive sight. When I gave Celine-san the reins at the end, she was looking at me with worry for some reason. Hind-kun, was it really fine? I still have more than enough money, if you asked. Celine. I already told you this a while ago, but that sort of thing is no good. We are trying to build a relationship of equals with Celine-san. So we have to take money matters seriously too. I did properly buy them within our budget, so please don't worry about it anymore. Hind. Since Celine-san earned a fortune via blacksmithing, she's the one with the most money among us. Regarding the matter of buying camels, she offered to have her part be bigger than the rest of us, but I refused that proposal. I did have confidence in my negotiation skills after all. In times like this, You have to share the burden equally. Most of the money we spent this time was from the reward from capturing that bandit boss. It's something we earned as a group, so there are no issues. Hind-kun, you sure are mature. At times, it makes me think that you are older than me. Celine, if you compliment me directly like that, it's quite embarrassing. Hind, this girl is, for better or for worse, a naive person. She doesn't really mean anything by it, but it troubles me when she frankly expresses her feelings. I mean, if it was the usual three, we would talk about stupid stuff after all. As I got embarrassed, the three idiots made an evil smile at the same time. I got a bad feeling about this. Instead of someone older, a classmate of mine asked me if he wasn't actually an old man, you know? Yuma. When we were kids, some of my friends mistakenly called Hein-san Dad. Others called him Mum. Result. For some reason, the girls in our class always ask Hein-dono about matters regarding love. Toby. You guys. The happiness from being complimented by Celine-san is all gone. How are you going to repay me for this? Hind. Ahaha. Celine. That being said, Yuma's statement was the most shocking. An old man, she says. I'm still in my teens. Anyway, let's get back on track. We advanced to the exit of the town that had a bridge. From here it'll finally be time to ride the camels. We pulled the camels a bit past the exit and started to mount them at a spot not too close to the valley. Once we mounted the camels, while they were sitting down with their legs folded, they started to stand up with their front legs first, making their bodies bend backwards. Ahahaha. Scary, so scary. Ha 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 ha. Yuma. While listening to Yuma, who became all weird, I braced myself in order to not fall down. This time it raised its back legs and finally stood in an even manner. Ooh, they are so strong. And this view. This is so high. Toby. Ooh, this is quite. Hind. It really feels as if you had grown taller. It feels good. Result. It's more comfortable than I thought. The humps are soft. Celine. Like that. We practiced how to mount them for a while. Without crashing into each other, we started walking around the place. It's a game after all. It's probably simplified so that it's easy enough to ride them, but, it's shaking. It's shaking a lot. Celine. Camels have a unique way of walking, so it does shake in all directions. It's fine if you get used to it. But there's the chance that you'll get sick. Have to be careful about that. When I checked if everyone was fine, I saw Yuma getting off the camel with a pale face. I got off the camel after approaching her and placed my hand on her back. Are you all right? Hind. I'm fine. Ha, ha. Yuma. Even though she was the most energetic one of us until just a moment ago, what a sad state. However, this is worrying. Yuma, think you'll be able to cross the bridge? Hind. Yuma. I mean the bridge. You can see it from here, right? The bridge hanging in the valley. It's a suspension bridge. Hind. Yuma. So she didn't notice. Because of my words, Yuma looked at the bridge hanging in the valley and her face turned gradually paler. If I remember correctly, there was an acupuncture point that was effective for motion sickness. I crouched and took Yuma's hand. She jumped a bit in surprise, but I didn't mind that and made her sit down in that spot. What's with you suddenly? Yuma. It'll be fine. Stay still. Hind. I took off her arm's defensive gear and turned her arm over, then searched for the spot with my fingers. The spot was about 3 fingers placed across on your wrist towards the direction of your elbow. Then I pressed the middle of that location. I believe this should be the spot that helps with autonomic nerves. Take a deep breath. Hind. Ha. Yuma. Keep breathing like that. Hind. Would this have any effect inside VR? I was having that kind of doubt. I pressed firmly on the spot while matching the timing of Yuma's breaths. After a while, Yuma's shallow breathing started to gradually turn normal. How is it? Hind. Ooh, I think I feel better. Yuma. In that case, let's continue. I'll press another spot. After that, let's see. I heard that looking at the scenery in the distance is good. Hind. If I looked at the suspension bridge now, I feel that I'd get depressed though. I might vomit, you know? Yuma. In that case, look over there, towards the town. Hind. While holding her arm, we turned around. This time I pressed in the middle of her palm and traced circles slowly. Well, it might only give her temporary peace of mind, but it's better than nothing. When I was doing that, the two camels we got off of turned their heads around towards us. Could it be that they are worried? No way, right? We just bought them. There's no way that they would have warmed up to us to that point. They are probably curious about what's going on. Hind, is this a pressure point? Even the cures are like the knowledge of a grandma. You were saying I was like a dad or a mom a while ago and in the end I'm a grandma now? Geez, what kind of person am I even? Hind, how about, everyone's caretaker? Even if you ask me that. Hind, it's not like I'm unhappy about them relying on me. But I wish they wouldn't give me weird nicknames. While we were having that kind of conversation, Yuma's complexion kept getting better. Even her lifeless voice was turning back to normal. Alright, guess this should be about it? Hind, thank you. However, could I ask you to keep pressing it? I still feel a bit sick. Is that so? In that case. Hind, I kept pressing the spot with my hand. She did look like she was fine already, but if the person herself says so, though, I get the feeling that the hand I'm holding is getting warmer. I think her face is also redder than usual. Foo. Why are you grinning? Hind, right? It's unforgivable, right? Acting like she's weak to get your attention. Resolute bloodlust. Exclamation mark. Hind. Suddenly, Rizu's chop. No, spear hand thrust aimed at Yuma's hand. Yuma, who had jumped out of the way to avoid it, glared at Rizu. I was completely left out of the sudden situation. I wasn't pretending, I was really feeling sick. I was just making use of the situation. Don't get all defiant on me now. Was it delightful to hold hands? I'm so envious that I'd wish that I was in your place. Rizu, you finally let out your true thoughts. Do you have any right to tell people what to do? I don't really care, but I guess Yuma is fine already. Yup, she's engaging in a lively quarrel. That's already something akin to playing with each other. Let's leave them alone. I left them there and went to search for Toby and Celine-san. They are probably used to the camels by now. It's about time we gathered and departed. The width of the suspension bridge was barely enough for a single camel to go through. We made a row and pulled the camels across the bridge. To not let the camels' legs get stuck in the floorboard, we were careful to go through the boards that didn't have any crevices. Though, I think this would be a no-go if someone was coming from the other side. What should we do if that happened? Unexpectedly, the camels didn't have a fear of heights and calmly followed us. Was this also because of how well trained they were? While having those kind of nonsensical thoughts, we kept crossing the suspension bridge. However, I wonder how they managed to make this bridge? Toby, who was right behind me, raised his voice. I replied to him while looking at the pillars erected on both sides of the bridge. Well, as you can see, they are made by building a tower on each side and passing a rope from one side to the other. However, what you want to know is how they got the rope across, right? Hind, that's right. The width of this canyon is about 100 meters. It's quite deep too, so bringing the rope down and climbing with it on the other side would be quite tiring in my opinion. Toby, this is a world with magic after all. There's the chance that they could make the rope float and make it fly to the other side? Hind, though, if we assumed they made it with magic, they could also make one made of stone. I'm not sure about the limits of magic in this world, so I can't be certain about it. Since I knew about an influential archer, I looked past Toby and directed my gaze at Celine-san. Right. In the case that it's not done by magic, I wouldn't be able to reach it with my crossbow. Maybe they send the rope flying with something much like a big ballista? It seems like a ballista can reach a distance of about 400 meters after all. Celine, in real life, when it comes to long-distance bridges like the Akashi Keikyo Bridge, the first cable is carried by a helicopter. Depending on the situation, there's been cases that it's been done with a small-scale rocket too. Furthermore, Rizu chipped in. Be it today or in the old days, the need to find a way to get something like a rope or cable to other shore is the same. so they would have to search for a suitable method in this era. Since we don't know about the details of this particular bridge, it would be nice to go back to the town and ask the NPCs for details. Why, you don't know. The difference of knowledge between me and those 3 is like heaven and earth. Toby, don't drag me in with you. I do have some knowledge about it. Yuma, in that case, go ahead and say something about suspension bridges. Go ahead. Toby, suspension bridges, shake. Yuma, in the end, aren't you an idiot too? Toby, you go. Yuma, we would know that they shake even if you didn't point it out. Luckily for us, there wasn't anyone among us with a fear of heights. It would be hell for someone like that. I'm getting scared, so we should cross this bridge before we get into any trouble. That being said, this Basker's Great Bridge is like a lifeline for towns that exist in the desert. There are no monsters in the vicinity and they take great care of maintaining the bridge, so we were able to cross without any issues. Once we crossed the bridge, we rode the camels and headed west of the wastelands. Yuma, are you not feeling sick? Hind, I'm getting the hang of it. As long as I don't look down and direct my gaze a bit in front of me, I don't feel that sick. Yuma, glad to hear that. Hind, she can predict when it's going to shake by looking at the inclination, so I guess it's reasonable. Though I'm not sure if Yuma has thought that out. We proceeded like that for 10 minutes. As we went westwards, the temperature rapidly increased. Then, the surrounding wasteland's earth lost all its moisture and turned into delicate sand, until it turned into a scenery that was sand no matter which direction you looked at. It didn't take long to become like that. The displayed field name was Yabilga Desert. It's so hot. Hind, now it's turning more into a desert. I'm getting fired up. Yuma, this feeling of going through the desert on a camel. It's a romantic scenery that reminds you of a trip or an adventure. Toby, it's so hot, even though it was hot already. Rizu, even then Rizu-chan, you are staying cool. Celine, this is just from feeling, but I believe this is over 40 degrees Celsius. Regarding where we were heading towards the town in the desert we heard from in town in the wastelands, Basker, that I had marked on the map. To not have to worry about getting lost in such a desert with no landmarks helps a lot. Once you turn on the navigation, an arrow will display in your field of view. It's fine as long as you follow that. Well, I don't know if you'll want to. Once dusk comes inside the game, let's take a screenshot, with the camels included. Hind, oh, that would be nice. Good idea, Hind. Yuma, do you mind if I upload it to the BBS, to show them the good parts of the desert? Toby. When Toby said that, I looked at Celine-san and she started shaking her head. Well, I thought so. Personally, it's not like I want to stand out in the BBS. If you are fine with a screenshot that doesn't show us, do whatever you want. It's no good if we show in it. Hind, understood. Toby, wait guys, we got to change clothes soon. You are getting a status ailment. Hind, oh, you are right. We are getting burnt. Yuma, now that you mention it, I was thinking that I was feeling some kind of stinging. Toby, for both of their sakes we decided to take a break and let the camels rest, changing their clothes in the process. Yuma rolled a big headscarf on her head, hiding her head and the nape of her neck. Since Toby didn't show his skin to begin, he should be fine. Guess I can't say that. He was wearing all black, so he switched to the whitish clothes he had previously bought. We somehow decided to make preparations as if this was real life, and it turned out to be a good choice. Since the rest of us felt hot and decided to change clothes beforehand, there were no issues with us. Our initial clothes were already good to cover us from sunlight, but these ones did soften the sunlight even more. I used recover on both of them to heal them from burn and healed their HP with healing. Alright, let's depart. Aga, Hind-kun. I can see unnatural movements in the sand. Celine! Hind. Due to Celine-san's warning, we all put ourselves on guard. When we did, the surrounding sand exploded upwards and a large number of desert-colored scorpions appeared. We are surrounded. The monster's name was Desert Scorpion and they were around level 35. Their overall length was about 1 meter, and as you would expect, They were much bigger than their real-life counterparts and gross. Since a large quantity of them appeared and were squirming around, it couldn't be helped that I started feeling goosebumps in my skin. Luckily, it seems like the camels couldn't be the target of monsters' attacks. Like that, we entered battle with a swarm of scorpions. Now that I think about it, I believe this heat is taking a toll on our minds. Our current objective was to travel and explore, not to fight with monsters. I thought we already knew that. However, for some reason we continued to fight with the infinite amount of scorpions swarming at us. Toby was moving around while attracting the attention of a large number of them. Yuma aimed for the monsters that were heading for the rear guards while making her aura give off sparks. I used Quick on Rizu and Attack up on Celine-san. Rizu's offensive magic darkness ball moved towards the spot Toby just passed by. Celine-san blasted the gathered foes away with Blast Arrow. Around 10 of them were blown into pieces by a single attack. That did feel good. Our party's coordination has improved quite a bit during this fight. While I was carefully having those thoughts, it suddenly came to me. Wait, what's with this pointless war of attrition? We have already defeated 100 of maybe 200 scorpions, you know. Stop. Switch over and focus on defense. Let's gather. Hind. Nua. What's with you suddenly, Hind? Yuma. We are already level 35, you know. Only Celine-san is at level 32. Someone should have thought that something was wrong. Hind. If you say that, I'll be troubled. You weren't doing this on purpose? Toby. I was staying quiet since you looked like you were having fun. Rizu. I thought that was your intention. We are talking about Hein-kun here. Celine. Why? How did it end up like this? Now that I think about it, at the start everyone's position was all over the place, so I shouted instructions over and over. However, as the battle went on, each member started to grasp what their role was. In the end, there was no need for me to say anything anymore. Fighting with such a functional party, I remember feeling better and better. Isn't everything my fault? No choice, Toby. Use that. Hind. Is it okay if I do? If we thought about the cost of the materials, I'd say it's something really valuable. Toby. It's time to use it. Do it. It could act as an experiment. Don't worry about the cost. Hind. Don't mind if I do then. Nin. Toby. Toby lit that and immediately threw it. With a muffled explosion, sand and the remains of the scorpions were scattered around us, and waves of sand and wind pressure rushed towards us. That's some nice power, even though it's only inside the game. Isn't this flashier than a real-life boha? Though the displayed damage wasn't as high as it looked. What's that? What's that? I want to use it too. Yuma. This is not the time to be saying that. Retreat. Hind. Come on, let's go, Yuma-san. Rizuki. Don't pull me. I'll walk on my own. I'm telling you, I'll walk by myself. Yuma. The enemies far from the center of the explosion were mostly all alive, but the damage had knocked them back, so we were able to take some distance. Taking that chance, we got on the camels and were able to break free from the swarm of scorpions. When we were unable to see any enemies, we were finally able to take a breather. Though, this time, we talked while riding the camels. Since they are lurking within the sand, there's no way for us to know where the safe areas are. The topic of our conversation was the origin of the strange number of desert scorpions. Seems like Celine-san noticed something that bothered her while we were running away. The truth is, I saw 3 strange holes. Since they were in the dunes far away, we were unable to notice them mid-fight. They were swarming from inside, so I believe there's no doubt that it was their nest. Celine. That's why they respawned so fast. If we didn't retreat, we would have kept fighting them forever. Hind. If we want to exterminate these scorpions, we have to destroy their nests first. These types of monsters were standard in older action RPGs. It was common to see a set of bees and their beehives. The only saving grace was that the experience granted by those scorpions was extremely normal. There are lots of cases where that type of monsters that spawn infinitely are set to give really low amounts of experience points. However, even though they are convenient to level up, once they catch you they will encircle you, making it hard to escape. Toby. It's hard to run in the desert after all. They would just catch up to you. Hind. Fume. However, since they are that troublesome, There's probably some rare drops in those nests. Yuma. Speaking of drop items, we have a lot of scorpion materials in our inventories. I wonder if we could use them for something. Oh, right. Before thinking about such things, I should apologize for the blunder in the last fight. You see, I'm sorry everyone. Since our coordination got better during the fight, I kinda got too into it. I made a mistake concerning when we should have quit. Oh, so you meant that? I was just thinking that it was quite the drawn-out and unproductive way to fight for someone like you. Yuma. Unproductive you say? You sure are quite harsh. But well, I can't say anything to deny it. I'm ashamed. For some reason, the role of leading the party has fallen onto me. That's why the party's failures are fundamentally part of my responsibility. Once I lowered my head, Celine-san was the first one to back me up. She's so kind. However, I kind of understand Hind-kun. When I'm in great form while I'm doing blacksmithing, I tend to craft way more than what I had initially planned. Celine. I experience that kind of thing too. Once you are in good form, you can craft high-quality goods consecutively. After all, you can't stop your hands in those kinds of situations. When I get into it, I somehow end up dying before I notice. Yuma. When I get into it, I end up staying online all night. Toby. That sort of thing doesn't happen to me, but as a punishment, can I demand to sleep together? Hind. As if to express my own feelings, Celine-san started to laugh with a troubled look. Well then, there's just a bit more until our destination. It's nearly evening inside the game. The ocean of sand is starting to get dyed in red. Sunset in the desert is breathtakingly beautiful. It doesn't feel like it's a game at all. Unexpectedly, Celine-san was the most moved by the scenery and her eyes were glittering the most when watching the sunset happily. I'm glad that I came here. At such a statement, I was unable to contain a smile. I'm happy that she's being honest. As we had previously discussed, we took various screenshots and resumed walking after telling each other that we'd send the data to the others. Luckily, there were no encounters with any monsters during that time. By the way, does this Yubilga desert not have an area boss? Isn't it worrisome to just go like this? Yuma. That was a question asked by Yuma. There's a reason why no one else had asked this question. The tutorial explained this, right? In fields that take a long time to travel, they have set up dungeons so there won't be a field boss. This was only because Yuma had skipped the tutorial. The border color of the field name displayed when we entered the area was different, so it was possible to differentiate them. Since we have confirmed that this Yubilga desert is a large-scale area, there's no need to worry about a boss. Strictly speaking, there's a boss in the dungeon placed in the field, but there's no need to worry about that if you are just traveling from town to town. It's something like that. We can just focus on traveling today. You got it? I see, understood. Yuma. Regarding the dungeon, we'll just do it little by little. Toby. That will probably be left for when we explore the place and set up the home. In order to do that, we'll devote ourselves to just progressing now. For the time being, I want to imitate what everyone else is doing and reach this region's capital. Hind-kun, can't you see something over there? Celine. Just when I absorbed in how we'd proceed, Celine-san found something. I can't see anything though. We all advanced to the place she was pointing at. It's true that I'm beginning to see something that has a different color from the sand. It's not a plant or a boulder. Once I concentrated, I could see something that looked like a collapsed person carrying a backpack. It's a person. Don't know. Toby. It collapsed? We traveled towards said person in a panic with our camels. We descended from our camels after they sat down and checked if that person had any pulse. In a hurry. Something must have happened. The luggage was scattered all around the place. Hey, hang in there. Wait, this person is... She is. Klatos. Yuma. You are wrong. She's Clara-san. Yuma-san. You sure have bad memory. She's the clerk from the item shop in Altroa village. Toby. However, why is Clara-san in this place? Celine. The unconscious woman with her eyes closed was without any doubt the NPC Clara-san. Immediately after checking that she was breathing, Her eyelids slowly started to open. Shortly after, Clarissa-san completely regained consciousness. She was able to get her breathing in order and there were no issues with her memories when we talked to her. Seems like not much time has passed since she lost consciousness. As expected, isn't this too convenient? This timing. Toby, don't say it. It's probably set by the game. Hind. While Toby and I were whispering between each other, she was currently gulping down the water we had given her. I heard that it's dangerous to drink water really fast while you are dehydrated though. But since she hasn't lost consciousness for long, it's probably fine. Just in case, I had put some salt into it. Puha, thank you very much. Hind-sama. Clarice. So, what happened? Why were you alone here? Hind. That's Clarice. From what Clarissa-san told us, it seems like she was heading towards a town in the desert with a certain caravan. However, they were attacked by a large number of monsters in the middle of their journey and the caravan dispersed. Since Clarissa-san wasn't used to riding on top of a camel, she fell off her camel while trying to run away and lost consciousness. Given that we can't see her camel anywhere, it probably ran away. That is unfortunate. Hind. I'm glad that I wasn't attacked by monsters while I had lost consciousness. I'm really grateful, everyone. Clarice. Don't worry about it, right, Hind? Yuma. Yup. Clarissa-san definitely has good luck. Hind. The monsters that attacked the caravan were snakes that had a deadly poison called horn viper. Though according to Clarissa-san, they are monsters that you don't normally see around this area. I heard that they failed to kill their leader this year. But to think that they would appear as a group in the Abilga Desert. At this rate, it will be difficult to get to the royal capital Waha. Clarice. Seems like important information is coming out from Clarissa-san's mouth. This is weird. Even though there were rumors that NPCs had restrictions on the information they gave, I thought that they would basically not tell the names of towns you haven't reached yet. But she said royal capital Waha. By the way, Clarissa-san, what's the name of the town closest to here? Hind. Yes, it's Maya. There's an oasis there. Aren't you all heading there now? Clarice. Clarissa-san, excuse us for a moment. We have something to discuss, so take a moment to relax over there. Hind. I understand. Clarice. We gathered while facing away from Clarissa-san. Given the conversation just now, everyone had already noticed how peculiar she was. First off, Rizu opened her menu and checked the map. Right after she mentioned the name is being displayed on the map now. Seems like the system takes proper action when we obtain information from her. Rizu. What I can think of is that one of the reasons is because she's an NPC that travels long distances. Other than that, there's the possibility of it being because her job is peddler. Hind. There's one more. She has affection for Hind. In other words, Hind's likability with her is higher than with other NPCs. Yuma Dono is giving a decent opinion? Toby. It's true that Clarissa-san only calls Hind-kun by his name. Celine. Because Toby had said something unnecessary, Yuma drew her sword and was currently chasing him. But let's leave that aside for now. We are still not sure if we are right. But since we are already at this point, we thought that it would be better to hear more. Sorry to keep you waiting, Clarissa-san. We'll accompany you to Maya. Hind. Really? Please do so. Even though it's a short distance from here, I'm really bad at fighting. Clarice. In that case, please use my camel. I'll take care of the reins, so it's fine if you just get on it. Hind. But in that case Hind-sama will have to walk. Clarice. It's fine. It's not that far from here after all. Hind. Yes. Clarice. The rest of the party were already riding theirs. There wasn't enough space in the camel, so I carried her big backpack myself. I pushed Clarissa-san's back and helped her get on the camel. In that case, let's ride it together. That will be fine. Clarice. Huh? Hind. Having decided that, she was being quite pushy about it, yet her manner of speaking was cunning. She didn't let me argue against her, and before I noticed, I was riding the camel with Clarissa-san. This is so weird. Oddly enough, I don't think I can win against her words. It's even at the point where I can't say anything back. I wonder why it's like that. Clarissa-san, who was sitting in front of me, leaned her weight on me as if she was relieved. The camel continued walking as if there was no difference in the weight it was carrying on its back. You are quite strong. Like this, we won't fall behind the others in speed, right? Clarice. Why, you are right. Ha ha. Hind. I'm so scared that I'm unable to turn around. I can still feel their presence behind me. But no one has uttered a word for some time now. They were all silent and the air around us turned heavy. Now that I think about it, this game doesn't have a chat log. There's no party chat, guild chat, and even personal chat doesn't exist. Since this is a VR game, the intention was to make use of this chance to have people speak directly with each other. That is why for long-distance communication, or when you don't want others to hear what you are talking about, these are done through mails. Basically, what I want to say is that shortly after I got on top of the camel with Clarice-san, I've been hearing the ringtone of males. I might get a headache from this piro sound. The culprits are probably Yuma and Rizu. I get the feeling they are being at least considerate enough to not hurt the likability I have with Clarice-san, but I might lose it before that happens. Even though this should be a happy situation where I'm riding the camel with a beautiful woman, but somehow the journey was far more painful. Oasis Town, Maya, seems to be the name of this town. Like the name indicates, it was a town that spread out with a rich oasis at its center. It seems like it was developed as a stopping point for travelers to stay in while they transported their merchandise. That was what Clarice-san explained. The houses were made of earth and bricks, and the flames illuminating the place gave it a calm atmosphere. By the time we reached the town, it had turned completely dark. Hey, lady from the Empire, over here. I'm glad that you are safe. Armin-san. Hein-sama, that person is the leader of the caravan I was traveling with. Clarice. Soon after we got off our camels in the entrance, someone talked to Clarice-san. The owner of the voice was a man with a good physique, and he came closer to us while having armed women and men guarding him. From his looks, I guess he's a merchant. A wealthy one at that. I wanted to go and let the camels drink some water, so I told Clarice-san that we would split here. If we are lucky, we'll probably see her again. I gave her luggage back and grasped the reins to make the camel head towards the oasis. Please wait, Hein-sama. Everyone too. I want to thank you all for saving me, so can you all come to the inn called Desert Soul Pavilion later? Clarice. Hind-kun. Celine. Yes, we'll visit the place later. Hind. Really? In that case, I'll wait for you in the inn. Clarice. Because of my reply, Clarice-san sends us off. With a delighted face. The way Celine-san talked to me implied she was trying to say that it's better if you take her up on her offer. It's true that I was unable to get much information because I was being bombarded by mail, and the chances of a quest happening if we keep in touch is higher, though I think it would be a bit shameless since we only picked her up and no monsters appeared in the middle of our journey. Leaving that aside, the biggest problem I have right now. Rizu and Yuma. So scary. I didn't say anything. I'm begging you. Please don't look at me like that. Toby. Dealing with Rizu and Yuma, who were currently glaring at me. Hey, are we still doing this? Hind. Of course we are. We said we would switch after doing one lap, right? Since it has turned out like this, I should thank Clarice for giving us this excuse. Yuma. I mean, if it was just riding it together, if you told me, I wouldn't have minded if. Hind. Don't lie. You would have postponed it indefinitely. Like a father that fails to set a date when he tells you that he'll take you to the amusement park. Yuma. Don't struggle, like I would do something like that. What are you, a kid? Hind. If I had to say what I'm doing right now, I'm currently taking a stroll while Yuma is riding the camel in front of me. What they demanded from me while being very angry was to do the same thing I did with Clarice-san. Yuma went first since she won in rock paper scissors, and we gave a lap around the town while she was being noisy. After that, I took a lap around town with Rizu. From beginning to end, Rizu didn't say a word and just absent-mindedly looked at the beautiful moon in the desert. Compared to the tempestuous Yuma, it was a quiet and calm stroll. After that ended, I let Rizu off the camel and we meet with Celine-san in the town's entrance. Since we had some free time, I might explore the town. Even Rizu, who just got off the camel, Went into town after leaving some words behind and opening her map. Good work out there, Hind-kun. Celine. Yes. The desert at night has its charms, so I didn't mind the stroll itself. Celine-san, you are not planning on going into town? You don't have any particular issues with talking to clerks in shops, right? Hind. That's the case, but the truth is, Celine-san was squirming while hesitating to say something. Before long, as if to ascertain her thoughts, she said this while doing some strange movements. Here. Celine. While I was still riding on top of the camel, Celine-san closed her eyes and extended her arms towards me. Would it be easier to understand if I said it was the carry me pose a small child would make? If I had to guess, it's probably her saying I want to get to ride too. However, receiving such a surprise attack made me freeze for a while because of the cuteness created by having an older girl do something like that. On second thought, forget it. Celine. Wait a moment. Want to get on? Hind. Taking my silence as a refusal, she lowered her arms while being disheartened. In return, I held my hand out to her in a panic and Celine-san timidly grasped my hand. Celine-san, who was riding in front of me, was red up to her ears and didn't utter a single word. Unlike the previous times, with Yuma and Rizu, I was actually feeling nervous. But I was pretty calm now that I have seen her being far more nervous than me. I would have never thought that Celine-san wanted to do the same thing as those two. Hind. I might have admired things like riding together with someone. Celine. That might have been the case, but if we are talking about this sort of thing, it's usually done by riding on a horse with a prince. Leaving aside the fact that we are riding a camel, isn't it somewhat lacking when I'm the one riding behind? Hind. This might be weird coming from someone with a lack of confidence like me, but isn't Hind-kun's self-esteem really low? Celine. The people that say they are cool when they are with those three, would only be narcissists. Hind. After Celine-san muttered, "That's true," she took a deep breath and relaxed her shoulders. Having the time to look around the surroundings, she let out the desert is lovely at night. However, even if a prince riding a horse appeared next to us, I believe I wouldn't hesitate to choose to ride on the camel with Hind-kun. Celine. Hind. Why, Yuma-chan and Rizu-chan would most likely say the same thing. It wouldn't be just me. Celine. Receiving such a bold confession, my heart started to race. I'm glad that she can't see my face right now. Hearing Celine-san trying to hide her bashfulness, I was glad that I had her ride the camel with me, though those two have always been like that. Hind. They like you, right? I heard that you are not related by blood to Rizu-chan. Don't you have any intention to respond to her feelings? Celine. Even if she liked me, it's a bit complicated because we've been together for so long. Even if I took into account the part of me that likes her as someone of the opposite sex, I can't properly judge it because I'm too close to her. Hind. I have realized that they like me. However, Yuma is a friend and I get the feeling the part of me loving Rizu as a family member is bigger. Most likely, the three of us share this feeling. There might be a day when our relationship changes, but I believe no one wishes for that right now. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that's what's happening. That's why, I'm thinking that there's no need for me to do anything in a hurry right now. Hind. Now that you mention it, even though their approach is intense, they are not requesting an answer. I see, it was like that. That's so nice. Celine. Is that so? To the general public, I believe they would say that it's a distorted relationship though. Hind. I didn't mean that. I think it's something like telepathy. I believe it's as Hind-kun says. Since you trust each other so much, you can take your time moving forward. From the point of view of a timid person like me, it's quite the enviable relationship. Yup, I'm jealous. Celine. Hind. After those last words, Celine-san shut her mouth. From her helpless shaking back, I could feel fatigue and loneliness. In order to make it easier for her to lean on me, I straightened my back and took the reins as if I was lightly embracing her. Celine-san was a bit surprised at the start, but she eventually relaxed her body. For a while, she slept like an infant without any ill will. Until she woke up, I slowly took a second lap around town. Oh, they sure are drinking the water vigorously. As expected of camels, Hind. Was it 80 liters each time? Result. That seems to be the case. If it was a person, they would die. Hind. Yuma-san, are you going to drink too? 80 liters. Result. Hey, don't joke around. Yuma. It's just a joke. It's just that this water is really tasty even for us humans. Result. It's true. There's few impurities. I had this image of the water here being a bit more muddy though. Is it because it's a game? The water from the oasis wasn't free, but a liter was worth 5G, so it wasn't that expensive. That was because of the abundant water in this oasis. If it was somewhere else within the desert it would probably be way more expensive. Water is valuable in the desert. It might be because my camel had worked the hardest. It was the one drinking the most water. It sure worked hard today. I want it to drink plenty of water and rest well. Right. Hind. Dono. I found the desert soul pavilion. Toby. Thanks, that helps a lot. Hind. Once I took a look around, there were many tents used as a residence. Isn't that dangerous? Toby. With the remaining time, Toby had mapped the town. Just by going to a place or entering a store one time will register itself on the map. If you are in a party, even if only one member goes to those places, the rest of the party benefits from it the same. If I opened the map, I should be able to get a window with a panoramic view of the town. Celine-san answered Toby's question while drawing some water with a bucket. Toby-kun, weren't the tents placed in the sandy parts far from the oasis? Celine. It's as you say, they encircle the town from the exterior. Toby. In those places, it's more efficient to set tents. When the ground is deep, you have no choice but to dig quite deep and put in a bearing pile, which is quite a lot of work. From the looks of it, there are also quite a few houses built, Celine. So from a technological point, the construction of the houses can't keep up with the development of the town? I see. Toby. After taking a short nap on top of the camel, Celine-san thanked me as she got down with a refreshed expression. There seems to be a lot going on, but I only want for us to be able to enjoy playing together. And I believe that's the right thing. After the camels were done drinking water, we moved towards the inn where Clarice-san was waiting for us. The inn called Desert Soul Pavilion was a fairly big one even among the ones within town. Since she's staying in this inn, has Clarice-san earned quite the profit? Buildings that were made by hardening sand and earth were the standard in the desert. While being solidly built, their color was also soft. A bright light was leaked from within the entrance and the good fragrance of food stimulated our noses. Gulp. Yuma, you are drooling. Hind. Whoops. Yuma. I'm begging you, please, be well behaved in front of other people. Hind. I know. Yuma. Once I checked our hunger gauges, they were already past the 20% mark. That being the case, it might be good if we talked while having a meal. We informed them of our names at the reception and before long, Clarice-san appeared. Seems like she even went as far as picking our rooms, so it appears like we'll be staying here tonight. There's not much need for lying down inside the game. But shall we take her up on her offer and log out here tonight? I have also made arrangements for dinner, so let's talk in the dining hall. I'm very interested in why Hind-sama and the rest have come to the desert. Clarice. I'd also like to know what's the purpose of Clarice-san being here. It's probably related to business though. Why did you choose the extremely harsh desert? Hind. We both smiled at each other and I could feel something stabbing at my back. They are telling me to hurry up. Though, I get the feeling that it wasn't just one or two people stabbing me. Who was it, the one that snuck a kick in there? After seeing that, Clarice-san said the dining hall is over here with a smile while starting to walk in succession. The five of us followed her. We all sat down around a circular table inside a spacious private room. I wonder if this room is used for VIPs. The treatment is so good that it makes me a bit uneasy. However, Clarice-san smiled the whole time while telling us that we didn't need to worry since she knew the owner of the inn. Since the people of the desert are honest, go there and learn the basics of peddling. That's what Grandma told me to do. She also said that if I managed to endure the harsh environment of the desert, I'd be able to build up stamina. If we added this to what I previously told you, I believe you can get an idea about what kind of people they are. Clarice. She left some of the goods she had brought with the caravan, but those were lost when the monsters attacked. However, it seems she received some compensation from the mercenaries that acted as guards. It would be one thing if it was something like our recent social systems, but it was something that didn't really suit this Middle Ages setting. Sincere you say? It's true that receiving compensation for losing the goods you left in their care is not something you would hear. Hind. This might be a bad way to say it, but protecting them with your own life is your responsibility. You lost your luggage? I don't care, is what I'd imagine a guard saying usually. Toby. I don't know about other countries. If they did something like that here, they would lose trust and be unable to continue business. It's hard enough living in these lands. That's why they are very honest when it comes down to business. On the other hand, they are very strict when it comes to treachery and fraud. That's what this country of the desert, Salah, is like. Clarice. According to Clarice-san, this is what the people of the desert are like. In the process, she didn't hesitate to state the name of the country in the conversation. Seems like the name of this country is Salah. On the other hand, she said to leave the Bully Confederation for last. They are very greedy for profit and the people over there are very shrewd. Clarice. So, next time you'll head south? Hind. I still don't know. Though, I plan to stay here doing business for the time being. But they have blocked the road towards the royal capital. Ah, everyone, we can continue while we eat. Let's do it before it gets cold. Clarice. She said that while looking at the steaming food. Overall, it seems like they use tomatoes and broad beans on a lot of their cuisine. While their ingredients are limited, they concentrate on making plenty of variations. I can't decide which one to try first. New. This deep-fried food is so tasty. Yuma. She's quick as always to start eating. The moment Clarice-san said go ahead, Yuma started chewing something right away. What she ate was something that was deep-fried and had green paste within the crust, and it was covered in sesame seeds. That's called tamayo. Instead of potatoes they use broad beans. It's something akin to croquettes. Clarice. Clarice don't know. What about this one? Toby. That's a stew called takan, with tomato as the base. You can use rice, vegetables, meat or fish. All of them are really tasty. Clarice. Yup. The spices on all these dishes bring forth your appetite. They taste good and eating them warms up your body. However, after some time passes, thanks to the effects of the tomatoes your body would cool down and it felt good. We talked, though it would be better to call it us being engrossed in eating. Thanks to that, our hunger bars were close to 100%. Once we satisfied our stomachs, we started talking again leisurely. So, because the soldiers of this kingdom failed to defeat the monster's boss, the road to the royal capital. The Lukia Desert is infested with snake-type monsters. Hind. That's the case. Periodically a large specimen will appear, but if you don't defeat it, it'll take control of the ecosystem. The baby, horn vipers, will suddenly increase in numbers, and if we don't deal with them soon, Clarice, I'll take over from here. Clarice-chan? Hind. Just when I noticed a low elegant voice cutting in suddenly, a well-built man appeared holding food while dragging one of his legs. Could this be the inn owner? He was wearing an apron and the fragrance of spices was coming from his body. The people that were serving us until a while ago were all gone now. Celine-san was really surprised at the sudden appearance of a third party, but she'll probably calm down soon enough since Rizu is talking with her. Nice follow-up. The one that will have to talk with the owner this time is probably going to be me, so there's no issues. Yido-san. Clarice. Here, O'Malley, for dessert. I'll give these to you free of charge, so will you listen to what I have to say, customers? Yido. This person is the owner of the inn. He's called Yido-san. After retiring from being a soldier, he's an amazing person that built up this inn within a single generation. During his time as a soldier, he reached the rank of captain. Clarice. You are good at giving compliments as always. That was a long time ago. Yido. No wonder I thought he was well built. He held out the dishes with his well-trained arms that were full of small scars, and placed this soup-like dish with a sweet fragrance in front of us. It seems to be a dish where bread is soaked in milk and baked. Once I took a bite, I felt a bittersweet taste like raisins. Furthermore, this fragrance and texture These are nuts. It's sweet. It's tasty. Yuma. Oh. You are quite the honest young lady. I like you. Yido smiled when he heard Yuma's straightforward compliment and proceeded to tell us about the situation of the soldiers. We don't have much information, so I was honestly thankful. According to him, the next generation's training hadn't caught up yet, so their current military strength was lacking. To begin with, being a soldier wasn't a popular job. Being a guard for a merchant was far more profitable. In terms of salary, I think it's gotten better now. It's too late since they failed to defeat the boss though. There hasn't been a war in recent years, so there's been doubts about if we even need to have an army. But what would we do about public order then? Yido, with just the people that are there in the location, it would start showing signs of collapse. Hind. You are right. While I was still in, I demanded over and over that they improved the working conditions, until I had to retire because of an injury. They didn't do anything, and it ended with all my efforts being in vain. Yido. When he said that, Yido-san followed with a heavy sigh, complaining that it was far more profitable now that he was managing an inn. Once she saw that, Clarice-san said this while smiling. The truth is, the name of that army is Desert Soul. You can see Yido-san's love for the army in that name. He even went as far as naming the inn with the same name. Clarice. You sure said that in a malicious way, Clarice-chan. Well, if I had to say, I'm worried about my juniors. So, about the reason I told you about this. The point is, I want you to take care of subjugating that boss. Yido. We all exchanged glances. A quest? This is a quest, right? Is what we were all thinking. Except Rizu. The other three were telling me to take it. Without minding us, Yido-san continued talking. Obviously, I'll give you a reward for it. Furthermore, I'll use my connections to have a suitable reward from the government too. It's an enemy that is disturbing traveling for the people of the desert. We can't ignore it after all. What do you think? Will you take it? Yido. Our intention was to go to the royal capital from the start, so we don't really mind taking it up. But Hind. You want to know why I went out of my way to ask this of you? Let's see. Yido-san stood up from his seat, then he stood behind Clarice-san and placed a hand on her shoulder. Then he looked at me and asked me, from your point of view, what do you think of Clarice-chan? I mean regarding her as a merchant. I don't mean as a person of the opposite sex. Yido. What do I think you say? Her ability to take action is very high. No, she has a lot of personal connections. We found her by accident, but she was traveling in a wealthy merchant's caravan. Even this inn, she's an acquaintance of Yido-san, right? So, doesn't this mean that she's well liked by merchants? Hind. Fufu. I was praised by Hind-sama. Clarice. Well, let's leave that aside for now. Now what I was going to say has lost its meaning. Yido. Don't do that, Yido-san. He finally. Clarice. It hurts. It hurts. Who was it? The one that stepped on my foot right now. This is a conversation that might lead to a quest. Stop now. Anyway, it's just as you said. This girl has a good eye for people. Regarding that old man that lead the caravan, he might seem crude because of all those jewels on him and the fact that he has grown fat, but he's very serious as a merchant. He's quite the trustworthy fellow. Yido. Even the mercenaries that recompensated Clarice-san for her lost belongings are from an organization under the merchant army. Since it's only been a few days since she visited this country, what's amazing is what Yido-san said, a discerning eye for people and the speed at which she befriends them. It goes without saying that this is useful as a merchant. We can say without any doubt that this is a gift. There's also the fact that I heard that visitors hardly ever come to this country. But Clarice-chan said that you were amazing. I can't help but have high expectations of you, right? Those are my reasons. Yido. As he said that, he passed me a quest request like the one I saw that day. Since it looked like the details were all there, Yido-san didn't say anything anymore. Once I took it, the rest of the party members simultaneously peered at it. Hey, this is so cramped. It's hard to read it. What I was able to read first was the contents of the request. Lord of the Desert Basilisk subjugation, written in an exaggerated way. Regarding the quest reward, First off, it was a skill point book like a standard unique quest. Adding to that, seems like this time we'll get a large sum of money from Yaido-san and the government. The recommended level of the party for it was 35 or higher, except Celine-san that was slightly lower. We barely satisfied that condition. Anyway, we don't have any choice but to fight it like this. The deadline for the unique quest is short, so I don't think we'll have spare time to level up. After discussing it among us, we decided to take this quest. We had spent a lot of money on all sorts of things, so I honestly really want to earn some gold. If we kept going like this, the probability of us not being able to make a guild home is pretty high. I see, so you are going to take up our request. Yaido, once you have completed the subjugation, please bring back the big horn on its crest. That will be proof that you have defeated the Lord. Yaido, the basilisk has a deadly poison. Other than that, there's also the fact that it will petrify its opponent with its gaze. It might be better if you aim to crush its eyes first. Yaido, those were the suggestions we received. Since there's no need to skin in TB, we'll probably get the crest by defeating it. While thinking stuff like that, we decided to part ways there. After thanking Clarissa for the inn and the meal, we headed to the rooms she prepared for us. She was mindful and separated us in a room for females and another one for males. I parted ways with the girls and entered the room with Toby, but, ooh, this is a VIP room. Behind, there were two pointlessly big beds in the middle of the room. Once I opened the windows, there was a splendid view where you could the whole town with a glance. The furnishing was a basic mix of brown and white. The whole room gave off a calm atmosphere. This feels like such a waste. The room is like this but we'll only use it to log out. Toby, not like we have a choice. No matter how much you lie down inside the game, the fatigue won't go away. Some people say that if you sleep within the game, your stress will go down, but those are just false rumors. There's no scientific proof of it and the website says that you should rest properly. From personal experience, if I play continuously for more than 3 hours, my body will feel heavy once I log out. As retaliation for not being able to stay here, I sat down on the bed and enjoyed the softness of it. Toby seemed to have thought the same thing, so he went to the other bed and lay on his back on it. This is so vexing. However, today was really fun. Toby, yeah, it felt like an adventure. We are close to the royal capital, but just thinking about how it'll look like makes me feel so excited. It's a feeling you don't get often nowadays since information is released on walkthrough sites really fast. If you said that doing stuff without looking at information was good, it would only be for that though. Toby, everything has its pros and cons after all. In the age where the internet hadn't been spread out yet, it seems like people would exchange information about popular games at school with friends. Strangely enough, I can still remember when my dad used to tell me about his childhood in a nostalgic manner. The many retro games I have stored in my room's closet are games that my dad left behind. Changing topics, from the information they told us, it seems like the basilisk has plenty of weak points. From what we heard from Yaido Dono, because it is strong poison and that petrifying ability, it also has various weak points. Toby, right. So, I'd like to make some preparations for the time being. Things like the cries of a rooster, or that they dislike weasels. There are many things. However, you can't buy living beings from the trading BBS. It would be hard to buy them in this town, which means that there's only one thing that we might be able to prepare. We have some niter left that was used on the bow hire after all. Is there any glass? Toby, I saw it before in the trading BBS, since they also sold silver. Yup, seems like we'll be able to gather the ingredients. I'll have to be careful when working on it, but it'll probably be simplified in this game. Well, in this game that kind of thing is done vaguely after all. Someone will probably make them at some point. I'll leave everything to Dono. Toby, yeah, leave it to me. I'll come tomorrow a bit earlier to craft them. Having enough for the party and a few spares should be enough. After that, I'm counting on you making my ninja tools. The bow hire I used today was the best. Toby. It's a mystery how that gunpowder set that kind of explosion. Aunt Bohemia's more of an incendiary bomb type. They are mainly thrown at wooden things. Hind. Don't worry about those small details. Toby. In that case, guess I'll give more importance to realism and make nasty army provisions. Hind. Don't. Who would benefit from that? Toby. The next day, I arrived 30 minutes before the time we set, opened all the windows and started crafting a certain thing. Just in case, I wore gloves and used a cloth to cover my mouth to substitute a mask. As always, the chemical reactions and the process of drying progressed in an instant. Oh. Didn't this turn out quite well? Hind. Since there wasn't anyone that would give me a reaction, I muttered that by myself. I held it up high and smiled with satisfaction. What I made was a modern mirror using silver mirror reaction. As a countermeasure against the basilisk's gaze, anything would have been fine as long as it was a mirror. But since I was going to make it anyway, I tried making something that didn't exist in this world. The total amount I made was 10 of the size of a hand mirror and I placed them in suitable frames and they were done. At that moment, I heard knocking from the door. I made sure that there was no smell left in the room, threw the scattered materials into my inventory and replied with a come in. The one that showed her face was Clarice-san. Hind-sama, can we talk for a bit? Ara? Clarice. What's wrong? Hind. I followed Clarice-san's gaze and there was a mirror that I forgot to hide lying there. She went past me, took it in her hand and her eyes were glued to it. After staring at her own face reflected in the mirror as if she was seeing something odd, this time she used it to look around the room. After repeating the action of comparing what she saw in the mirror and what her own eyes saw over and over, she finally opened her mouth. Is this a mirror? However, it is this clear. How is it possible? Clarice. Hind-sama, where did you obtain this mirror? Please, tell me. Please, I beg you. Clarice. Please calm down. Don't shake me. I'll tell you. Hind. She grabbed me from the bottom of my neck and shook me back and forth over and over. I'm starting to feel sick from having my brain shook. In the Middle Ages, mirrors are mainly made by polishing metals like copper, tin and mercury. Obviously, they are mostly inferior to the ones we make nowadays. The method of silver mirror reaction I used this time was something born in the 19th century after all. In other words, this mirror is something that is out of place within the world of TB. This was made by Hind-sama. Is that really true? Clarice. Your face is too close. It's too close, Clarice-san. Hind. I'm sorry. Clarice. It's understandable that she's excited as a merchant. However, the NPC's AI in TB is really amazing. To think their reactions were at this level, that she was able to recognize that as mirror alone would differentiate her from an average AI. To accept something that goes beyond your understanding in a moment is something that is hard even for normal people. However, having reached this point, I can sort of guess what she's going to say next. Hind-sama, please sell me this mirror. I'll help you distribute it. I'll definitely not make it unprofitable, so please. Clarice. Clarice-san's merchant soul was burning. So, in the end you lost against her enthusiasm and signed the contract. Then you told her how to make them. Result. Something like that. She seemed confident that they would sell. The contract was made so that it would definitely not turn unprofitable for me. She rushed over to that wealthy merchant with the mirror. Hind. The number of mirrors I had at hand right now were exactly 5. The rest I handed over to Clarice-san in exchange for the contract money as samples. Right now, I am waiting inside the inn for everyone to gather. Since Celine-san was the only one left, we were currently waiting in the girls' room. I'll hand the mirrors over. When the basilisk uses its petrifying attack, try to test it. Even if it fails, I can use recover on you, so it's fine to be proactive. Hind. Fuma, to give a girl a mirror. Yuma. So you are saying that I should polish myself more for Hind-san's sake, right? I understand. Result. Hind-dono, you sure are cruel. Toby. Hey, you are saying all this even though you know what they are for, right? Just so you know, It doesn't have any deeper meaning, okay? To begin with, there wouldn't be any issues even if you didn't polish your appearance more. You group of beauties. Hind, in the past, the times where giving someone a mirror wasn't a good thing were often. As these guys have said, there were cases where it had the insulting meaning of look at yourself in the mirror more, and since they broke easily too, they were also a sign of bad omen. However, since I wasn't giving them the mirrors as a gift right now, it has no relation to that kind of thing. If you tell me I'm beautiful straightly like that, I'll get embarrassed. Toby, why are you the one getting embarrassed first? I'll bury you up to the head in the desert. Yuma, that's mean. Toby, in contrast, apart from Toby, the other two's faces were slowly turning red. Even though they should be used to receiving compliments, why do they overreact like this? At that time, a light was born inside the room, and from within, Celine-san appeared. I'm sorry. Did I make you wait? Celine. Oh, Sechin. There are no problems. Yuma. Why yes, it's only been about 5 minutes since everyone gathered. There's no issues. None. Resuit? Is that so? Celine. I handed a mirror to Celine-san, who just logged in. When I gave it to her, she made a saddened face for some reason. As expected. Would it better if I was a bit more feminine? Celine. No, that's not what that mirror is for. Hind. Once I explained that it was a countermeasure against the basilisk, Celine-san hung her head down and covered her face in an act of embarrassment. Rizu then started to lightly hit her back without changing her expression. I feel bad for her, but I would rather not repeat the gag. With Oasis Town, Maya, at the center, there were 2 huge deserts in the vicinity. One of them was the one we passed through in the east side, Ubilga Desert. The other one is on the west side of Maya. This one continues until their royal capital Waha, and is called Lukia Desert. Having finished our preparations, we set foot in Lukia Desert. Clarice-san said that the ecosystem was strange, but it was beyond our expectations. If we let our guard down and the camels slide, snakes would twine around them. They were called horn vipers, and if I had to describe them in a few words, I'd say they are small basilisks. Seems like these will mutate and become basilisks, so I guess it goes without saying that they are like this. They can't petrify, but they have strong poison. Just now, including the camels, someone got poisoned, so I rotated, between them. However, we were fighting while traveling, so I couldn't stand still to charge my MP and was in this awkward position where I had to use a large amount of MP potions. Since we were fighting while riding on the camels, it was also painful how useless our 2 vanguards were because they lacked ranged attacks. Given the fact that Yuma's sword wasn't a long sword, her attacks sometimes hit and other times missed. Since Toby used 2 Dantas, his reach was hopeless from the start. The sword won't hit. I'm getting stressed too, Yuanat. Yuma. I can't do anything, Toby. That being said, in order to stop this swarm of snakes, we have no other choice but to defeat the basilisk. Originally, horn vipers don't act as a group, so if there's not a basilisk leading them, they don't pose that much of a threat. That's why we have no choice but to not stop right now. From what they said, the army fought the basilisk in the vicinity of a rocky area, but Hindkun, I saw it. The rocky area. Celine. Lead the way please. Hind. Since I can't see anything with my eyes, I'll have Celine-san take the lead. After proceeding for a while, we started seeing a ragged rocky terrain, but something was odd. The surface was twisting and wriggling. Whoa, wait, could it be that they are all snakes? Hind. You are right. It looks like a bucket full of eels. So gross. Yuma. I'm getting serious nausea. Resu. Is Celine Dona fine after being the first one to see that? Toby. I'm the type of person that is fine with reptiles. Celine. Really? We discovered an unexpected truth here, but the current situation was highly unpredictable. The rocky area didn't have any cracks and it was crawling with horn vipers, and we now had to plunge into the butt. I'd like to have some spare energy left, and it'll be quite hard if I don't recover my MP first. Can we do something about this? We slowed down our pace and looked at the rocky area while we drew closer. Bushai! Hind. It might have been because we were negligent in our defense. Now that I think about it, by the time I noticed, Several snakes were clinging onto my camel. However, suddenly my camel spit a large amount of saliva onto the ground. When it did so, the snakes are running away. Wait, it stinks. Hind, it stinks. What's this? Yuma, it's the camel's saliva. However, this Hind, having gained a hint, I searched through my inventory. If I remember correctly, there was that prototype ninja gear for Toby. Ah, here it is. Alright, let's proceed until the rocky area first. There, we'll prepare for the fight. Hind, are you insane? So you mean that we should get there, exterminate the snakes and secure place? Toby, there's no need for that. Anyway, follow me. Hind, once I got closer to the rocky area, I took out the ball from my inventory and threw it. Once the ball hit the rocks it broke in pieces, disappeared into the sandstorm and scattered a red dust. Oh? Yuma, what's this dust? Rezu, it's bright red fine powder that is floating around. But, Waki, what did you throw? Toby, it's a red pepper bomb. I made it as a bonus when making the bow higher. Hind, that sounds quite effective. Shien, yeah, now that I think about it, snakes have a developed sense of smell. Which means Rezu, as if to support Rezu's words, there, horn vipers, scattered from the rocky area like baby spiders and disappeared in unison. The truth is, I made it as an anti-personnel weapon to use against PKs. But to think it would make its first appearance here. Once the dust settled, we advanced towards the rocky area and hurriedly prepared for the next battle. For some time, they should be wary of the smell of red pepper and probably won't get close. Alright, gather up. I'm going to use area heal. Hind, I used the skill, area heal, that I got a while back on the rocky area. Once I made sure that everyone had gathered. At our feet, a big magic circle appeared and it emitted a white light. This is the type of healing magic that you have to designate an area. Unless the targets are inside, there's no meaning in using it, so it's a skill that's a bit hard to use. While our party was inside, our HP gradually recovered. However, if you were inside from beginning to end, the amount of HP recovered was extraordinary. The members of the party that were inside the formation healed multiple times and recovered up to full HP. Incidentally, since the camels had also taken a small amount of damage and were inside the formation too, they were able to recover their HP. Ha, we can finally take a break. Shien, Sechin played a very active part. Rezu, no, it's Rezu-chan who used magic with great timing. Good job on the healing to Hind-kun. I believe it was perfect support. Shien, though our MP potions decreased by a big amount. Since we've come to the desert, it's been all battles of endurance. Hind, once we finish making the home, let's make our own potions. I'll help you, Hind-san. Rezu, right. Hind, where most of our expenses go to our healing items. If the party had 2 Shinto priests, the expenses would definitely decrease. But since I'm the only one in this party, it won't go that way. While the rear guards were exchanging such praises for our effort, the same couldn't be said for our vanguards. Where is it? Come out, Basilisk. Yuma, my blades seek blood. Pray, where is the prey? Toby, they were getting irritated. It might have been because they couldn't fight properly. Both of them seemed to have quite the dissatisfaction piled up. Since snakes don't have ears, it doesn't really matter how much noise they make though. It was probably because it felt the vibrations made by the sound. While taking in and out its bifurcated tongue that was glaring at us from a distant elevated place. Like we were told, it had a crest-like horn, sharp-pointed fangs and physique like a big tree. As if it was responding to both of their voices, a giant snake that you would mistake for a mountain appeared. For the time being, let's spread out. Hind, right after I shouted that, the basilisk's eyes shone with a suspicious light. They released a laser beam-like effect and it shot its petrifying attack. We were able to somehow get away from it, but there was a camel that was too late. My camel. Toby, it got petrified. I returned and collected the rest of the camels that were trying to run away in all directions due to panicking and cast, recover, on the one that Toby rode. I seized the reins of the camel that had a dumb face as if it didn't understand what had happened to him after it returned to normal. I'm going to evacuate the camels. I'll leave the fighting to you for a short while. Hind, understood, Hind-san. Resuit. Once I cast all the buffs on the party members, I took the reins and pulled the camels to the shade of a rock. I took a glance at Rizu, who had used slow, and made the camels stand there at a sufficient distance. If it's here, it should be fine. Ukyo. Yuma. W. What? Yuma. Hind. Just when I was thinking that Yuma was suddenly flying in the sky, she died from fall damage in front of me. After that, I looked towards the thunderous sound I could hear and I saw the basilisk swinging around its tail in a fit of rage. It looked like Rizu had placed plenty of debuffs on it, but even then, it still had an overwhelming amount of strength left. I used revive on Yuma, and when she got up I healed her HP with a potion and heal. When Yuma abruptly got up, she started looking around as if to understand the situation. Gyo? Yuma. R-O? You words are all weird now. I don't get what you are trying to say. Hind. Gyo. Cough, cough. Hind. It's wriggling around and I can't hit it with my sword. I'm getting even more irritated. Yuma. Sure. I'll try to leave the finishing blow to you, so try to calm down. Come on, let's return to the battle. Hind. You are? Yuma. She probably was quite irritated, charged into it and self-destructed. Currently, Toby was skillfully dodging its attacks and reliably dealing some damage. However, it might have been because he was the only vanguard. He was immediately shot and their cicada technique that replaced him was destroyed. Since it seemed like Toby used cicada technique right after it was back up from CD, I assisted him with quick. With this he should be able to immediately use it again. Oh, my CD. Hindono, you are back. Toby kept you waiting. What's the situation? Hind. We have already used all our debuffs. The poison and tail attacks cover a wide area, but since they are big attacks there aren't any issues dodging them. Resuit. Got it. Celine-san, think you'll be able to aim at the eyes? Hind. Even when it's slowed its movements are fast and irregular, so it'll be a bit difficult. Since the head is also quite high, it doesn't seem like Toby-kun's shadow weaving will be effective. Celine. Alright, then let's do it steadily. Instead of aiming for the head, let's shave off its HP slowly. Hind. Acknowledged. Celine. Most of the monster's weaknesses were around its head. It might be easier to aim at them if it tried to use a bite attack, but the basilisk stubbornly stayed upright and its posture didn't break. The venom and the petrifying gaze were both ranged attacks, so it probably meant that there was no need to lower its head. Just when I was having those thoughts, a petrifying attack came close to where I was. Yuma, it's going your way. Hind. Okay. Take the ears. Yuma. Yuma quickly took out the mirror from her bag and beautifully reflected the petrifying laser. As expected of her reflexes, though it might have been because the angle was bad, but it only ended up grazing the basilisk's body. Even then, it got petrified and its movements dulled. I was about to say it was a chance to attack simultaneously, but what? Hind. The basilisk started trembling and in the next moment slipped off. The parts that were petrified, the skin was left behind. Furthermore, it showed that it had healed. We had managed to bring it down to about 50% HP, but now it was full again. That's cheating. That's so not fair. Toby. Damn it, we're doing it again. It could be a one-time use unique movement. Hind. Thinking that it wouldn't shed its skin the next time, we shaved off its HP under 50% again. However, share! Hind-kun, it's doing it again. Celine. So it was no good. Hind. When it went under 50% HP, the basilisk shedded its skin again. This feeling of wasted effort. We did the same thing again just in case, but the results were the same. From the looks of it, it seems like once it reaches 50% HP it will shed its skin without fail. Rizu saw that we were making no progress, so she rushed over to me and talked to me. What should we do, Hind-san? Rizu. If it's like this, we can only do one thing. We'll shave off its HP until it's close to 50%, Then we'll attack in unison before it can fully recover. If we can't beat it with that, we'll retreat without giving it a second thought. Hind. However, its weakness is its head, right? How are we going to stop its movements? Rezu. When it first shed its skin, it seemed like the petrified portions were in its way and it took longer to shed than the second and third times. We have no choice but to reflect it with the mirror well and try to petrify it. Hind. What are you both babbling about? It's dangerous. Yuma! Hind and Rezu. Yuma rushed up to us while holding up the mirror and managed to reflect the petrifying attack by a hair's breadth. The reflected laser veered off the basilisk by a wide margin and the desert's sand was turned into stone in an instant. The reason this facility is full aurochs is because of this. Damn, it's hard to angle this. It bends more than I expect it to. Yuma. My bad, Yuma. You saved us. However, please try to win us sometime. Hind. New? So you got a plan? Yuma. Yeah, leave it to me. Hind. Alright, in that case I'll be going. Yuma. Yuma kicked the sand and started running. I saw how she dived into the sandstorm with her waving silver hair alongside her tempestuous aura. Then I filled Rezu in with the battle strategy. We don't have much time. It's like that. What do you think? Think you'll be able to pull it off? Hind. Yes, I can already read its trajectory. There's also no issues about coordinating with its HP. Rezu. Okay, you are the key to this fight. I'm counting on you. Hind. Leave it to me. Rezu. Like that. I returned to the battle with Rezu and talked to them. I shouted the strategy in a tone such that everyone would be able to hear me. Listen up, listen to me as you are. While being careful of your CDs, shave off its HP to about 60%. The rest of the adjustments will be left to Rezu, so once it reaches that point we'll retreat. Be careful so you don't end up using powerful skills. Hind. Understood. Yuma. So we are going to attack it simultaneously, huh? That's also good. Toby. I'll do my best to shave off its HP. Celine. Okay, I was able to convey my intentions. From that point on, we mainly used basic attacks. We slowly and carefully continued to attack and defend. I was concentrating on healing, but I made sure to stop and keep my MP close to full. Given this situation, it's this amount of MP. Depending on the situation this changes after all. Hind-kun, it's about time. Celine. Alright, everyone stop attacking. Now retreat while recovering yourselves with healing items. Rezu. Hind. Yes. Rezu. Each member used their own healing items and stopped attacking. Temporarily there was a variance in aggro, but since it was only Rezu attacking it, it was easy for the basilisk to start aiming at her. With this, we have no choice but to just look for the time being. But after a big amount of HP was shaved off the basilisk by the darkness ball that she cast, she made small adjustments with fireball. She calmly dodged the tail attacks and a small smile showed on Rezu's face. Ooh, that's amazing. Rezu Dono. Toby. She's bringing it down to just barely above 50%. Yuma. She's perfectly managing her damage. You are telling me that she even understands the variance in numbers between attacks? Celine. All that's left is to wait for the petrifying attack, but I'm counting on you, Rezu. Hind. Since its HP was getting close to the 50% mark, Rezu prepared to escape. However, the petrifying attack of the basilisk we were aiming for wasn't coming. She dodged the venom and evaded the huge body that sprang forward. Gradually, Rezu started breathing heavily. This is so vexing. Not being able to do anything but watch. Rezu! Rezu, look out! Hind. Immediately after that, Rezu fell over because her feet got caught in the sand and the basilisk's tail approached her. I reflexively leapt forward and pulled Rezu's light body with all my strength. Gar? Hind. There was an impact. I took the serpent's attack directly and my body made a somersault above the desert and rolled on the sand. Since I was close to death, my field of view was dyed bright red. I thought I was going to pass out, but I managed to pull myself together and checked my HP. It seems like I was able to avoid dying. With my field of view dyed red, I stood up and I saw the back of Rezu, who stood up in front of me holding up the mirror to protect me. Taking into consideration the atmosphere and the sandstorm, It's here. Rizu. The basilisk's eyes shone and released its petrifying attack, aiming at us. Rizu reflected it, and it went in a straight line towards the basilisk's body, and it was absorbed by it. Like that, she shifted the angle of the mirror and Rizu poured the beam over the basilisk's entire body! The basilisk got petrified from the tail to the head, and it grumbled down on top of the sand while making a dry sound. Once she saw that, Rizu headed towards me and sprinkled me with potions. Wait, no, she's using too many. Because she alternated between beginner potions and intermediate ones, my HP was already full. Rizu, I'm fine already. Look, the battle is not over yet. Hind. Yes, I won't forgive that rotten reptile. I'll tear it to pieces, cook it and feed it to the pigs. Rizu, I believe the corpse won't remain though. Anyway, we should also go. Hind. The other three were already waiting close to the basilisk's head now that it had fallen over. If we don't hurry up, it'll get out its petrification and start shedding its skin. Once I returned, they all looked at me with a mix of worried and exasperated faces. Hind, don't be that rash. Though it's fine since you didn't die. Yuma, sorry. So, we can't damage it while it's petrified as expected? Hind. Basic attacks dealt 0 damage. Even if we used skills, it would probably be the same. Toby. Since it's not disappearing even when its whole body is petrified, it probably means that it's not defeated yet. I believe it'll start shedding its skin soon. Celine. In that case, we'll focus all our firepower only on its head when it sheds its skin. Since the shedding starts from its head, it will heal when the skin of the tail is shed. We'll defeat it before it ends. Hind. We readied our weapons. I cast attack buffs on everyone and then charged my MP. I still can't see the basilisk moving. The heat of the desert slowly burned our backs. I'm so nervous that I can't stop sweating. Immediately after, someone gulped and their throat made a sound. The petrified surface started peeling and the exposed head appeared. It then glared at us. Now, everyone, deal as much damage as you can. Hind. Yuma. Ceei. Toby. Each time someone released a skill, sand fluttered everywhere. Bolts roared, swords fluttered, daggers minced, and the magic hollowed out its flesh. This is the end. Yuma released her new skill, Burst Edge, while having Act of Desperation activated. It consumed all the remaining MP and it took about 20% of the basilisk's HP in a single strike. It's fitting of the attack type. It's a short kill skill that won't leave anything behind. However, no way. Yuma. Once the cloud of sand released because of the skill settled down, the basilisk was still not defeated. Its remaining HP was about 10%. Once I took a look at the other members' remaining MP, they were already dry. It was probably because everyone's MP potions were on CD. No one was trying to recover. I had already used mine for Celine San's skill. Furthermore, we all shouted that our offensive skills were on CD. Now we switched to basic attacks. While we were doing that, the shedding progressed. About half of its body was released from the petrification. The party members grew impatient. However, I conserved my MP for this moment. Since shining and basic attacks were like a drop in the ocean, I still hadn't contributed much to shaving off its HP. If I didn't work here, there was no meaning in me being in the party. First of all, I cast Quick on Yuma. With this, she can use Burst Edge again. It's no use. Hind. Even if I can use the skill, I don't have enough MP. The potion won't make it in time. Yuma. I didn't reply to Yuma's words and followed with the next move. After a short chant, a ball of light appeared in my palm and I threw it at Yuma's back. There's also this. Don't give up. Take mine, Yuma. Hind. This can work. I can do it. Take theirs. Yuma. What I cast was the magic that handed over your own MP to the target. Entrust. A Shinto priest's maximum MP is higher than a knight's. Even if it is decreased because I used Quick, it was enough to fill up a knight's MP. Having completely recovered her MP, a huge amount of magical power erupted from her sword again. Yuma pierced the basilisk in the area between the eyebrows and light gushed out. Before long, It spread out throughout its whole body and the basilisk ended up crumbling into pieces. As if to show that it was a formidable opponent, the light ascended towards the sky. All members of the party looked at this dumbfounded while breathing heavily. Yuma was the first one to come to her senses and shouted, Toby. Then, Toby shouted too. I reacted. Hind. Finally, I shouted too. After that, the three of us exchanged high fives and I handshaked up and down vigorously with the smiling Celine-san. Then I hugged Rizu, who was looking at us bewildered. You see. I'm happy, but, Rizu, ha. We won, Rizu, we won. Hind, you look very happy, Nissan. Foo, Rizu. Like that, I carried her in my arms and started spinning around, but a weight was added to my back. I wasn't able to support the weight of two people and I collapsed on top of the soft sand while covering Rizu so that she doesn't end up being crushed. Who was it though? I don't even have to ask. It was only Yuma, the only one that would do this kind of thing to me. Hind, even though you were indifferent back then with the ogre, you sure look quite happy this time. Yuma, the effort it took compared to that time is different. Or rather, it's heavy. Hind, what did you say? I'm not that heavy. Yuma, I'm not talking about your body weight. Think about your defensive gear. Hind, in that case, me too. Toby, me too. Celine, why are you all leaning on me? Hind, maybe it was because they have checked that it was safe already. Even the camels were making a "what are these guys doing?" face, and we continued to make noise while being intoxicated in our victory. When he calmed down, we got on top of our camels and progressed through the desert again. Looking at the map, it seems like the rocky area was in the middle of the desert, so we decided not to return to Maya and head towards the royal capital. Waha! There, Serpent's Crest. That it was proof of the quest appeared inside our inventory as we expected, since it was a drop item. Furthermore, as Clarice-san had said, their horn vipers all disappeared after we defeated the basilisk. Right now, their desert scorpions that were in their Ubilga desert appeared from time to time and we were able to travel quite comfortably. However, it was quite the hard opponent. To think that it had that much firepower. Hind. Yup. Maybe we should have known because of the recommended level and the number of party members it recommended? Celine. Probably. However, in this game, we see quite often unreasonable beginner killers, right? The deadline was also short. The quest we took this time was quite nasty. Hind. Since we had some leeway now, we carefully chatted while walking beside the camels. We only had to speed up a bit if we saw monsters, so we'll probably be able to proceed without fighting as long as a new speed-type monster doesn't appear. It was the worst type of boss for players that want to fight stably and have a battle of attrition. Toby, it's checkmate the moment you don't have enough firepower after all. If you can't beat it, you would level up, upgrade your weapons, and as a last resort you would make a party with jobs that had firepower, something like that. Since the amount of gold they reward will be exceptional, I believe it can't be helped that it was that hard. Hind. It was nice that we were able to defeat it on our first try. Yuma. It's not an enemy I'd like to fight again. Though it's a shame that it didn't leave a corpse behind. Rizu. If it left a corpse behind, what were you planning to do with it? Yuma. While we were chatting, we were slowly reaching the destination on our map. We knew about the location of the place from that time we heard information from Clarice-san. From this distance, we'll probably see the royal capital in a few minutes. This time, Rizu was impressive. The damage adjustments and how she extended the time it took until the basilisk healed by patrying it was a big deal. Hind. If you are going that far, that was all thanks to Hind-san preparing those mirrors beforehand. Rizu. Haha, guess so. Exchanging praise is embarrassing, so let's stop. So, since we are going to reach the royal capital soon, should we report on the quest first? I wonder if I'll be able to enter the royal palace? Hind. You are right. If we said that we came from Maya Town via the Lukia Desert, that alone will probably make a disturbance. Wonder if it's better if we contacted Yido-san and have him link us with them? Celine. Just as Celine-san has said, that way is probably more reasonable. If we entered the capital from there, Lukia Desert. I believe they would know about the situation anyway though. Let's have Yido-san, who served in the royal palace originally, do something about it. However, since his leg is hurt, I don't know if he'll come personally or not though. Right. Since going there would be a pain, shall we write him a letter from the royal capital? Seems like they use camels to do that. Hind. Though they probably won't deliver it until they make sure that the desert is completely safe. Even then, returning after just reaching the royal capital would honestly be tiring. Oh. In that case, isn't it the perfect time to search for a suitable place for our guild home? Yuma. Right. I believe the home is chosen among the vacant houses within the town? Hind. That's the case. The inside is another dimension, so it's spacious, so we don't have to think if the building and the rooms are small or big. However, if the location and the initial accommodations are good, the property will have a suitable high price. Toby. That's like real life then. I bet houses are expensive in the royal capital. Hind. On the other hand, if we wanted to set the home in a cheap location, it would be fine to choose a rural town in the outskirts. Obviously, with fewer people a unique quest probably won't happen and trading with NPCs would be hard. In those cases, the type of goods that shops sell would also be lacking. However, it's not like it would be all bad. It's convenient to secure a place in the countryside if you want to do stuff like agriculture and livestock raising, so it's nice if it fits your playstyle. In our case, we don't have to think that deeply about it and we plan to set the home in the royal capital somehow. In that case, once we reach it we'll choose a place for the home. Eh? Hind. I think I'm forgetting about something. However, after we crossed a hill in the desert we saw the royal capital and I interrupted that thought. The party members let out comments of admiration and the camels' small throats snorted. Royal capital, waha, was bigger than I imagined. There was sand as far as the eyes could see and within that, rectangular buildings of ashen color were built close to each other. A mirage obstructed us and we couldn't get a panoramic view of it. I could slightly see a magnificent palace in the inner parts of it. Or that's what I think. We have arrived. Yuma. Yuma raised both of her arms and shouted on top of the camel. We all took that as a "I'm glad that the journey is over," exchanged glances and smiled. It was at that time the ground around us started rising along with a sound. From within, a poisonous-like color scorpion, twice the size of a desert scorpion, appeared. Its level was 37 and its name was Venom Scorpion. You are a Hindkun? What's this monster? Celine. Ah, right. This is what I forgot about. Sorry about this, everyone. I forgot to tell you that this desert is a normal field. Which means Hind. Oh. In that case there would be a field boss. Yuma. This monster sure can't read the mood. Toby. No. I believe it is also bewildered. Even though it made an entrance as usual, we are reacting like this. Razut. While looking at us, who had not taken up our weapons, the venom scorpion made sounds with its claws. If this wasn't a large-scale field it was obvious that there would be a field boss close to the exit. We completely forgot about its existence and we entered the mood of it's finally over once we all saw the royal capital. While not feeling very motivated, we found shelter for the camels and started the fight. However, I guess I should say that it was expected. It wasn't stronger than their basilisk. We easily defeated it and reached the capital. It was late Wednesday night. We were holding back until tomorrow's update to complete getting our guild home. Unlike usual, I was alone in my room reading the BBS. The reason for it was because I said since we are always getting information from the BBS, we should also give information to them from time to time. Let's do it together, Waki. I thought he was right, so that led to me turning on the PC and post in the BBS, which was something I wasn't used to doing. I shouldn't get impatient and start by reading the flow of the thread first. Since I should have uploaded those screenshots of the dusk in the desert, let's start by reading the replies from that point onwards. It's here. He made a mistake that gave the fact that he was right away. though I believe it would be better if he checked before posting. Let's thread number 6 of walking leisurely around the TB world, travel via donkey. This is a thread for reporting information about things you found in the world of the VRMMO Trailblazer, regarding the place you witnessed it. The credibility will increase if you provide things like a screenshot and the coordinates and place within the game. I couldn't memorize it, I didn't have the time to do it. For these kind of people, it's fine if you mention the nearest facility or landmark. The current topic is about the vicinity of the capital of the empire and also the 4 countries in the outskirts. The next thread will be made once we reach 950 comments. 555 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. Since I have reached the desert, I'll post information about it right away. Image setting sun in the desert. Image same as above. Image with the camels. Image silhouette scenery. The desert is overflowing with romanticism. Everyone, gather here. 556 Nameless Mage ID WNLHKK8. Gozaru. 557 Nameless Archer ID Adfijek. Gozaru. 558 Nameless Mage ID WNLHKK8. Yup, though the images are splendid. It's cool and lovely, like a scene from a road movie. However, because of it 555's way of speaking, it doesn't really register in my head. LOL. 559 Nameless Archer ID ZUKJUK. Is this guy a ninja? LOL. 560 Nameless Shinto Priest ID WKDUMQD. No, couldn't it be an internet slang from a long time ago? 561 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID Axutk. Otakus that use Gozaru have been gone since a long time ago. You see from time to time light warrior players that are wearing ninja costumes. Isn't he one of those? 562 Nameless Shinto Priest ID S2NQ7. Now that you mention it, there was one in the Hero-chan's party, right? The ninja that used shadow weaving. From his eyes, he kinda gave the aura of a good-looking guy. 563 Nameless Archer ID TCDH. After that event they have increased in numbers after all, not as much as knights though. The number of crafters that make Japanese-style equipment has also increased. To begin with, light warriors' skill names are Japanese style for some reason. 564 Nameless Martial Artist ID KDEDNI. We are slowly getting off topic. 565 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. Because of my slip of tongue the flow of the thread is. Sorry, forgive me. Just as at 563 has said, I play as a ninja in TB and you could think of it as me talking like that out of habit. More importantly, the desert. The images of the desert. What do you think? 566 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID RJ5G3 in. Random comment passing by. 1. 567 Nameless Night ID MNDH. It's true that the evening in the desert is pleasant. I can't get enough of that feeling of desolation. Personally, I've taken a bit of an interest in it. 568 Nameless Archer ID TXH7R85. It has quite the stylish ambience, though it might be because the screenshots were taken well. By the way, how much did the camels cost? 569 Nameless Light Warrior ID FBS. Who was that just now? 570 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. At 568, when we bought them they were below the average market price, but the NPC said that they were usually sold for around 100.000 G. 571 Nameless Archer ID TXH7R85. So twice the amount compared to a donkey. Huh? Though that's perfectly fine compared to horses. 572 Nameless Mage ID Y2Liu. It's nothing compared to 1.000.000 G, right? Now, there's also the fact that the title of this thread is that. 573 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID Wifed RDS. It's only the donkeys that are our allies, though I'd really like to have a horse to take a stroll. Capture a wild one, No way. 574 Nameless Night ID 5C8 Vex. I believe that camels were no good for mountain roads. 575 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX at 574. Yup. Though there are some ups and downs in the desert, they'll slow down quite a bit if you ascend or descend a tough hill. It seems like their strong point is walking on even ground. 576 Nameless Night ID 5C8 Vex. In that case, they are no good where I'm at. I went to the Bully Confederation. 577 Nameless Mage ID L98. Wasn't it cold to begin with? The north side. Wouldn't a camel die there? 578 Nameless Martial Artist ID Kdedny. No, camels can resist the cold. The winters in the desert are cold, they can properly grow winter fur. The problem is the terrain. 579 Nameless Shinto Priest ID FHDP. The east and south sides have stable climates. There's also the empire in the middle, though we don't know if there are seasons in TB yet. 580 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. Speaking of the desert, there's one thing that I was surprised about. It seems like you'll get the status ailment burn if you don't wear proper attire. So you have to conceal your skin by wearing light-colored overcoats. 581 Nameless Night ID 5C8 Vex. You'll also get frostbite if you are lightly dressed in the north. Adding to the dot you get afflicted with, you get double the pain because it gets harder to move and your hands will shake from holding the pickaxe. 582 Nameless Mage ID 3Z. I understand completely that you guys have strange tastes, especially that desert guy LOL. 583 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. A.Y. 584 Nameless Mage ID 3Z. Even if the north side is cold, I heard that there are plenty of minerals, but there are no benefits to counter the demerits of the west. 585 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. There is, it's romantic. 586 Nameless Heavy Warrior ID 8MN83SK. Romanticism won't fill up your belly. 587 Nameless Archer ID R3ZLZM. Either way, no matter how much you eat in TB, your stomach won't get filled up though. It's not even linked to the satiety center so it feels like you'll even forget to simply eat. 588 Nameless Light Warrior ID 365 Third. I get that. It's quite serious when you notice that your HP has started decreasing LOL. 589 Nameless Martial Artist ID Xtiz. It can't be helped since it would be bad if they removed the current appetite status. Let's just get used to checking our status. 590 Nameless Mage ID Chi6BNN9. This is turning into the usual idle talk thread again. Can anyone post some screenshots? 591 Nameless Light Warrior ID XQGX. Guess I have no choice. I'll post some screenshots of the night in the desert and leave it for today. The place the screenshots are taken is Oasis Town, Maya. I hope that by using this, more players will come to the desert. Image desert and the moon. Image night view in the Oasis Town. Image oasis and moon. 592 Nameless Mage ID XZYR. It's beautiful how the moon is reflected in the oasis water's surface. The scenery is perfect. The atmosphere of the town also seems good, however, the desert sounds harsh. 593 Nameless Shinto Priest ID MFN 389Q. There are still a lot of players that haven't left the Empire after all. 594 Nameless Light Warrior ID 9Q. That's true, you'd need to be at least level 30. 595 Nameless Night ID MNDH. Opening parenthesis. I can't really say with how this thread is going, that I'm honestly getting urges to go and see it. Closing parenthesis. 596 Nameless Night ID Ptvuxi. Good for you at 591. I'm pretty sure you are already seeing it. Your propaganda is working. Yup. Shui is working hard there. Guess it should be good enough if I introduced the name of the country and the royal palace. Let's see. In the section of your name you have to type your job. Huh. Well, there's no reason to lie. I'll just go with Shinto priest. 831 nameless Shinto priest ID FETM 3Z. I'm reporting here since we have confirmed various things related to the desert. First off, the name of the country is Desert's Country Sala. The capital is called Royal Capital Waha, and the following images will show how it looks during daytime. Image panoramic view of the town. Image state of the market. Image a multi-use big stable for camels and horses. Image residential area. 832 nameless martial artist ID 7M28X6. Oh. It's been some time since new information has come out. 833 nameless heavy warrior ID XYXT. The information from the other countries were already released after all. Even that small amount of players that headed towards the desert were able to reach the capital before the update. Huh? Well done. 834 nameless night ID JSW7JDH. That town is really big. Isn't this bigger than the capitals in the other countries? 835 nameless Shinto priest ID FETM 3Z. Because it's the desert, the people will gather where there are sources of water. I believe it's because the places without water are clearly defined. 836 nameless mage ID R90DKNH. Are you a friend of that light warrior that was here before? 837 nameless Shinto priest ID FETM 3Z. Why are you asking that? 838 nameless mage ID R9TDKNH. Nothing. I was just thinking that because there's only been another person that has uploaded images of the desert so far. 839 nameless night ID JSW7JDH. That's not something you should ask in this kind of anonymous board. That's bad manners. 840 nameless light warrior ID WMW8X5. Since it's not like we are asking anything personal, shouldn't it be fine? What should I do here? The flow of the thread is bad. It's probably because I'm not used to this, but it's better if I bring attention to the images that have been swept away. 843 nameless Shinto priest ID FETM 3Z. Well, that much should be fine. It's true that I'm in the same party that said light warrior is in, so it's fun and all to act like you are part of the minority. But it's still lonely when you can't see other players. 844 nameless mage ID R9TDKNH. Thanks. I apologize, it feels like I asked for something I shouldn't have. 845 nameless martial artist ID 7M28X6. Though, to think there are no players in the desert just as we expected. It goes without saying that it's unpopular. Opening parenthesis I say as I turn my eyes away from my own class closing parenthesis. 846 nameless archer ID JGBS67Q. What are you, a masochist? Lmao. They haven't increased at all either, huh? Martial artists LOL. 847 nameless Shinto priest ID FETM 3Z. I won't deny that the desert's environment is harsh. However, I'll state here that the food is delicious. The place these screenshots were taken was in the Desert Sal Pavilion in the town of Maya. Image Tamir. Image Kofta. Image Kashari. Image Omali. 848 nameless heavy warrior ID XYXT. I'm getting hungry. Now that you mention it, I still haven't had dinner. 849 nameless mage ID RXK. They look tasty. I want to go there only to eat the food. However, I don't want to go into the desert. Lmao. 850 nameless light warrior ID JT6RTJP. Here's some sudden support. Image a certain famous peddler with the Desert Sal Pavilion's owner. Image as a bonus. One of the peddler alone. 851 nameless archer ID XTIVX ? 852 nameless martial artist ID 7M28X6. What did you just say? Isn't this Clara-san? I'm going. I'm definitely going to the desert. 853 nameless mage ID I8 Zuxim. A. What's going on? 854 nameless heavy warrior ID K2QDs at JD. That's so dirty lol. Trying to use an NPC to lure him Lamau. 855 nameless light warrior ID 8DCL3U9. Hey, your friend is getting excited lol. What are you going to do? At 847, 856 nameless light warrior ID JT6RTJP. I mean, it says in the official site that you can take a screenshot of an NPC whenever you want. It seems like it doesn't even lower likability. What is that guy even doing? Wataru. I let that out as I held my head. No matter how I look at it, this is Shui's work. But when did he take it? The contents of the screenshots were one of Clarice-san with Yido-san, and the other one was of Clarice-san alone. I took a grip and ran back to the images of the royal capital. As a beginner at posting here, I don't think I'll be able to keep up with this flow after all. 860 nameless Shinto priest ID FETM3Z. At 855, I don't know how I should reply, so I'll just leave some last screenshots of the royal palace image. The whole palace image hallway image VIP room. At 850 do things in moderation. 861 nameless archer ID FSNBIGL. That palace is so gorgeous. So they let you inside? That's so nice. 862 nameless mage ID AFAU. What about the dancers? There were no dancers. 863 nameless knight ID Z4WKH. Or rather, didn't you guys arrange it so the thread will flow like this? LOL. He's seriously bewildered. Lmao. 864 nameless Shinto priest ID HDP6C. The flow is suspicious. He's probably doing it all on his own. 865 nameless heavy warrior ID CQFDZ7E. It would be exhausting to do it all on his own though lol. It's way harder to change your ID now than in the old days. You don't see that kind of thing at all anymore these days. 866 nameless heavy warrior ID Huas86. Even if you change where you post from, your ID won't change after all. They make you link your information after all. At 864, aren't you too ignorant? 867 nameless light warrior ID JT6RTJP. I don't care what you think of it. I'm going to show these screenshots. Image. 868 nameless heavy warrior ID EMTA6. Who's this? This erotic tan beauty. 869 nameless knight ID 3DFU4FL. Lewd. Those boo emitted. 870 nameless Shinto priest ID 9 Peakpxas. Black head and tan skin. Such a beauty. 871 nameless light warrior ID JT6RTJP. This is the queen of the desert, Patrasama. If you want to see her, come to the royal capital. Come on. 872 nameless mage ID GFU6 HP. Just when I thought the thread was gaining momentum, I see everyone getting fired up lol. Though I do get while Mao. 873 nameless Shinto priest ID W3KWJWQ. At 867, can I post this image in the NPC thread? 874 nameless light warrior ID JT6RTJP. Sure. 875 nameless archer ID Vsofu. This is bad. I'm getting this urge to really go there just to see the queen. 876 nameless Shinto priest ID 3NFNNCG. Erotic sites are the truth of this world. This bulge is proof of it. 877 nameless heavy warrior ID DP6JWRC. It can't be helped since it's an instinct. I sighed and closed the BBS, and gently shut the PC down. Eventually the fans stopped moving and the room turned silent. There are many things I want to tell Shui, but I'm feeling extremely exhausted. It'd be a pain. It should be fine if I talked to him about it the next time we meet in person.